far along as the other students because they took it in high school. I didn't. I said, but if I'm slow, it's not because I'm not trying and I'll work after class if I have to. It's because I just can only read for so long. And she goes, oh, Michael, this class will last you a semester, but your eyes will last you the rest of your life. I was like, this is amazing. So she was super nice about it. I did fine. But even more recently, like, I've gone to the eye doctor again and again and again because I just get these, like, styes or whatever. And I'm pretty, like, I clean my eyes, like, whatever. And it's just, sometimes it's stress-related. Sometimes that's just how it is. But, yeah, it's been kind of frustrating.
Yeah, so how's your vision now? Did that surgery work?
It did, and it worked for it was super successful. Like I told you, that's when, I think I told you, I woke up during the surgery, which was horrifying. Yeah, like I woke up in the middle of that. Yeah, and the doctor was like, Michael, we don't want to move right now. I was like, and then I was out again. So it went great. But now in the past 4 or 5 years, I had to get reading glasses, and which is frustrating. So I hate wearing them. And I went to an eye doctor here in D.C. about 2 months ago, and they're like, so here's the thing. You can't get surgery on your eyes because, yeah, your vision isn't what it used to be, but it's still good enough. Like, it needs to be worse for us to actually operate on you. So throw on some reading glasses and you're fine. And I was like, okay, well, that's a little odd, but sure.
I just feel like it's one of those things that you take for granted if you have really good eyes. Because I've never worn glasses. I've never worn contacts.
Wow.
I cannot imagine, like, the daily struggle of the people who wear contacts every day. Like, that seems miserable. Putting something in your eye and having to change it.
Yeah.
Like, I know I sound super privileged right now, but again, I feel like everybody does this with something that you take for granted. That there are people out there, they're like, man, I wish I just had the convenient life of Chelsea Messenger just wakes up and sees the world. But you're right. It is convenient.
I very much remember when I knew I needed to do something because I did not want to wear glasses and my vision got bad quick. My eyes quit taking the contacts. Like I just couldn't. I'd put them in, my eyes would get bloodshot immediately. I tried all of them. It didn't work. And so I was like, I'm just not going to wear glasses. And I remember on the Texas campus one day, I saw what I thought was a friend of mine. And I walked up like this close to the face. I was like, hey, oh, sorry. And then walked away. And I was like, okay, Michael, you can't do this anymore. You have to do something. So one thing I can see, though, another dub. What are you, like 7-1 in your last 8?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like once you start doing that, it's like, all right, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'm sure a losing week is, in store for me somewhere. But the Brewers on the run line last night was plus money. I feel like this was too good of a bet to leave on the table with the way that the Brewers score runs. They lead all of the majors in run differential. So if there is a team where plus money run line bet is worth it, it's absolutely on the Brewers. This was very much a sweat, though. I think they won 7-5. This was a higher game than I thought, a higher scoring game than I thought. Brandon Woodruff, I think, gave up 5 earned runs in this one. But it got the job done. We will take the dub.
Nice job. I was on that game, got a dub there, and then went 2-2 overall. Mostly disappointed in the Tigers on the run line against the A's. The A's beat the Tigers and Tariq Skubal outright 8-3. So, again, 2-2 for me. Donkster got a dub. Cardinals on the money line against the Pirates, and the Cards win 7-6. So, for the week, you're 1-0, I'm 2-2. Donkster 1-0, and it is here on the Daily Tip on a BetMGM network. We have various people with various types of eyesight. But one thing we can all see is that Terry McLaurin is now officially going to be in the lineup week 1 for the Washington Commanders after signing his extension yesterday. Adam Schefter says 3 years, $96 million. And NFL Network's Tom Pelissero says there is a signing bonus of $30 million for Scary Terry. What was a hold in now becomes Terry back on the field. He was walking around the sidelines. He'd have his hoodie on. You knew he wanted to be out there, but now he gets to practice with the team. And this is just massive for the Commanders because we've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And I don't think anyone thought that this process was going to drag out the way that it did. But this is something truly that you can't exaggerate how huge this is for this Commanders offense when it comes to leadership, when it comes to adding depth, because he is definitely receiver one when it comes to the deep ball. And I don't know if there's anyone in this organization more respected than Terry McLaurin. So finally, it's over. He's here. Terry's here in D.C. You don't have to worry about it any longer.
Yeah, this is how you handle a sticky contract situation. Did you notice how the Commanders didn't resort to personal barbs Did you realize how they didn't have daily press conferences where each
Mm-hmm.
side would take hits at each other? Cowboys take notes. It doesn't have to be that way. So Terry McLaurin now has his brand new deal. It feels like the Commanders and Terry McLaurin's camp still have a mutual respect for each other, because I think that's the toughest part when you have these contract disputes, is that each side can kind of lose sight of, hey, we're on the same team here, or at least we're hoping to be. So Jenks, how do you think the Commanders handled this? Because I feel like they handled it pretty well, and in the end, Terry got his money.
I think this will sound like a politician's answer, but I think both sides handled this the right way. And that's not easy to do. Just look at the Dallas Cowboys. Because on Terry's side, Terry is beloved here in D.C. People love Terry. And it's not just because he's a great player. It's really because during the tough times, which weren't that long ago, by the way, just a couple seasons ago and seasons before that, when this team was under different ownership and it was just quarterback after quarterback and there was no hope, Terry was not only the one guy you could rely on, best player on the team, he was also the one guy who had plenty of reasons to complain, plenty of reasons to have issues, and didn't say a word. He might express a little bit of frustration in that, of course, we want to win more, but he kept his head down, he went to work and did his job. That's tough to do, particularly was tough to do in this organization. And then conversely, if you're Adam Peters, one of the reasons why people lauded him when he came here from San Francisco is he has done a fantastic job of managing the budget, managing the cap, if you will, making smart signings and making sure that this team is set up not just for now, but for the long term. And it's easy to say, well, just throw some money at Terry, he's been a good soldier. True, to a point, and then you have to say, all right, we are trying to build for the next 10 years around Jaden Daniels, who's going to get paid at some point, other guys who are going to get paid at some point. So how do we make sure this is a responsible contract, and that way, long-term, everyone wins? So it takes both sides to come together and do this in a way that works out, and this is how it should be done. Maybe a little bit later than we wanted it to happen, but I think both sides handled this the right way.
Yeah, and the main thing is he's not going to miss time. And now he has a week before the season starts, I suppose. But this is good for Jaden Daniels as well. And we see this across the league. When you have a young quarterback and you want him to continue to be successful, you invest in the weapons around him. And you kind of touched on this, that the Commanders did not have that many other options for Jaden Daniels to throw to, because Deebo Samuel is not the same type of receiver as Terry McLaurin. Terry McLaurin is a true number one receiver and also somebody who has built up a rapport with Jaden Daniels. So if you want your young quarterback to take the next step, and that is the most important position on the field, you need to invest in the receiver. So it was a very easy move to see that they were going to make. And it felt like Terry McLaurin had leverage for that reason. So I'm sure everybody is breathing a big sigh of relief, including Jaden Daniels.
Yes, and the big question here is, how much guaranteed money is there in this contract? That's the one thing that's sort of been in the ether. Like, how much is he really going to get guaranteed? But ultimately, he's going to get paid. He's happy. Both sides worked it out. So Terry's on the field. Now, Jaden Daniels has his number one guy. Commanders fans can finally breathe that sigh of relief. Also, Commanders to win the NFC 9-1. They're behind the Eagles to win the East at plus 225, and their win total set at 9.5. I think I would inch to the over there. I was talking to the guys on Bet Sweats yesterday. Bet Sweats, good time with Joe O and Sammy P, and they kind of feel that way as well, that 9.5 might be a tick low. I think the Commanders get to 10.
Yeah, I think they certainly have the ceiling for it, because if you imagine that Jaden Daniels continues to be a game changer, and here's the thing, sometimes people look at those close games and they say, this is a way that a team can regress. But if you still have the same quarterback who was the reason for those wins, can we really hold it against a team? Because didn't we do this with, I remember, I think it was 2022, where it was the Vikings and the Giants both had all these close game wins. But look at their quarterbacks. Is that something where oh, well, they can do that again? I feel like with Jaden Daniels, the clutch factor is there. It does feel like something that's kind of repeatable when you have that type of quarterback.
Oh, yes, it definitely is, and that's what fans are banking on this season. Also, sigh of relief coming from Cincinnati, where the Bengals have agreed to up Trey Hendrickson's pay by $14 million, so he's going to get paid $30 million this year. It's kind of interesting how they did this. This was kind of all right, we'll pay you for this year, so you're going to get paid, but beyond that, no, you're 31 in the fall or 31 in December. We're not going to go long term with you. So he's still going to be a free agent after this season. But now they have Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Trey Hendrickson all locked up for this season. Last year, 33 tackles, 19 for a loss, led the NFL with 17.5 sacks. Just like with the McLaurin situation, the primary factor is age. The Bengals were worried about signing him to a long-term contract because of his age. Same thing with Scary Terry. But does this make you feel better about the Bengals now? Because there's one thing we know about the Bengals. They need Trey Hendrickson on that defense because this is not a good defense.
Yeah, but Trey Hendrickson also put up career numbers last year, and that defense was still atrocious.
Yeah.
So I understand, like, their defense is not better without Trey Hendrickson, but it still ain't great. So I don't know. Maybe this is a good deal for both sides because I don't think Trey Hendrickson loves it in Cincinnati either. So now the pressure is going to be on. I wouldn't be surprised if he puts up big numbers, at least individually speaking, this year again, because we see this with guys on one-year deals, because he's going to have to angle for a long-term deal with somebody else and a year older at that. But no, I still don't believe in the Bengals defense.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm not someone to get swayed by the preseason. Because, like, look, in the last game, the Commanders, as an example, looked poor, but they also didn't play 33 players, right? Mm-hmm. And the Bengals, not the exact opposite, but they played a lot of their starters, which has been well documented, and they let Joe Burrow get thrown around like a rag doll, and then their defense didn't look a whole lot better than it has. So I hate to take anything from that, but I'm big on Joe Burrow, but that's kind of about it.
Well, when you have a defense that bad, like we saw from last year, you have to prove it to people that you have changed. And so far, there has been no proving. Even though they love to gaslight us and say, hey, we didn't want to show anybody our coverages in the preseason. That's right. Well, we'll believe it when we see it.
Seriously. I don't know how many times during the preseason you're like, get Joe Burrow out of there. I get it. He needs the reps. He got the reps. Now, keep him from getting injured. Coming up on the show, are you a Taylor Swift fan or maybe you're more of a Bill Belichick person? We're going to make that connection coming up next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. Coming up, 2 docuseries enter the ring. Only one emerges victorious. Can't wait for that. But I did want to touch on this because I thought this was a great story. And the U.S. Open underway at Flushing Meadows. Oh, yeah, tennis. A little tennis talk. And I know some of the players were not happy that the tournament started on Sunday. But Venus Williams is competing. Now, she's 45 years old. She's past her prime, fine. But she is the oldest singles player at Flushing Meadows since 1981. She lost last night to Karolina Muchova at the Open 6-3, 2-6, 6-1, but just competing is something she felt very strongly about doing.
Yeah, my team and I, we worked as hard and as fast as we could. Like, we literally took no days off. I haven't gone to dinner. I haven't seen friends. I haven't done anything except train for 3 months, as hard as I could. And then from each match that I didn't win, then I tried to go back and learn from that and then get better. Oh, what did I prove to myself? I think for me, getting back on the court was about giving myself a chance to play more healthy. And when you play unhealthy, it's in your mind. It's not just how you feel. You get stuck in your mind, too. So, it was nice to be freer.
I love that quote. Thank you, Double D, for finding that, because you could kind of hear her welling up there at the end. And look, Venus battled a lot of injuries during her career, still a 7-time Grand Slam champion. But I appreciate the fact that she's doing this now. I mean, of course, she's a competitor, but it's more about, hey, I feel good, and I want to continue doing something that I love. And she got a lot of love last night in Flushing Meadows. So even in a loss, I thought this was pretty remarkable.
I thought that was a fascinating window into injuries for athletes, because I think a lot of us sit around, and I've had this thought before, especially with people who play on team sports. The guys who get hurt and just sit around and collect a paycheck. You're like, oh, must be nice. I think I'm going to push Jake down the stairs so he can just be home all the time and never play and still earn some money. And Jake's like, hell no. This is absolute hell for athletes. Having to do rehab every single day and never getting to participate. Like, I understand tennis is different because that's not the way their contracts work. It's individual, and if you don't pay, you don't get played. But he has told me that it is such a mental thing for athletes where it starts with the questions in your brain saying, can I ever get back to where I was? Will I ever be a great athlete again? Was I never good in the first place? So I think it's one of those things that, like, the mental toughness that people do not realize what it takes to get through major injuries for some of these athletes, especially if you're sitting on top of the mountain, you're thinking, how do I ever get back?
Yeah. And if you're someone who can compete at the highest level, I can't even imagine how much more frustrating that would be. Because at the end of the day, when you strip away the accolades and when you strip away the spotlight or the Grand Slam championships, it's like, I love this game. I fell in love with this. I want to play this game, and I'm great at it, and I love it, and I put in the work. I just want to play. So I can't imagine that mental grind of being out there and knowing, okay, I'm going to do my best, but also I feel about 75%, or not being able to get out there at all. And I think Venus kind of gave us a perfect window into that, which is, man, for so long, I was just struggling, and just to be out there and just soak it in and feel good when I'm doing it is something that she hasn't experienced, I think, in a long, long time.
Yeah, and also I think it's difficult for athletes who try to push through injuries, because it is difficult, because only you know how much pain you're feeling. And we've seen athletes really derail their careers by trying to play through injuries. I feel like this happens with quarterbacks a lot. Like, remember those years, I think Baker Mayfield did this, where he said, like, after the season that, like, he was really hurt, but he wanted to push through it, and he put up all these terrible numbers. And now, like, he's back healthy, and he's back putting up good numbers. I think this is the case with Trevor Lawrence as well. Like people said all last year that he was not playing 100%. And sometimes that can damage your legacy, your future contracts. But it is a very difficult thing for injuries, difficult thing for athletes to manage when it comes to injuries, when it comes to contracts. And just a tip of the cap to Venus Williams here, because it was a great moment. I saw where they also honored Maria Sharapova as well. So it was like a nice blast from the past with all the big names. And I don't want to say it was like the golden age of tennis, but maybe it's just like nostalgia for me. Like, do you think that was the golden age of tennis, or do you think it was another time?
That's a good question. I think it's maybe a little of both, because I think tennis captured our imagination a little bit more, but also I think it's because there was more of an American presence in tennis, if we're being honest, right? Like when Francis Tiafoe does well, we pay more attention, or Madison Keys performs well, we pay a little more attention, or something like that. But, when we've had some of the best tennis we've ever seen, with it's Federer, or it could be Djokovic, or Rafa, and those guys have elevated the game, but there's just something that means a little bit more when there's Americans involved, and certainly when Venus and Serena Williams were there, it was just, incredible. So I have a choice for you, Chelsea. We're going to have a docu-series battle here. So which docu-series, both sports related, would you rather watch? On ESPN, there is The Kingdom, featuring, of course, the Kansas City Chiefs and Taylor Swift. The director of the series says Taylor is very supportive of the series. And now, in the fall on Hulu, we're going to get a North Carolina docu-series that focuses on Bill Belichick and rebuilding that program. Jordan Hudson, if you're curious, not directly linked to it, but she has celebrated it, of course she has, on social media. So you go on NFL, NCAA, Taylor Swift, Jordan Hudson.
Well, let me make this clear. I am not choosing Jordan Hudson, but simply from a watching perspective, like which of these teams do we know the least about? Like, I feel like the answer is UNC, because I think this is the trouble when they do these docuseries on teams the year before, because I'm assuming that's what The Kingdom is about. It's about the previous season, where it's like, okay, we already know the result. And it's not like the Kansas City Chiefs have been living under some rock. We're like, I don't know anything about their star players. I feel like I know everything about their star players. I'm sure there are interesting storylines and angles that they follow that maybe I hadn't heard, but still, it just feels like one of those teams that's like, okay, I already know like everything there is to know about Travis Kelce. Been there, done that. So I think I'd rather watch the UNC one.
Oh, I take a wild guess for me. Of course I'm watching the UNC one. And also, like, all joking about Taylor Swift aside, like the Chiefs, what am I going to learn about the Chiefs that I don't already know? Do you know what I mean? Like, maybe you get some sort of insight, and I'm sure you do. Like, I'm sure they go into the weeds a little bit, and you're like, oh, that's an interesting chemistry between Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. Oh, there's Taylor. She loves her Travis. And maybe you get some of the inner workings of the locker room. But we know so much more about the Chiefs, about their stars, than we do about North Carolina. Like, we know Bill Belichick, but what do we know about Bill Belichick at UNC? Will his Hall of Fame career in the NFL translate to the college game? We don't know. We haven't seen it. We've seen more Jordan Hudson than Bill Belichick. Now, Bill Belichick, Billy Boy was feeling it during ACC Media Days. He was relaxed. He was talking to people about sort of the process and what it's like to work with younger athletes as opposed to pros. And then, of course, there's always the possibility that Jordan Hudson comes in and mucks it all up and does something crazy. So that's the one I'm watching.
I also think it will be interesting. I don't know how much she's in it. Their dynamic of their relationship. Because we've seen pictures of it, like them doing gymnastics on the beach. But I would love to see like the actual video of it, because I don't know how much of it is coached. And I'm not talking about Bill Belichick. I'm talking about Jordan Hudson doing the coaching for the Instagram pictures, because there's no way Bill Belichick thought of those ideas. Like, hey, sweetie, can we take this acrobatic picture of us on top of each other and post it to Instagram? There's no way that's his idea. So I would love to see this dynamic in motion, to see what it's really like. Because I think that's why a lot of people watch that New Heights podcast, to see the actual dynamic of Travis and Taylor in real life, because you can only act so much. And I will say, if anybody is media trained, it is Taylor Swift. but they had a great dynamic. Like, they did seem great together.
What if you watched Jordan Hudson and Bill Belichick, and it was Bill Belichick getting really into it? Like, all right, here we go. Okay, I'm going to do a backhand spring triple flip and try and nail this. Will you get it on camera for me? And you'd be like, oh, my God, it's Bill. He's the one who loves gymnastics. He's the cheerleading fan. I don't know. It will be. I think you're right, though. It is going to be, is this just for show? Is there really something there between them? Like, do they really get along? Is there some sort of chemistry that we're missing? Or is this just one big work from Jordan Hudson? Because that's what it feels like.
Right. It does. We're all a little suspicious. Like, whenever there's an age gap, I think we start with big suspicions, right? Especially when the older one has a lot of money.
Yes.
So you have to prove us wrong. It's like we were talking about the Bengals defense when they're like, oh, we're going to be better this year. You have to prove us wrong. No. You will not come into the building saying, oh, well, you need to believe us. No, we don't believe you, Cincinnati Bengals. We don't believe you, Jordan Hudson. You need to prove it to us.
Does anyone here want to make the case for the kingdom? Denton?
I have no interest. Patrick Mahomes, while he is the greatest of all time, is boring.
Yeah, I kind of agree.
Because we know everything about him.
Exactly. When he was on quarterback, he was boring. He's too good as a player, and then he doesn't need to have that much personality. He's Patrick Mahomes. He's a $500 million man. What does he need? He ain't making nobody laugh. You laugh when he walks in. You're like, oh, my God, it's Patrick. Hey, I can hold some cash for you if you need me to, buddy. He's just boring. Yeah. Kelsey, I think, is probably fun. I bet they have some other personalities on the team that are fun, but we know how this goes. You focus on the quarterback. When the quarterback is boring, I'm good.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't think they're focusing on Rashee Rice. Or maybe they do.
No. Let's do 15 minutes on Isaiah Pacheco. I mean, maybe, I guess. Also, we posted a video about the Chiefs, was a few days ago on TikTok, and I saw one of the comments this morning. I think we're finding out now that Patrick Mahomes is more of a game manager. I was like, all right, dude, don't ever comment on football again. Yeah, you know,
What's
Patrick
your
Mahomes.
Definition of game
manager, Patrick Mahomes. The game manager. I was like, dude, come on. What are you doing?
People say that about Tom Brady all the time. Like, there are trolls on the internet who their life's work is calling Tom Brady a game manager.
I know.
Which, like, you don't have to throw the ball 50 yards down the field every single play to win ball games. Because isn't that the goal of football? To win Super Bowls?
Yes, that's the goal. So many game managers have won multiple Super Bowls. Give me a break. So, as an aside to the whole Jerry Jones and Micah Parsons situation, I mean, this is the one big contract resolution that has not and it just won't end, just never ends. Like, it has not come to fruition. We keep thinking, all right, it's later in the season. This is what Jerry does. Well, now Darrelle Revis has come out on X, and he is going after the NFLPA, saying that what Jerry is doing is technically illegal because he's negotiating around a certified NFL agent. Like, Jerry is supposed to talk to the agent and have these direct conversations, as opposed to this private meeting he had with Micah back in March where they worked out the details of the contract, and Micah Parsons said that's not what happened. So Revis released a very long letter that in part says this: at the very least, the NFLPA should be saying it does not condone what Jerry is doing, and that if ownership ever tries to deal with them directly while represented, they should contact their agent and union immediately. Jerry's actions show that owners have no problem taking advantage of us. Every player deserves a union they can trust to protect them and support them. So coming hard after the NFLPA, and he was essentially saying, if we don't take care of this now, when the CBA is renegotiated here in a couple years, this will continue to be a problem. And I have to say, it's a pretty damn good point.
It's a really good point.
Yeah.
Like, in any walk of life, if you're in the entertainment business, if you're in sports, you go through the agent if somebody has an agent. And if they simply say, hey, you need to speak to my agent, you need to speak to their agent. That's what they're paying them for. It's similar, I would think, is like, I haven't been in trouble with the law too much, but if you're like, hey, speak to my lawyer, they have to speak to your lawyer and not you. So I don't know what Jerry Jones thinks he's doing by, bypassing the agent here, Because here's the thing, like, this is a big time deal. This is not a third string linebacker we're talking about. This is the face of your team, one of the faces of the franchise, and one of the biggest names in the NFL. Did you think we were going to sweep this under the rug? No.
Yeah. That's when I fired my agent, when I realized the negotiating process was, we're asking for this. And the company would say, well, this is what we're offering. And my agent would say, okay. I'm like, I can do this. I can definitely do this. That happened like 2 straight negotiations, which I'm like, okay, fine. But if that's the process, why am I paying you? You know? So, I mean, in football, it's obviously much more complicated. But I think the whole process is pretty fascinating. Coming up next year on the show, you better get in your favorite watches now because it's about to be all football all the time. Streaming Corner next here on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Oh, yeah, it is a Tuesday. Thanks for being with us. Michael Jenkins, she is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, well, yeah, it is a Tuesday. You know what that means? We'll check into my streaming corner and let you know what everyone has been checking out this week, and then we'll preview the ACC at the top of the hour. Since we're talking about streaming, how many people here have watched America's Team, the Gambler and his Cowboys? That's about Jerry and the boys. I couldn't do it. I've seen
more
enough
Jerry
of Jerry
Jones?
Like more
No.
Jerry? Like talking about this guy every day. Like, I know the story of the Cowboys. I feel like I'm not going to get any special insight watching something about Jerry, like the Gambler and his Cowboys. How's that gamble pay off? I mean, monetarily, yes. Amazing. Championship-wise, you're going on a 3-decade drought now. So I'm not interested in more Jerry Jones after all this time. I know some people have watched it, but I'm not going to be one of them.
Yeah, no. Like, especially since they haven't really been super relevant when it comes to the playoffs in the last 20 years. Because this would have been a great docuseries in, like, 1995. Right. Or, like, hell, 2001, you know, if we're being generous. You know, but it's just... Also, this is not a franchise that we haven't heard anything about. Like, it'd be one thing if it was some, like, random franchise that, like, I just didn't know that much about. Like, even, like, the Pacers last year. If you ask me facts about the Pacers franchise, I don't know that much. Like, I know Reggie Miller and the choke thing, and that's about it. Maybe, like, Victor Oladipo. Like, that's the only things that come to mind. Right. But, like, the Cowboys, I think that everything is out there that we already need to know. Like, we already know about the cheerleaders. We already know about Jerry Jones because he talks every single week. And it just feels like we already know everything. So, no, thank you, please.
The only thing that was cool about it is that my phone started blowing up over the weekend. And I'm like, what in the world is going on? And it was a bunch of my old coworkers from Austin because, you know, they had training camp, the Cowboys did, in Austin when I was there and in San Antonio when I was there. And so we covered a lot of Cowboys training camps. So there were definitely people I worked with in our sports office who were a part of that documentary, not being interviewed, but they would be walking around holding a microphone or something like that. And so that was kind of cool. Like, I was sent some still shots like, oh, my God, it's Steve, or oh, my God, look at this, or look, there's Kenny right there. And so that was kind of cool from a nostalgic perspective, but I already got the screenshots. Like, I'm not going to watch an entire docuseries or series on Jerry Jones to get a second or two of people I used to work with.
Right, and plus that's so niche. Like, most of us were not at Cowboys training camp. So, like, we're not going to watch, be like, hey, I don't think I was ever in Dallas. I don't think I've ever been in the state of Texas, but maybe I'll be in the background of this. No. So, no, it doesn't feel like a great reason to watch.
Yeah, that's a no from everybody. And that's how we start our streaming corner. But let's find out what else has been keeping us busy.
What are you watching?
We enter Jenks Streaming Corner, where Jenks and Chelsea tell you what should and should not be streaming here on the Daily Tip.
What are you watching?
Oh, yeah. So... Because let's start with you. I feel so bad because I'm always going into true crime, and I feel like I just bring down the mood, which I don't want to do because it's a morning show. I want to make sure everybody's having a good day and up and going. So let's begin with you. Usually watching something positive. What's been going on there in the household?
You want me to bring the positive vibes to the show?
I'm trying.
I don't know about that. Let me ask you this, because here's the problem that I'm facing right now. I am watching Downton Abbey, and I really like it, but it's super depressing, and I still continue to watch it. Have you ever had shows where you had to literally say, okay, I need to get through the show because I can't stop watching it? It is interfering with my daily activities, because now I'm finding ways to watch it, like, in my free time when I shouldn't be watching things. Like, when I'm sitting in the car waiting on Blake to, like, pick her up from school, I'm like, oh, I can watch 7 minutes of Downton Abbey. To where it's like, okay, here's your addictive personality coming through. To where I don't know. It's just some shows have a hold over me. Do you ever have shows like this that feel like unhealthy because you like them so much?
Well, not a show, but this past week I had to delete an app from my phone because I was playing so much blackjack and so much Texas Hold'em on this app, and because I love to gamble. And so, like, I love sports betting, but you know what I love more than sports betting? Like table games. Like, I love to play poker and especially love blackjack. And so finally I was like, dude, I have to, like, and it's amazing the things that they do to keep you ingrained and keep you addicted. Because then it's like, ooh, I just got 20 free spins on Samurai Slam. Let me go over here and now play the slots for a little bit. And finally I was like, Michael, this is taking up way too much of your time. You're trying to stay off your phone. This is becoming unhealthy. So I quite literally deleted that app because anytime I had some free time, instead of chilling or doing something a little more productive, like yesterday, I was like, I'm going to work out. I have some extra time. I'm not going to get on this phone and play games for an hour. So I deleted it so I won't mess with it anymore. So, yes, just a different type of addiction.
I love that we both have semi-addictive personalities when hosting a gambling show.
Seriously. I'm getting so angry. I'm like, oh, God, a straight? I'm like, what am I doing?
Well, because in that regard, it feels like you have more control over it. Because I will say in sports betting, you do your handicap, you do your research, and then you put it in the hands of the players. Like, once the game starts, there's really nothing you can do.
Yeah.
But when it comes to, like, table games, you feel like you have some control. Obviously, you can't you can't pick the cards that you're dealt, but there is some strategy involved that makes you feel like you have control.
Yes, I think that's a huge part of it. So, what I just finished watching, you ready for this? Stalking Samantha, 13 Years of Terror. This poor girl.
Michael Jenkins biography.
This was the lovely Catherine suggested this one. She's like, this looks good. And I was like, okay, let's do it. 3 episodes. Where is it on?
3
Hulu?
episodes?
Just 3, which was good.
What?
In and out. Boom, done. So this is about a woman named Samantha Stites in Michigan, stalked for 13 years. And this is wild because the dude, Christopher Thomas is his name, absolute psycho, in year 13 finally kidnapped her. And she survived. But what's wild about this is the level that he went to stalk her. Like, he put trackers on her cars and also the cars of her friends. So when she would say, I don't know how this guy is following me. I think he's watching me. Maybe he's tracking me. I'll go to the bar or I'll go to the beach with a friend of mine. He still knew because he put trackers on all of her friends' cars. And then after 12, 13 years, like, he had just countless videos of her, pictures. It was really weird. She got a restraining order against him, right? For 6 years. And he finally left her alone. But as soon, the day that restraining order ended, he showed up again. And then she applied for another restraining order, and it got denied. And then when they went to trial, the judge who denied that restraining order was the judge in the trial. It's wild. It's a quick watch. I'm glad she's okay. 3 episodes. If you like true crime, worth your time.
I had the most woman thought ever. I was like, man, commitment issues much? You spent 13 years stalking her and never pulled the trigger? Come on, man. Show your commitment.
Oh, he showed his commitment, all right. Trust me.
But
in the end, there's a lot of commitment.
13 years? Can you imagine stalking somebody for 13 years? Like, that's a lot.
Yes.
Like, what was it? Did he ever say what it was about her specifically? They didn't talk to him, right? Or is this fictional?
No, this is real. This is a documentary. Yeah. And I will say what's interesting is mainly it's just her talking, and she's exceptional at just kind of explaining her mindset, what happened, how it went down, the way she looked at it. Sometimes you hear victims speak, and certainly you feel it and you understand it, but she really went deep and just gave you sort of this broad-based. She painted a very clear picture of what was happening, and even one of the arresting officers was like, I've never met someone who was so eloquent and so talented at, maybe talented isn't the right word, was so great at being able to. Yeah, she's got a gift. But he's like, I walked in and I knew immediately I was talking with someone who was telling the truth and who gave us detail that we've never really had in any other case. Like, it was really remarkable the way she was able to explain it. You normally don't get that. And it's almost all her. And you just sit there and you're kind of riveted to her story. So it's really well done. And it's done by ABC News, which is nice, too. It's nice to have some type of news organization.
Source.
Yeah, credible source, because you can throw these things together very quickly. And when you actually have a news organization behind it, you can kind of tell they put the work into it. So, yeah, good watch. Tough watch at times, but it's pretty good.
Well, she is a 13-year veteran. She should know what she's talking about. Like, she's like the Tom Brady of being stalked. Like, she's got to be one of the greatest of all times.
Oh, man, that poor girl. I feel bad for her. But it's anybody else watching anything outside of that?
Peacemaker. Anybody watching Peacemaker?
Double D was saying that.
Yeah, episode number 1 on Max, HBO, whatever the hell they call it now, HBO Max.
Oh.
I mean, they be flip-flop. They need the commitment of what's-his-face. Anyway, the first episode, very good. Don't watch it with your children. There was a scene in a house with not a lot of clothes on, like a lot of people. Can't say the word on air, but you know. He plays quarterback. What we can say is that Alex Orji plays quarterback at UNLV, and that is what was happening.
Okay, very good.
But outside of that, John Cena was fantastic.
That's what I keep hearing. Double D, you want to chime in quick? Because I know you love this show, too.
Peacemaker was great. I cannot express how much I'm enjoying, really quick, the new season of Dexter. Dexter Resurrection is being phenomenally well done. The writing is back to where it used to be with Dexter. It's magic. Absolutely magic. And the cast is amazing.
Oh, that's good to know. Okay.
I bet Dexter would like that stalking Samantha show.
He probably would. But now you have, numerous choices here if you don't want to go into the true crime. Man, I got to break off there. But it's hard. Going next on the show, can anyone challenge Clemson in the ACC? A preview is headed your way next. It is a Daily Tip, and it's here on the BetMGM Network. Hour 2 next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
from the BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Hour 2 on a Tuesday starts right now here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. And if you stick with us over the next couple of segments, here's what's on tap. In 2 minutes, we get to our ACC season preview. Does Clemson cakewalk once again to the college football playoff? At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. And then later on in the show, we'll discuss that picture of Justin Herbert and Madison Beer. If you don't know who Madison Beer is, that's fine. We will walk you through why this relationship or alleged relationship could be significant to the Chargers. It's all coming up next here on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM. All right, Jank, so I got an email yesterday that made me audibly shout, "What?" So I got an email from YouTube TV, which I know you are a subscriber to YouTube TV as well. So you probably got this same email. And the header was an update on our partnership with Fox. And I said, oh boy, I've seen these emails before and they are never good. So it said, we want to be transparent about our ongoing discussions with Fox. If we are unable to reach an agreement with Fox by August 27th, their content may become unavailable, excuse me. If this happens, it'll impact channels like Fox, Fox News, and Fox Sports. Great. Football season is about to start. I don't know if you knew this, but there are some pretty big games on Fox when it comes to college football and also when it comes to the NFL. So this is not great. And oh, by the way, you're thinking, oh, well, are they going to offer us anything for our trouble? Well, if their content becomes unavailable for an extended period of time, we'll offer our subscribers a $10 credit. I don't want a $10 credit. I want to be able to watch football. So, Jenks, I'm not feeling great about this. I feel like sometimes we have had these scares before. I think they did this with CBS right before March Madness, and they did eventually work it out. So another contract dispute before the football season gets started. I will say at least this is not Micah Parsons related. But how are we feeling? Confidence level in YouTube TV to reach a deal with Fox.
I have a message for YouTube TV and Fox. Right here. Right here. Work it out. I don't care about your $10 credit. I don't want a $20 credit. Okay? I don't want a credit. I want you guys to work it out. Okay? I need this. We need this. You know whose side I'm taking here? The side of the people. We have Texas, Ohio State happening this weekend. And by the way, it's week 1 of college football, and you guys are playing a game of grab ass because you can't figure it out, an agreement. Figure it out. Figure it out. I've waited all summer for this. I need the Horns and Buckeyes at noon. In fact, I made my plans yesterday. As a matter of fact, about 2 hours ago, just before I came in, I ordered a T-shirt, a Texas T-shirt, specifically for this game. And because I procrastinated, we're not talking about that, I had to pay extra shipping to get it here in time. And I'm wearing that shirt and I'm watching this game because you guys are going to go in a room and figure it out. Don't send me this email late last night and freak me out for no reason. I waited all summer for this. Figure it out.
I want to know what this T-shirt looks like because I hang out with a lot of like moms. So I imagine like this like sparkly in Comic Sans, like Etsy shop T-shirt, which I know that's not what it is. I'm sure it's very masculine. But I just had that quick thought. But also like they can't keep yanking our chain right before these big sports events.
Yeah.
Because like, can I sue for emotional distress? The fact that they did this before March Madness, Now they're doing this before football season. Like, what's next? The Masters? Like, I don't even want to put it in the universe because now they're probably going to do that. I'm like, oh, we need to renegotiate with CBS Sports again. This is terrible. Like, YouTube TV, you're skating on thin ice. And here's the problem is that everybody is going to like these new streaming things because I think part of the problem is it sounds like Fox is trying to start its own platform. Like, did you read further into this email? Oh, yeah. It's not great. Like, ESPN started something nonsensical that I think a lot of companies are going to try to do. Like, I don't know when we're going to have a full circle moment of going back to cable TV where it's like, hey, getting everything a la carte sucks. I wonder if there's a way that we can prevent this. Back to cable. So I don't know. It feels like a dangerous road we're going down.
Well, I just want you to know that my shirt says I'm a man's man in sequins. And it's really, that's why it's, I paid the extra money for shipping because it's going to be handmade. Obviously, I only get my shirts off of Etsy. So I'm excited about it. I'm very excited. And I'll probably put, some oil stains or something, rough it up a little bit. I don't want it to look too new when I show up at the party on Saturday.
You can cut the sleeves. You can do those little fringy things.
I only wear sleeveless stuff. Only sleeveless. The only reason I wear sleeves on this show is because Andrew makes me. Otherwise, forget it. It would be tank tops and cut off shirts.
Yeah, sun's out, guns out, baby. And I think the weather's supposed to be great this week. All right, so we do have football starting this week, and we do have football starting in the ACC. I understand that everybody wants to talk about the SEC and the Big Ten, but the ACC certainly has some contenders as well, especially at the top. A lot of people really like Clemson this year, and they are your favorites to win the ACC at -110. Win total 9.5. I do think there are maybe 3 or 4 other teams that can contend with Clemson. Miami is 4-1 this year. We know they have Carson Beck. We know they had a great squad last year, but huge questions on their defense, which they're saying, hey, we revamped our defense. We went to the transfer portal. Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. I feel like every team says this every single year. Louisville's supposed to be good again this year as well. Plus 750. They've got Miller Moss coming over from USC at quarterback. SMU, a team that played in the college football playoff just a year ago, is plus 850. Win total of 8.5. And then some people are high on Georgia Tech. They're 12-1 and a win total of 7.5. Remember, they went to Dublin last year and won in a thriller, I believe, against, Florida State. So they started their season off great last year. I think that's probably the contenders for me. I don't think I can really make a case for anybody else in the ACC. Jenks, is there anybody else you want to throw in the contenders category?
No, I'm looking. I think SMU is sort of interesting. And I can give you a few reasons why. Like Rhett Lashley, I think, is a hell of a head coach. And Kevin Jennings really came on at the end of last year before just losing his mind in that Penn State game. I remember that vividly because I thought SMU can keep this within the number. And then Jennings he just didn't know what he was doing. He just couldn't handle the crowd noise. Wasn't a good performance from him, even though he is a good quarterback. And they got some interesting guys in the portal who can catch passes out of the backfield. TJ Harden out of UCLA. They'll put up a ton of points. They're fun to watch. But the problem is they're just not Clemson. Like, Clemson really is far and away the best program in this conference, which everyone knows. They might win it all. Like, I'm big on Clemson this year. And they have so much talent back. Like, Kate Klubnik could win the Heisman. There's no question about it. At receiver, they got Antonio Williams back. They have Bryant Westco Jr. back. Tyler Brown is there. So he's got, I believe, 3 of his top 4 starters from last year. Most of that offensive line is back. And then on the defensive line, they have some studs as well, particularly TJ Parker, who is just one of the best players in the country. I mean, at every level, Clemson looks like a national title contender. So at -110, I have to say, I kind of don't mind that price. I don't see anyone catching Clemson. I'm surprised you're not paying more minus money, which kind of sounds strange when you're talking about winning a conference, but they really are far and away better than everyone else.
Right, and I think their schedule kind of lines up for it. I will say if you're high on Clemson to win the national championship, you should probably do it before the first game of the season because it is a big one to start the year against LSU. And I think this is an important point to make when you're talking about futures. Timing is everything. Like, I understand we're doing a season preview because the season's about to start, But I think some of these bets you need to make sooner rather than later, especially these teams that start the season with a big game. And conversely, you can look at other teams that, maybe you could wait and say, okay, I think they're going to lose their first game of the season because I don't know about you, Jenks, but I have questions about Miami. Like Carson Beck is an entrenched veteran. He's played for forever, it feels like. But I still have big questions about their defense, and they start the season against Notre Dame. So I think I kind of like Notre Dame, even though they are the road team in that situation. So I think if you like Miami, you wait and maybe bet on their win total when it's adjusted after that game. Or I guess you could take the under, but the rest of their schedule, it lines up pretty well. The fact that they play a ton of games in the state of Florida. Like I don't think they leave the state of Florida until October 17th when they play Louisville, but they do play Florida. That should be a tough game. Florida State, I have questions about them, as does everybody else. But if we are talking about quarterbacks and outside of the realm of contenders, keep your eye on Darian Mensah for Duke. He's being paid $4 million a year, and we know that Duke has surprised people before. I'm not saying that they can win the conference. I am just saying that they're a scrappy team that maybe you take the points when they're playing there's the bigger contenders in the conference. I know Haynes King is also somebody who has gotten some headlines at Georgia Tech as well. Jenks, I know you're probably not a Haynes King fan. Didn't he come from Texas A&M?
He did. I used to hate him, but now I really like him a lot. I think he does a great job now.
Yeah. He's cured.
Well, yeah. You got to get people. This is a country of second chances. And I'm like, all right, if you go elsewhere, all right, I like you now. And he's done so much better at Georgia Tech. Like he's really established himself as one of the better players in college football. Very exciting player. Of course, had that huge win last year over Miami. I just want to go back to Miami for a second because I think isn't it Carson Beck? Isn't that the problem with Miami? Which I know it's not the only problem. But last year, their issue was their secondary, where how many games, now you're going to be a Cam Ward fan because he's a Titan. How many games outside of that Georgia Tech one did Cam Ward save the season by making a great play or bringing Miami back late or throwing a deep pass, whatever it was? Like it was a lot of times they would just get involved in shootouts. And it was because they had Cam Ward at quarterback. So they can't afford to do that again, and they tried to address that. They brought in Corey Heatherman from Minnesota to try and revamp that defense, and they brought in a lot of new players. They're going to be really stout on the defensive line. Like, teams are going to have a very hard time running the ball on Miami. But they revamped that secondary, and they're learning a new system, and the secondary was the real weakness last season. So if they get in the same spot this year where teams are able to go deep on them or able to put up points, I'm not really confident that now you have Carson Beck being the guy that needs to lead you back again and again and again, because he'll look great and then all of a sudden, throw sort of this mindless pick.
Yeah, I don't trust Carson Beck that much. I feel like with guys who have trouble throwing interceptions in big moments, like that's something that feels hard to cure for me. Like if you're a bad decision-making quarterback, that's not something that like immediately leaves you after one offseason or a change to a different school. I will say, looking at the quarterbacks in the ACC, it's a pretty good crop, and there's a lot of guys who are returning. So if you look at it from that standpoint, they have a list of like ranking up. Like Cade Klubnik is one of the favorites to win the Heisman, and I think he has a really good shot at winning it. Carson Beck, which we just discussed, I don't know about that. Kevin Jennings, who has a good track record with the exception of a few playoff games. Haynes King. We go to Miller Moss, who's played like it feels like 15 seasons. And then Darian Mensah at Duke. So I know it doesn't have the depth of the SEC, but I do think there's some wild cards here because we know if you have a good quarterback in college, it can cure a lot of problems. It feels like, those advertisements for, what is it, Flex Seal, where he puts like the sticker on the water. Yes. Like we've seen this. Yeah. Like in college football, if you have a great quarterback, it can cure a lot of problems, like we saw with Cam Ward last year. Yeah. So I do think that there are a few teams that could maybe contend, but in the end, I do think the team that goes to the college football playoff out of the ACC is Clemson. Do we see another team going to the college football playoff? Do you think the ACC can get two teams in?
Maybe by virtue of the fact that I feel like this conference is a little top heavy. But then again, maybe
Yeah.
it's not. But it kind of is, really. I mean, you got Clemson, Miami, Louisville, SMU, and then there's a drop, right? Like Georgia Tech might be kind of a dark horse, I guess. Florida State has fallen off in a big way, which is just crazy. I mean, a couple of years ago, they were just gangbusters, and here they are sitting at 25-1 with a win total of 6.5. Like, what a fall. But because it's sort of top-heavy, then, it's not the strongest conference. So I think you probably could see a Miami or Louisville, maybe an SMU, one of those teams slip in as one of the lower seeds.
Yeah, I think I'm also going to take the win total for Clemson over 9.5. We didn't even discuss Dabo Swinney used to be on top of the mountaintop of best coaches in college football. I still think he is a great coach. All right, coming up next, switching gears to baseball, our favorite daily plays on the slate come your way next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is Tuesday, August 26th, here on the show. And in a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays of the day. So Labor Day weekend's coming up, which I'm excited because, Jenks, I believe we both have Labor Day off.
Yeah.
But I am a little sad that summer's over. But, man, can I not wait to decorate my stoop. Christian Girl Autumn is almost in full effect. So let me ask, is Catherine super into, like, decorating and homemaking and fall as I am?
I wouldn't say she's into fall, but she is on a roll right now. Like on a roll, because I told you we were sort of redoing our bedroom. Not redoing, it just needed to be done. And
refreshed.
so we got, it needed to be refreshed for sure. So we had the paint done, we got the curtains in, we have the bedding in, we ordered a picture or two to go above the bed. So Catherine has been like on a roll where like she'll be working because she's working from home for the next couple of weeks, and then she'll disappear. I'm like, what? Where'd she go? And then I go upstairs and she's reorganizing the closet. And then she's downstairs working. I go in the kitchen, whatever. I'm working on the show. I turn around. We're in the same office. She's gone. I go upstairs. She's looking at whether the bedding matches the curtains the way she wants it to. So she's just in the zone right now, like completely in the zone. We got a rug that we ordered. We're going to put that down. Anyway, so I was like, honey, we are going to finish it this week. She's like, I'm just so ready. We're so close. I was like, we're going to get it done. But yeah, right now, not fall, but as far as like sort of redecorating or finishing this project, yeah, she's right there.
I feel like home decorating and like interior design is one of those hobbies that once you get into it, it's very easy to lose yourself and be like, money is no object. I really want this cabinet. Like, I feel like that has to be like one of the best influencer jobs to have, because like think of the commissions on the things you sell, like furniture. I don't know when the last time you bought furniture is.
Last week.
Why is it so expensive?
Yeah, it was crazy. Remember I was telling you the story, the guy lifting this furniture up? Crazy expensive. Yeah. So all that came in. Like it's just, it looks like a completely different place, which is great. That's what we wanted. But yeah, it can get pricey really quick. And we looked at each other and we're like, you know, we are saving for a wedding, right? Like we need to do that. So just FYI, we're getting married in April.
We're going to have it on this couch.
Let's just, right. We might be married in the living room at this point. Maybe in this bedroom.
The older I get, the more I realize like the hobbies and things I like require a lot of money. Yes. Like I told you how the algorithm on my Instagram now thinks I'm like reverting back to a horse girl. But like, you talk about expensive hobbies.
Oh, God.
Being a horse person, like horses are not cheap. The upkeep is insane. You have to pay boarding if you don't have somewhere to keep them. And like think about like vet costs for dogs. Like those aren't cheap. Think of what you would pay for a horse doctor. It's way more.
I guess like when I see someone with a horse, I'm like, well, you have a lot of money. And I'm not saying
they have family money.
Yeah, like there's family. If you have a horse, then you know, like I was watching some crime documentary, shocking, and this girl was like, it was Dateline, and the guy was like, so you had your stepfather or your parent here gifted you a horse. She goes, I had 3 horses. And I was like, oh my God, you had 3 horses as a teenager? Yeah. And I was like, okay, a lot of money there. Yeah, I can't even imagine the upkeep.
Yeah, I think I miss the days when like you'd be happy with like, because, like, I have a 5-year-old. So, like, she's happy when we go to the store and I buy her, like, a little toy that's, like, $6. Like, I miss those days. Now, as an adult, like, every cool hobby is expensive. Like, oh, you want to redecorate your house? Oh, it's expensive. Oh, you want to be a horse girl? That's really expensive, too. So, Jenks, the more I look into things, the more I realize that hobby horse girl might have been onto something. Because that's the cheaper way to go. If you can't afford horses, you just get that fake horse that has the long broomstick attached.
Yeah, I tell you what, she figured that out a long time ago. She's like, go ahead, spend that money on those thoroughbreds. I got a stick and a horse, and I'm hopping around, having the time of my life.
The hobby horse. What a weird recurring theme we have on the show, bringing her up. But bless her, she loves what she does. All right, Jenks, let's get to the baseball slate today. And if you are going to be betting on baseball anyway, might as well use a boost token over at BetMGM. Swing big on your next MLB parlay. Use this parlay boost token to score a bigger payout if your baseball parlay hits only at BetMGM. All right, so yesterday I talked about my first impression roses because I'm sure you're like me. You look at the slate and you kind of see, okay, which one kind of speaks to me? So let me ask you today. What were the games that you first investigated? You say, okay, I like this pitching matchup. I like these teams. Who gets the first impression rose for you today?
You know, it's going to be a weird one. I like the first 5 under between the Nationals and the Yankees.
Ooh.
Is that a bad play?
Explain.
Well, so here's the thing. Mackenzie Gore is going for the Nats, and I feel like the only time you can bet the Nationals is if you want to bet on an under or the Nationals to steal some plus money, it has to be when Mackenzie Gore is on the mound. That's it, right? And so he doesn't have a winning record overall or on the road, only 3-6 away from DC. But his ERA on the road, 3.59. The Yankees and their bats, just like we saw against the Red Sox, are just all over the place. Luis Gil, in his sophomore season, was not great early on, but now he's put together a nice string of starts. 4 runs over his last 15 2/3 innings. And the Nationals, not a good team in the first 5. They are bottom 10. So I think even if the Yankees get a couple off Mackenzie Gore, I don't know if the Nats will hit Luis Gil. But does this worry you? It worries me. First 5 number is 5. First 5 under 5 is minus 125. And I feel like whenever we get a 5, it's almost too good to be true.
It's like when a black cat walks in front of you. You're like, uh-oh, what's going on with that? I think some of it is due to the fact that the Yankees have been scoring a lot of runs lately. They scored 10 last night against the Nationals. That game was not close. I think it was 10-0. And then the Nationals scored some later on in the game. Game before that, the Yankees scored 7. I know they looked terrible in those other games against the Red Sox, but maybe there's a little hint of that. But yesterday, the starting pitcher was Brad Lord, who is a far cry from Mackenzie Gore, who I would say is probably the ace of the staff. Like, is he not? Like, I know he's not, like, one of the best pitchers in all of baseball, but at one point, he was leading the league in strikeouts. Like, I don't think that's the case anymore, but he is a solid pitcher. So if there is ever a time to do it, maybe it's today, but it wouldn't get my first impression rose. So, like, I feel like that was kind of a dark horse. I didn't see you going that way. One of my hypotheses would be, okay, are we on the Blue Jays again today? I know the price is a little steep at minus 190. I think I saw this at minus 175 in some other shops, but you'd have to play on the run line or you'd have to go first 5 in some capacity. But Jenks, this is one of your easy winners from yesterday. Are you going to continue to ride the Blue Jays train?
I am. I found them on the money line this morning at minus 166.
Expensive hobbies.
Expensive hobbies. Yeah. It's close. But here's the thing. I think if you take the Blue Jays on the run line, you'll be fine. Right now, that's plus 120. I'm thinking about money line minus 166. I don't know. But here's the thing. You got Bailey Ober going for the Twins. You have Chris Bassett going for Toronto. And Chris Bassett has one of the more interesting splits in all of baseball. On the road, he's unreliable. He has an ERA of 6.10. But when he's at home, he's a stalwart. 8-0 this season, a 2.73 ERA. Bailey Ober has an ERA over 5. And when Bailey Ober takes the mound, the Twins have lost 11 straight games. Blue Jays, money line or run line, I think you have to go with here.
All right, so I found you a minus 160. So I think that's possibly playable. We'll see if it still holds throughout the show, because that's the tricky part, is that our best bets don't come till later in the show. But I think there's a reason we're seeing money come in on Toronto, because I feel like for one of the best teams in baseball, you still get pretty good value on Toronto. I was talking to Jake about this last night, is that I find myself never betting on the Yankees or the Dodgers because they are good teams, but the price is never right on them. I feel like when it comes to the Blue Jays, sometimes the Tigers, and even like a few other teams, that you can still get a good price. The Brewers, like you got plus money on their run line last night. That Toronto's good enough where I feel like they're in the circle of trust for me. At home this year, 43-21. As favorites, 34-25. I think you could probably make a good case for the run line as well. On the run line, they've been really good at home this year, 41-23, which is even more impressive because consider the run line bets for a home favorite. Obviously, you don't play the bottom of the ninth if you're leading. So the fact that they have a winning run line record at home bodes well for Toronto. So I think, if you're interested in some plus money, that is a solid bet for Toronto today against the lackluster Twins, who don't have a great bullpen either. All right, so let's talk about these two games. So we'll start with the Phillies and the Mets. And I was telling you this yesterday. The Phillies have some problem with playing at Citi Field. I don't know what it is, but they are not great when it comes to playing on the road at New York. This is a big divisional series. The Phillies now have, I believe, a 6-game lead after losing last night to the Mets. So I think on first glance, you see this and you say, hey, the Phillies at -115. Luzardo's been great. I know he has a 4.10 ERA, but his last few have been really outstanding. Sean Manaea has not been great for the Mets. I don't know. This one seems fishy to me. Like when you see a price that feels too good to be true, a lot of times it is.
It is, but I might take it. I might add this to the card the more I look at it. I mean, here's the thing. Sean Manaea started off great, and then he has not been good at all. So the Mets have lost his last 5 straight starts, and during that time, he's given up at least 4 runs in 4 of those starts. Like, here are his last 4 appearances. Loss 7-6, loss 7-6, loss 11-9, loss 9-3. He's been getting run support. So if you think the Mets can hit Jesus Luzardo, then maybe the over is the play. You can maybe play this down from 8 and a hook, play it at 8, go over, or maybe you go over 8 and a hook. We saw a big scoring output from both teams yesterday, but it's hard to trust Manaea based on his last 4 outings. I mean, he has just gotten roughed up from everyone from Seattle to the Nationals.
Yeah, I don't know. I think something about yesterday's game just makes me feel uneasy because I was fully ready to trust Christopher Sanchez last night and gave up a 5 spot. So once again, Jesus Luzardo has great numbers coming in. I think I'm going to stay away, even though normally I can be talked into betting the Phillies. Mm-hmm. The Phillies have just not been great. They are 2-5 in their last 7 trips to Citi Field. So maybe it's something about New York. All right, Diamondbacks Brewers here. The Diamondbacks +140, Brewers -170. So we might have to take the run line again if we're interested in Milwaukee. Brandon Pfaadt is 12-8 with a 4.95 ERA. Jacob Mizorowski gets the ball for the Brew Crew. He's 4-2 with a 4.19 ERA. Total of 8.5 runs. So I was on the Brewers on the run line yesterday, and it was very much a sweat. Do I dare to sweat again? Sometimes I feel like when you have a bet that wins but barely, you're like, all right, I shouldn't push my luck. Are you on the Brewers today?
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go – I think I'm going to bet the over is what I'm going to do here. I think I'm going to go over 8. So Brandon Pfaadt has been not great on the road, ERA of 6.50. Now he has to face these Milwaukee bats. And then Mizorowski has been really good, but he hasn't been as good as we saw earlier in the season. Like, I think he absolutely fits that candidate who is starting to slow down a little bit. And it's not – here's the thing. It's not because of wear and tear, because it's not like he's played this full season. We know the whole all-star controversy, like he barely even played. But I do think when you're a younger guy, especially like a guy like that, like he's not accustomed to the wear and tear of a full Major League Baseball season because he's so young. So he's given up 7 runs in his last 7 1/3. That covers a span of 3 games. He hasn't been going long into games. And while I do like Milwaukee, anytime you're playing the Diamondbacks, the over is something to look at because they can hit the ball still, but also their bullpen is so bad. So I can even see Milwaukee tacking on a couple of runs late. I think I'm going to go over 8. Yeah.
I think this is a solid play for the reason that the Diamondbacks still have some good hitters. Like, I know the Diamondbacks are a non-factor in the playoffs this year just because they've been so hurt. But, like, remember going into the season, like, this was supposed to be a contender in the NL West. If you look at their top of the lineup, I was watching this game last night. This is why I noticed it. Their first 2 batters are each hitting .290. Luis Perdomo, Ketel Marte, who is a perennial all-star, was supposed to be on the trade block. Then you have Corbin Carroll, who's starting to heat up. He had 2 hits last night, And here's the thing, Brandon Woodruff, who is a quality pitcher, gave up 5 earned runs to this lineup, who also had all kinds of travel issues before this game. The Diamondbacks didn't get in until like 3 o'clock in the morning, so the fact they still scored 5 runs in this game, I think they can put up some on the Brewers, especially once Jacob Mizorowski comes out of this game, because we've seen it. He's not somebody who goes deep into games, and the bullpen was worn down last night from both sides. So I do like the over there. All right, coming up next, time to speculate wildly about Justin Herbert and Madison Beer. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. We're back for more here at the Daily Tip on a Tuesday. So, Jenks, I feel like there are a few, like, characters in pop culture that kind of tell you how locked in you are to the culture. And Madison Beer is one of those. I had heard of her, but I don't really know what she's famous for. So we're going to get to the rumors involving Madison Beer and Justin Herbert. Are they dating? Are we speculating wildly? Most of us are. But let me ask you, did you know who Madison Beer was?
I'd heard of her name. Like, I knew kind of, I was like, I've heard of her. I was like, she's probably some sort of singer, TikTok star. But if you're asking me, like, could I recognize her? Well, I recognize her now. But had I done a deep dive, or could I tell you a bunch of her music now?
Yeah, I don't know any of her songs. Like, maybe I'm going to have to read up, though, because if she is going to be dating Justin Herbert, then it is now part of our culture in the sports world. So maybe I'll have to do some reading up. So this is the new stir with Chargers fans and, of course, NFL fans, because it could be another power couple to add to the list of Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, Haley Steinfeld, Josh Allen. So photos were snapped of the two who looked like they were going to a friend's house. And it did look like a date because Madison Beer was holding a bottle of wine. And I'm going to say that this is wrong, that TMZ is saying it's a box of chocolates. Because if you zoom in, it is a box of Rumacube. Have you ever played this game? I did a quick Google search. Apparently it is a tile, like, board game. But it's funny because, like, some of the first, like, headlines are Rumacube has a low skill ceiling and involves zero strategy. Perfect for social time with teens. And I was like, great. Should we be reading into this and saying, no, I'm not reading into Justin Herbert and Madison Beer, but, like, is Justin Herbert stupid? But then I did some research, and apparently he graduated with a 401 GPA with a degree in biology. So, Justin Herbert, not stupid.
Well, also, if you're an NFL quarterback at a high level, you got to be smart. If you're reading defenses and you know a playbook and you're able to make adjustments to the line of scrimmage, you know what you're doing. It's probably he does so much thinking and so much studying during the week. He's like, the last thing I want to do is play a board game where I got to think some more. Do you know what I mean? It's like when it's like what I always say on this show, like when you've done something for a long time, sometimes you just need a break from it. It's like I am Commanders later on today, and I don't want to talk football for 45 minutes on the way out there with some stranger. No offense, but we've been talking about it all morning. I'm going to talk about it later. I'll read about it later on. Like, I just want to break for a little bit. So he's probably like, can we just play Go Fish or something like that? You want to play high card? We'll just turn over, you know? Like, don't give me anything that makes me think, because I'm going to do plenty of that later on today.
Well, and plus, if it's like one of their first dates, like, you don't want to play like Dungeons and Dragons or like something that has like a lot of strategy to it. Like,
why not?
Seems,
That's fine. That'd be great.
But like, my point is that doesn't that have a lot of strategy involved?
Yes.
Like, it just feels like there's too much thinking. You want some air to breathe where you guys can have side conversations. You can learn about each other. So now, should we wildly speculate about this relationship? And should we make that leap and say, this will have an impact on how he plays for the Chargers this season? Because you know how people are. Like, this always moves the needle. When athletes are dating fellow celebrities, people like to say either, oh, this guy's going to win MVP, or, oh, this guy's going to be, you know, up his rear end, and, you know, he's not going to be able to think straight, and we're going to blame it all on her. Which thought process do you subscribe to here? Or are you a human being with common sense?
I am a human being with common sense. I think this has zero factor on how he's going to play. Like, if you're talking about Taylor Swift, okay, then maybe that is a little bit different, because there's going to be a level of attention that is hard to fathom, right? Like, you walk into a stadium and it's, oh my God, let's look at her. The cutaways are on her. There's questions about her. There are questions to your teammates about her. It's just a different level of distraction. Here, it's, no offense to Madison Beer, it's, hey, he's dating this really pretty girl who's a singer. Okay. But this is not going to be something that just like dominates headlines and each and every week where like we'll look at it and we'll see it, but it's not so much of a big deal that it will distract him. So I see it as not really anything at all. Like he's an NFL quarterback. I'm not stunned he's dating an attractive woman.
Yeah, like it makes a lot of sense. He also makes a lot of money. But I think that we have seen proof that if you want to keep your social life somewhat private, you can. Mm-hmm. Like the only reason we found out about Joe Burrow's girlfriend is because there was a break-in at his house. And he went as far to say, "Oh, that's my employee." You're like, "Oh, you employ a model?"
Good for you.
At your house.
Yeah.
But Justin Herbert's super private. Like, I feel like we don't really know that much about him. And I don't know if you follow the Chargers social media, but, like, they try to do all this stuff with him, and you can tell he's just not into it. So I think he's just a shy guy, and I would not expect to see, like, a huge social, like, debacle or, like, show about this supposed relationship.
Well, not at all. Now, that would become a distraction. Like, the last thing you want is to be an NFL quarterback and have a reality show, or someone following you around. That would absolutely take away from the work that you want to do, because at some point you realize the cameras are on you, or you need to do certain things, or sometimes you have to reshoot things. I mean, let's be honest, not all reality shows are just one take and that's the way it is. Sometimes they want you to redo things, and there is some sort of planning involved, but I don't see that happening at all.
Well, it's not even for a reality show. It's for like their social media team where they're like, "Hey, Justin, we're asking everybody like their favorite childhood memories." Like, I don't want to talk about it. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's not even a reality show. It's like very quick hitters that the social media team is simply trying to do their job. And you're just like, "No, thanks."
Poor guy. He's like, "Come on, just throw us a bone here. Throw us a bone here, Justin." He's like, "I'd rather go look at some tape. Can you just give us a go Bolts? Go Bulls." Like, no, you got to, can you enunciate it, please? Like, I like Justin Herbert a lot. I think he's a hell of a quarterback. And so I mean, I know it comes to the territory, but I think there's this misnomer that just because you are great at something, you want the attention to come with it. I mean, some guys sort of bask in that. They love the spotlight. They don't mind it, and they absorb it. And some guys are like, "No, I love playing football. This is what I want to do, and I'm not really a big fan of all of this other stuff that comes with it." Joe Burrow is definitely that way, and I feel like Justin Herbert comes across the same way.
Yeah, even though Joe Burrow has like a little bit of that flashiness to him. Like, he bought the Batmobile and he goes to Paris Fashion Week. Like, I feel like Justin Herbert's not really like that. Like, he doesn't have like a flashy side to him. He feels like a salt of the earth guy, because I don't really know that much about him. And he is one of the premier quarterbacks in the NFL. All right, so we did have some trades over the last day, over the last 24 hours, and we had some former quarterbacks going to, or not former player, well, let me rephrase that. Quarterbacks who used to play for other teams that are now finding their landing spot somewhere else. So let me ask you, which of these moves was more questionable? The Raiders trading for Kenny Pickett, the Eagles trading for Sam Howell, or the Vikings signing Carson Wentz? I feel like there is a clear winner here for the most questionable move, but we'll see what you say.
I think it's the Eagles trading for Sam Howell. Like, what am I missing here? Denton, am I missing something? Like, I will say there was a time, it was a very short time in the preseason here, where it was like, Sam Howell's the guy. Sam Howell's going to be the guy. I mean, you talk about just like holding on to hope just for hope's sake. You're like, I think he's the guy. And then the regular season hit, and you're like, oh, he's not the guy. He's not. He holds on to the football way too long. I do not like Kenny Pickett. At least has some sort of game management experience. Carson Wentz is okay. You're getting a veteran backup, a guy who can come in case of injury, who's been there, done that. Sam Howell, I just do not understand. You're trading for him? For him.
Right, yeah.
That's the thing. If you're like, we signed him, we'll throw him in the practice squad or whatever, or maybe he can be a third stringer. But trading for him is something I don't get. Maybe you feel like he's some sort of reclamation project that maybe, but why would you spend that sort of capital or any time on someone who is not a starter in the National Football League? I mean, they have Jalen Hurts. I don't understand it. Do you?
I don't either because Tanner McKee also had a great preseason, like at least the game that I saw. So they already have like another quarterback on the roster, Tanner McKee. So I don't know why you would trade for somebody unless you didn't have faith in Tanner McKee, which, maybe you don't. But it also was interesting to me that people are still signing Carson Wentz. Like in this economy, like the verbiage also matters here because I think you're right. When you trade for somebody, it means a little bit more. So, like, nobody was trading for Carson Wentz. They simply signed him. But, like, man, how long is this going to go on? I have lost all faith in Carson Wentz, and I think most people have. But you're right. He's an NFL veteran. He's played for a ton of teams. And he does have a good command of, like, managing a offense. And that's why I think the move for the Raiders trading for Kenny Pickett is not surprising because they said something in a press conference to the effect of, hey, we're going to go look for a quarterback that has some experience that can make our team better. So, like, obviously Kenny Pickett was one of those, speculative quarterbacks that they were going to go out and get. So it makes a lot of sense. And, of course, Geno Smith is going to be the starter. So I don't think any of these moves really in the long run matter too much. Right. But we say this all the time, and quarterbacks get hurt all the time. So backup quarterbacks, I think, matter more than people want them to matter in the NFL.
Oh, they absolutely do. I know when you see a Carson Wentz, you're like, oh, my God, like, what are you doing? But he's not signed to be your starter. Would you rather have Spencer Rattler? No. Would you rather
Let me think about it. No.
Would you rather have Will Levis? Would you rather have
healthy?
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's like, would you rather have Davis Mills? So if you're maybe. But ultimately, this is and when you have a veteran, like honestly, when you have a rookie like a J.J. McCarthy or who a second-year player like J.J. McCarthy, having a veteran who's probably a good locker room guy who can learn the offense and sort of be a nice veteran guide there and also be a nice fill-in in that second spot, I think there's value there as long as you're not giving up anything. So I have no issue with that.
Yeah, I think every team should have at least one veteran quarterback on the roster. If nothing else, just to teach the young guys, what to expect. And I will say that's the one thing the Saints don't have. Jake Haener, Tyler Shuck, Spencer Rattler. Once again, nightmare blunt rotation for the Saints. They could use Carson Wentz. All right, coming up next here on the show, we'll go through the biggest headlines in the NFL, including Terry McLaurin finally getting paid. That's next here on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates. Because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go. It is the final hour of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Coming up, it is finally over. Terry McLaurin signs with the Washington Commanders, and Trey Hendrickson agrees to a deal with the Bengals. So now we're just waiting on Micah Parsons and the Cowboys. We will talk about that in mere moments. And then coming up in 20 minutes, more on the Terry McLaurin contract situation with Kevin Sheehan from the Kevin Sheehan Show here in D.C. at the Team 980. Donkster Best Bets coming your way in just 40 minutes. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can check us out on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Oh, man. I am so glad this story is done because we cover the Commanders here in D.C. Denton does all the time. I'm doing it all the time. We've talked about it here on this show. And then yesterday, I was chatting with Joe O and Sammy P on Bet Sweats, and we thought this has got to get done soon, right? And then right after that, it does. Terry McLaurin signing with the Commanders. 3-year deal worth $96 million, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Tom Pelissero from the NFL Network says Terry is getting a signing bonus of $30 million. So at first this was a holdout, then it was a hold in, and Terry was kind of lurking around the practice field in his hoodie. You knew he wanted to be out there, and we don't have these specific details yet, but it looks like both sides finally decided it was time to come to an agreement.
Yeah, and they kept their sanity in the process. Like, see, it can be done, Dallas Cowboys. You don't have to come to personal blows between the owner and the player that you're negotiating with. So I feel like this is a great way where both sides kind of had some things go their way. With Terry McLaurin, obviously he got his deal, and, you know, they went over the details where you were talking about this, where the ownership didn't want to just be like, hey, okay, we'll give you whatever you want. You've been a great player for us. We know you've been here through the bad times and the good. You still have to look at the books over the next 5 years. You can't just be handing out money because that's how you give out bad contracts. And Terry McLaurin is not a young pup like he used to be. So who do you think the winner is of this? Like, is there a winner and loser, or do you think both sides like came out of this looking pretty good?
Yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it, where, I mean, we don't have the details as far as guaranteed money goes. I feel like if Terry was trying to get more than DK Metcalf, I don't think that's something the Commanders were going to do, and that's been reported numerous times. I feel like he didn't get to that level. But ultimately, this was enough for him to re-sign. So I feel like ultimately, once we look at where this ends up being, when we take all the factors into account, my guess it would be around $28 million per. But I think this is just a win for both sides. This is just part of doing business in the NFL. I think the strange thing here is that it hasn't been a part of doing business with the Commanders in such a long time. Like, this is just a new era for this team and this franchise, be it with the ownership or Dan Quinn or Jaden Daniels. And because of that, because things are run in a way in which we're not accustomed to, that, you know, things like this, which weren't really a part of the franchise's recent history, or something that we're having to grow accustomed to. Like, yeah, this is business in the NFL. You have a star player. He wants to get paid, and so this is part of it. It makes you nervous. You get worried about it. Maybe it plays out longer than you want it to, but in the end, it usually comes together. And it's also what happens when you have a front office that knows what it's doing. Like, I always wanted Terry to get paid. There's no question. But I did not want it to be at the sacrifice of building something, because Terry deserved his money, no question. But also to a point, because you're looking at a team now with a franchise quarterback that is trying to win championships, as opposed to being a team that, maybe they'll make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's kind of champagne problems. The fact that, like, the time is now.
Yes.
Like, that's why he had some leverage, and that's why there were negotiations in this, because the Commanders know that this is their window to win championships. I know Jaden Daniels is still very young, but the fact that he is still on a rookie deal is so helpful to balance the books for the rest of the team. We've seen it with other teams that go, to pretty great lengths, to maybe playing in a Super Bowl with younger quarterbacks, because you get to pay other people around the quarterback. So that's why Terry McLaurin had some sort of leverage in this. And also the fact that we have used the word security blanket. Maybe that's like a little too strong in this situation. But when your number one receiver for your young quarterback, there are question marks surrounding if he's going to stay with the team. That's not great for your quarterback who is hoping to take the next step in his progression this year, and especially with the Commanders team that doesn't have a ton of depth at receiver. This was a big deal for the offense. This was a big deal for the city. This was a big deal for Jaden Daniels as well.
And they don't have a receiver like him, Like you say, okay, you got Deebo Samuel, but Deebo is not a guy who is going to catch a ton of deep balls. That is what Terry McLaurin does. Deebo Samuel is a guy who obviously can run the ball. He's a guy who can catch passes, but he's more of a jack of all trades. He's a Swiss Army knife. And then you have Noah Brown, who's still coming back from injury. And that was a bigger problem, too, which started to sort of rear its head during training camp, and maybe a little bit during the preseason. But then again, Jaden Daniels didn't throw a pass during this preseason. Like when he actually played, it was just a few running plays. They scored, and they got him out of there. And he looked great. But you could see at times during practice where that lack of depth was a real problem, where you just don't. And even now it's a problem. That's the thing, because behind those top three guys, they're still kind of jockeying for someone who's going to step up in that receiver room. So that made it even more pertinent for these two sides to come to an agreement. And also, when you talk about chemistry, there's no doubt that Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin developed a chemistry, and that's a real thing, where you don't necessarily have to communicate everything because you know each other so well via just small looks. It could be a wink, it could be a look, it could be a word or two. It's really amazing. Yeah, like, how you doing? But I swear to God, I've talked with Smoot about this when we do our podcast together, and how he and Sean Springs used to play together, and they would talk about how sometimes it was just a look. I was like, tell me about really knowing. So he goes, it got to the point where if we saw a certain alignment or we recognized something on film, I knew it was happening. He knew it was happening. We both knew the adjustments that we needed to make, and we would lock eyes, and we both knew, okay, this is what we're doing here. And that goes for the offensive side as well, where sometimes okay, you know what this is, right? And you don't even have to say anything. So there's a real chemistry there that develops between players that is something it's not really tangible. Like, it's hard to sort of, well, what does that look like? Sometimes you just know, when you're around someone. And so that's something that is, you can't really put a price on that. I mean, you can and you need to, but that's a big part of another reason why the Commanders really needed to sign Terry here. So I'm glad they did.
Yeah, it's like me at Starbucks. They already know my order, because there's continuity there, and they know exactly what I like. So although we will never relate to quarterback receiver, continuity, like, we see this in every walk of life. Sure. Like here on the show, like, me and you have been working together so long that I feel like I can read your facial cues and be like, okay, he's almost done talking, or he's done talking, whatever. So I think you can apply this to anywhere in life, and it's big. So now that it feels like, correct me if I'm wrong, this feels like this was the biggest question mark for the Commanders, and now that it is now a period instead of a question mark, are we ready to put down some money on the Commanders? So, Jenks, let me tell you, let me spin some at you. The Commanders to win the NFC, 9-1. And you know how my brain works, is that I think if you can even get to the NFC Championship game, you got one side of the coin at 9-1, and you've got great hedging opportunities. So what is the ceiling for you when it comes to the Commanders? Are you willing to put some money down on them to win the NFC? Are you willing to put some money on them to win the Super Bowl?
I honestly think they're maybe a year or two away, if we're being honest. The schedule's going to get tougher this year, and they're not going to surprise anybody, because that's a different thing too. Playing Washington in the past, it wasn't an easy dub, but they didn't exactly stand out on the schedule, right? Now it's different, because now they know, other teams know, okay, well, now we have a legitimate team that we're going to have to deal with, a team that's going to be a problem for a long time with their quarterback alone and their coaching alone. I do have some concerns on the defensive side of the football. They got to learn to stop the run, and we didn't see it last year, particularly late in games. Didn't see it really in the preseason. Yeah, I know it's the preseason, but I think it's a real problem. So maybe that works itself out during the season. And also the NFC is really tough, right? I mean, Eagles, you're talking about the defending champions. The Lions were almost there. The Niners, I'm not necessarily sure I believe in the Niners, but there's no question they have talent. I think the Rams are going to be undervalued a little bit. So with the NFC being so very competitive, I'm not going to be so quick as to say they made the NFC Championship, now they're going to make the Super Bowl. Is it a possibility? Sure. But also, they're going to face more hurdles than they did in the past. And also, even though you make your own luck, and not the end of every game was luck, everything that could have gone right at the end of games last year went right for this team. And isn't always something that is the case. I think they're going to be very good. A bet I like better is, since we're talking about Terry McLaurin, if you look at his regular season touchdown total, it's set at 6.5. And I just think that's criminally low. I understand Debo is there now, so maybe he takes away some of the touchdowns, and Cliff Kingsbury wants to spread around the football. But Terry had 13 last year. Again, he's the deep threat in this offense, and I can see him getting over 6.5 pretty easily. So that's the bet I really like. I wouldn't mind a sprinkle on the Commanders to win the NFC, but I need to see a little bit more as opposed to a one-season sample size.
Well, if you can't stop the run, that's not great when, like, the returning biggest threat is the Eagles.
Yes.
You know, like, if you can't stop the run, that's not great.
It's a problem.
It's
it just is.
That offensive line. Let me ask you this. There's an interesting bet over at BetMGM. You can pick the winning division of the Super Bowl. So the NFC East is 4-1. You get the Eagles and the Commanders. Obviously, there's some other, great options where you look at the AFC West, where you've got the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Chargers, hell, even the Raiders. I know some people are high on that.
Yeah.
But I think the NFC East has two great contenders. Like, maybe look at the NFC North. Like, the more I look at these bets, the more that I am, thinking about some other ones. But do you think the NFC East reigns supreme once again?
It's going to be isn't it going to be the NFC East and the AFC West? Isn't that going to be the competition between the best two divisions in football? It feels that way. A lot of people are high on the Raiders, which is kind of crazy to me. I don't really see that. I will say this. If you're looking at the East, the Eagles are the Eagles. The Commanders are obviously better. I think Jaden Daniels at 7-1 to win MVP might be worth a look, honestly, because he's going to take the next step, especially because he has more tools in that toolbox. And also, I think the Giants are kind of trending in the right direction. They're not going to stun anybody. What I'm saying is this. They built themselves an incredible defensive line, and I think they have something in Jackson Dart. So at least for the first time, they're not going to be an easy out. Let me put it that way. And plus, the Giants always play the Commanders well. They have for years. It's just a tough division. The Cowboys are, what's going to happen with the Cowboys? They're going to be very middle of the road. But I think I don't think the Cowboys are going to do anything in the playoffs. But if you're talking about competitive divisions, I think the NFC East might be it. So at 4-1, when you're talking about Eagles Commanders right there, yeah.
I think especially because, I'm not looking at the depth of the division. I'm looking at, who can truly win a Super Bowl? What top-end talent is there? Because as much as I'm looking at the AFC West, the only team that I really can envision winning a Super Bowl is the Chiefs. I still think the Broncos are maybe a year away. Do you think Bo Nix wins a Super Bowl this year?
No.
I don't know.
Not yet.
I think
they're getting there,
maybe
though.
The AFC North, because you get the Ravens. I don't think the Steelers can win a Super Bowl. I don't think the Bengals can win a Super Bowl. So maybe
that's what I mean.
You just bet on the Ravens.
Yeah. Exactly. Because I feel like the Bengals they've got to do something with that defense, and they just haven't. And Hendrickson helps. There's no question about that. But even with them last year, they weren't great. So, if you're going to, why grab the AFC North when you can just grab the Ravens instead? Whereas with the NFC East, I think you could make a case for the Eagles. You could make a case for the Commanders. The NFC North, what am I missing there? You know what I feel like? I feel like when it comes to the NFC North, see a lot of people on the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy has not played a regular season snap in the National Football League. And I feel like, and I know their defense has been exceptional. They've also been fortunate not to have suffered any injuries over the past couple years. But I'm not banking on a division or a team where I haven't seen your quarterback play a down of regular season football at all.
God, some people would like burn you at the stake for that take. People love J.J. McCarthy.
I know.
Like, Vikings fans love him. So we'll see. I'm like you. I'm still a little skeptical.
Yeah, and look, he may be great, but that's a heavy load to carry. Like, you're immediately going to be great, and you haven't even seen the field yet outside of the preseason. Coming up next, we've given you the nuts and bolts, but now let's bring in someone who is a radio legend here in D.C., Kevin Sheehan, to talk about the Terry McLaurin deal. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us on a Tuesday. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up, the Commanders lock up Terry McLaurin. But what does it mean for the rest of their season? We're going to bring in the great Kevin Sheehan from the Kevin Sheehan Show here on the Team 980 in D.C. and talk about it. Aren't you just glad this story is over? I know as a Commanders fan, I'm just like, oh, thank God. It's been going on. It's like the Trey Hendrickson thing. My God. Like the Micah Parsons thing, these contract negotiations drag out for so long, and they're fascinating. There's no question about it. But after a while, like how many more things can you say about this guy means a lot to his team, and ownership isn't really budging, and now he wants to be traded. It's just like rinse and repeat again and again. And on the football field, look, the Commanders needed Terry back, but after a while, you sort of get exhausted with the whole process.
Well, at least this one was like in the world of like common sense and logic.
Fair.
Like I like talking about that one way more than what we've got going on with the circus with the Cowboys. Like every day there's a new Jerry Jones soundbite that you're like, is this really true? Probably not. So at least the Commanders handled this like real world people with common sense and logic. So I will hand it to the Commanders in that sense.
Yeah, they definitely handled it the right way. And the best part about it all is now, with about a week and a half until that season opener against the Giants, we can put this behind us and focus on football. So let's do that and bring in Kevin Sheehan, host of the Kevin Sheehan Show on the Team 980, also host of the Kevin Sheehan Show podcast. Kevin, good morning. We really appreciate the time. And let me ask you, I mean, look, you're a local legend here in D.C. You cover the Commanders again and again and again, going back to the Redskins days. So how glad are you to finally have a little bit of a resolution here for a contract dispute that I don't think anyone thought would drag out for this long?
Well, you know the market, Mike, and it's always about something, you know, all season long. And this was the first summer that you kind of went into with real expectations and no real controversies. You know, there's no quarterback conversation, which is an annual. And it actually, you know, gave us something to talk about for a while. But it did grow very old and tiresome. And I still think there's some stuff left in this. It's going to be interesting to see what this deal really looks like when it comes out. I'm interested in that stuff. I know it's not for everybody. But, yeah, it's good to have him in the, you know, under contract. He was going to have to play anyway. There's no possible way he could have sat out at 30 years old in the last year of his deal. And this is going to be a really good football team offensively again.
I feel like people always want to label a winner and a loser of things. Maybe that's, you know, being a part of the sports world. But do you think there is a winner and a loser here? Like, who won these negotiations?
Well, I mean, I think we'll find out when we see the deal. You know, the agent put out the average annual and the years, and what was, you know, very much missing and was obvious was the guaranteed dollars, and I think that'll say a lot. But yeah, I mean, I think when you've invested in conversation after conversation to the point of exhaustion, you'd like to see how kind of the movie played out rather than just being told, hey, it happened, it's over. So I'm interested in the details. I think a lot of fans are too. But, yeah, I mean, who won, who lost? The team won. The fan base won because Terry's going to presumably play in a much sort of happier environment for him. Hopefully he feels like the deal he got was respectful and appreciative of what he is as a player and what he's going to provide going forward. And, you know, again, I think he was going to play anyway. He was going to have to, but this is a much better situation for the team, the fan base. I think they're going to be really good on offense.
Kevin, can you sort of put in perspective for the national audience here what Terry means to this franchise? Because it's different than a Micah Parsons. It's different than a Trey Hendrickson, because those guys are, not that they aren't loved by the fan bases, but it's really about production. And here, it's a little different with Terry because he's stuck with this team before the change in ownership and really the change in this franchise. Yeah,
I mean, I think Terry, first of all, is a really good wide receiver. Secondly, he's been a really good statesman for this franchise, spokesperson for this franchise. He's comfortable that way. He is not the typical receiver. He's the typical receiver. There's no diva in him at all. And during these very dark years, and you're familiar with them, he was certainly one of the brightest lights. But I think it was hard during some of those years to see anything great, through the last, 3 or 4 Snyder years, where all of the focus was pretty much on what was going on off the field more than it was on the field. But Terry is first-rate, first-class, a culture setter, and has been a very good player.
All right, so I've noticed a couple times in this interview already you've said they're going to be really good on offense. Is there a reason you're not saying the whole team? What are your thoughts on their defense?
I mean, last year they were not a very good defensive team. They were horrific against the run. And it speaks to just how great Jaden Daniels was, that week in and week out, he basically strapped the team to his back and carried them to victories, many times in kind of walk-off fashion. But this was a team that was, porous against the run. They were not great overall in getting off the field. And that's the concern, is they're going to play on paper a much tougher schedule, much better quarterbacks on paper right now, the way it looks. A slew of outstanding running backs in running teams. And they've got to be improved defensively if they're going to match what they did last year, which is have a legitimate chance to go deep into January. And I think that is now an expectation that we're not used to around here. It's been a long time, but the expectation is, double-digit wins and a chance to win a few playoff games and make a run at a Super Bowl. And I think that only takes place if they ended up improving themselves defensively. And I think that there's hope that they did. They added new players. They got bigger up front with Javon Kinlaw. And, I think look at Daron Payne without John Allen this year. I think there's a chance he has a big year in what is almost a borderline contract year for him. But that's the mystery. The offense is not a mystery. They should be great offensively as long as Five's on the field. Defensively, they've got to be better against the run in particular.
We're talking with Kevin Sheehan from the Kevin Sheehan Show on the Kevin Sheehan Show on Team 980. Also hosts the Kevin Sheehan Show podcast. Kevin, I hear this a lot from fans who, are not Washington fans, which is, well, what about a sophomore slump? What about what we saw from C.J. Stroud? Why does that not happen with Jaden Daniels?
I just don't see a flaw, Michael. I mean, he literally is a rookie, strapped the team to his back and took him to an NFC championship game, the 6th rookie quarterback in NFL history to do it, and the only one to do it where the offense was the reason they got there. And the quarterback was the reason they got there. He throws the ball well deep. He throws the ball well in the intermediate range. He throws the ball with great timing, with great touch. He is obviously one of the 2 or 3 best playmaking quarterbacks in the league off schedule as a runner, both as a designed runner, option runner, and then, in a scramble situation. Last year, I'm not sure I've ever seen, other than maybe Vic and Lamar, a better scrambler off schedule. There just isn't anything you can point to. And we've talked a lot about it on the show. It's like, what are we going to say this year when he does something that surprises us? Nothing will. That's the answer, is that we're not going to say at any point this year, oh, my God, thank God he really improved that, because he wasn't very good at that as a rookie. He was great at everything as a rookie, not to mention just the clutch gene and the clutch factor of delivering over and over again with the game on the line. So, I don't know. Dan Marino's best year was his second year. You look at Josh Allen after his first year of starting, his second year was spectacular. There are a lot of examples of, outstanding rookie quarterbacks who didn't decline in year 2. And the truth is, with Stroud, he was decent last year. The O-line struggled. They still won 10 games in a playoff game at home against the Chargers.
Right. Can you make a case for Jaden Daniels to win MVP, though, because I've heard all the gushing, and I agree with you. Jaden Daniels, so fun to watch, but I think as far as numbers go, you got to have those eye-popping stats. Like last year, Jaden Daniels, 25 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Lamar Jackson had 41 touchdowns and 4 picks, and he didn't even win the MVP. Do you think Jaden Daniels is capable of putting up those type of numbers?
I do, but I also agree with you. Like, I think that there will be quarterbacks ahead of him that will put those eye-popping numbers up, and you're going to have to look at the, entire context of his performance, because it'll be a combination of 3,500 to 4,000 passing yards and 600 plus rushing yards and a bunch of touchdowns on the ground and a bunch of late game wins potentially if he duplicates what he did last year. But I do think he can win it. We've certainly seen a guy last year. What did he finish? 6th or 7th in the voting, 8th or 9th, whatever it was. He's a candidate. I wouldn't make him the favorite, but he's certainly a candidate.
Kevin, when you look at this team, what's the one thing that maybe worries you the most? Is it the defensive line? Is it maybe the lack of depth at receiver because they haven't really had anyone step up? They want Luke McCaffrey to be that guy, but he hasn't done it. What's the one area where you think, okay, this could be a problem?
Yeah, it's defense. I mean, it's are they going to be improved? Last year, they weren't good enough. It really showed up in the NFC Championship game when Philadelphia could have named their number. The number was 55, but if they had needed 65, they would have been able to get it. And I think it starts with, up front and the ability to stop the run in their front seven. And we'll see, early on. I mean, they're going to get Josh Jacobs in week 2. They're going to get the kid Genty. They're going to get Bijan Robinson early. There are going to be some really good backs that they face and some decent offensive football teams that are balanced. So we'll get an early read on whether or not they're improved. But it's not that I'm majorly concerned. I just think it's a complete mystery. Defense tends to be variable year to year, for no rhyme nor reason. A bad defense one year becomes much better the following year, and you can't really identify sometimes why. Year 2 in this system should help, and additions like Kinlaw and even a guy like Von Miller, Trey Amos is a rookie corner who they have high hopes for in his rookie year. Hopefully the personnel's better as well.
All right, we got a couple minutes left here, but so this will have to be a little tight. But what's the ceiling for the Commanders this year?
The Super Bowl. That's the ceiling. They're good enough. They have the best quarterback in the NFC. When you've got the best quarterback in your conference, you've got a chance to go to the Super Bowl. So I think that is – I've never been this optimistic in 20 years of doing this. It's always been how can we get to like 9-7 and backdoor our way into a wild card. But – they've got the best quarterback in the NFC. You can certainly make that argument, and that's the most important position in the sport, and that gives them a chance to win and win in January.
Check him out as host of the Kevin Sheehan Show on the Team 980, also host of the Kevin Sheehan Show podcast. It is Kevin Sheehan. Kevin, great stuff this morning. Thank you so much for being with us.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
I like hearing that. I mean, I try to temper, I try to be realistic. When I look at my favorite teams, and obviously the Commanders are right up there. But, man, when I hear someone who follows the team as much, if not more than I do, someone who has been in D.C. and done fantastic work for years, say Super Bowl, got to admit, get a little tingly.
I've seen this story before, though. Like, I have fallen in love with a team with a really great quarterback, but people said, hey, maybe you shouldn't trust their defense. Maybe their defense has some flaws. Jenks, how many times have I put down money on the Bengals? Because it feels similar. Maybe the defense isn't the level of bad that the Bengals are like this year and last year, but like that was the handicap on the Bengals for a while. Like they didn't win a Super Bowl. They came close.
Yeah.
But I have been jilted before on really, sexy to bet on quarterbacks with teams that had a few flaws. Because how much of a flaw do you think a bad run defense is? because like stopping the run in the NFC, we talked about it. When the Eagles are atop the mountain and you can't stop the run, that feels like a bad matchup.
It's going to be an issue, but they did sign Kinlaw. Von Miller's here. Okay.
We can fix him.
It's gonna, but also, I will also say that when you look at these preseason results, they held a ton of people back. Like, they just rarely played their starters. So, unlike the Bengals played a lot of their starters, the Commanders didn't do so. I'm being on the positive side of things. Was it an issue last year? Of course. Can it get better? Yes. But just for now, since it's the preseason and everyone's undefeated, let's go Super Bowl. Coming up next. Still early in the week, but before we get to football bets, let's go to baseball. Those are coming your way next on the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Always great to have you along with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Got our best bets coming your way here in just a bit. Before that, how about this? So, of course, the big game this weekend, Ohio State and Texas. And Fox has their big noon Saturday. That's their big pregame show. They also have a deal with Barstool that they have completed. So you will see some Barstool influence, maybe a show within a show or a pregame show on select dates. Dave Portnoy, the head of Barstool. So there was an initial report that Ohio State had banned Dave Portnoy from the stadium because he is a Michigan alum. He has a history of trolling Buckeyes head coach Ryan Day. But now we're hearing from Ross Dellinger from Yahoo Sports that it's actually Fox itself which banned Portnoy because they don't want him on the main desk big noon kickoff, and those normally not on the desk don't appear on the field, so this is a Fox decision. Regardless, Chelsea, I feel like this is not going to end well.
I feel like Dave Portnoy is going to use this for bulletin board material, whether it's true or not, right?
Yep.
Because here's the thing about the internet these days. Like, when people see something that they, like, want to believe, they believe it. Like, I feel like we've all done this. Like, I've seen things on TikTok where it's like, I don't know, it's something about, like, girls who played sports make more money. There is no citation. There are no references. But I'm like, yeah, I believe that because you want to believe it. So I feel like he is feeding this to the frenzy that is the Barstool fans. And, of course, they're going to come for Michigan because it's already a big rivalry. So maybe this is not even true, the fact that, you know, they didn't ban him from the stadium or whatever. But I'm sure people will still believe it, and it will be part of the Barstool lore when it comes to Dave Portnoy.
And also, like, Barstool could totally screw this up. Do you know what I mean? Like, they need to be careful because didn't they have a deal with ESPN at one time, and before they even got on the air, that fell through? So if this gets to a point where Portnoy gets out of pocket, then maybe this deal doesn't happen. I mean, who knows? He's going to say whatever he wants to say. There's no question. But I do find it interesting that you have a partnership and then a guy who heads up the company with whom you're partnering isn't there. It's interesting all the way around.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, Dave Portnoy lives for controversy.
That is true.
And he's definitely going to stir the pot. Like, he's not somebody who's going to sit around and be like, oh, this was a big misunderstanding. No, he's going to use this to his advantage. And this is why Barstool has been, in part, very successful. Remember when he had that deal with the NFL where he was, like, you know, crusading against Roger Goodell and for Tom Brady? Saying, free Tom Brady. Like, he made a huge deal of that for content. And I bet he's going to do that again.
No, that's exactly right. You know he is. Well, oh, by the way, quick update. So I lie down last night, and then I get a text. I'm like, who's texting me? And it's my friend Sarah, and Sarah is my friend, whom I love, but she was the girl who had us face value tickets and didn't. I'm not in love with her, but longtime friend. So she's like, she had us the face value tickets, and then she didn't have them. And then last night I get a text. She's like, so I just happened upon 4 face value tickets for Texas, Ohio State. I'm like, Sarah? Oh, my God.
She needs to buy your flight, right? Be like,
Yes,
the
she
only
does.
way you make it up to me is buy my flight and find me a hotel. Go.
And now I can't make it anyway. We're doing a live podcast for the Commanders on Friday night here in D.C. So that's locked in. I can't back out of that.
Work.
So what am I going to do? I'm like, now, Sarah? I mean, oh, my God. So it's fine.
Just say,
fine.
When Texas makes it to the national championship, do not ghost me on that.
No.
You need to come through in the clutch because you got to make it up to me.
I am going to do that. I'm like, hey, I need you to start reaching out now. Okay? Oh, my God. Will I look at last-minute flights? Yes. Okay.
I consider it yes.
Yes,
absolutely.
I will, actually. But I don't like it. That's what I'm saying. That's my controversy. Not banned from the stadium. Coming up next on Bet Sweats. Bet Sweats. Fun to be on the show yesterday. Sammy P. Previewing the Lions giving their favorite college football playoff bets. Michael Felder from PFF joins to talk college football at 10 o'clock. Then Will Brinson will be along at 11. Chelsea, your bets have been very good. I don't want to jinx you. So let's continue with these very good bets.
Time to place your bets.
All right, best bet of the day is going to be on the Chicago Cubs on the road at the Giants today. So the Cubs are a palatable price of -140 today on the road at San Francisco. And look at the pitching matchup here. Justin Verlander has had a season to forget. He's 1-10 with a 4.72 ERA. And although he has had some decent starts sprinkled in, last start was not one of them. Gave up a 7 spot to the Padres in 4 1/3 innings of work. And plus, his offense doesn't give him a ton of run support. San Francisco is not known as a good offense. In fact, they have the 8th worst WRC plus in the big leagues. And then you compare him to the Cubs, who I know have had lulls in their season, but still the 6th best overall WRC plus. They have a good lineup, and plus Matthew Boyd is pitching today. One of their better starters this season, ERA of 2.61. So I think even if Justin Verlander looks like his old self and has a decent start, the better offense here is still the Cubs. So I don't trust the Giants' bats. I trust the Cubs way more, and plus they have been good in this spot. As favorites, a cash cow, 59-33 this year, plus they have a winning record on the road, as opposed to the Giants, who somehow have a losing record at home. So let's go with the Cubs here. The better team, the better offense, better starting pitcher this year. Let's go Cubs at -140.
Okay. Man, I love that bet. I am all over that. Love that price, too. So nice job finding that, Chelsea. I'm going to go back to the well here. Blue Jays. Oh, it's pricey. -160 hosting the Twins. It's expensive. Don't care. Chris Bassett going up against Bailey Ober. Chris Bassett at home this season has been a wonderkind. He has been so much better than he has been on the road. Listen to these numbers. 8-0 in Toronto, a perfect 2.73 ERA, while going 8-0, undefeated. That's compared, again, to his struggles on the road. But then he gets to face Bailey Ober, who has an ERA over 5. When Ober takes the mound, the Twins have lost 11 consecutive games. If you like the run line at plus money, I think that's a good bet. You can get that at +125 at BetMGM right now. I'm going to take this Blue Jays money line -160. A little pricey, but man, Twins after the trade deadline have been an absolute mess. Also going Diamondbacks Brewers over 8. Found it at -130. Played this down from 8 and hook. You might be able to find it at -120 if you look around. You've got Brandon Pfaadt going up against Jacob Mizorowski. Brandon Pfaadt, not great on the road this season. 4-5, 6.50 ERA. Now he has to face this Milwaukee lineup. Best run differential in all of Major League Baseball. Mizorowski has been very good. There's no question. But he's 4-2, a 4.19 ERA. And let's not discount the bats that Arizona has, particularly at the top of that order. They can hit. And Mizorowski has struggled more recently. I think he's kind of getting worn out from the rigors of his first season in the majors. 7 runs in his last 7 1/3 innings. That covers a span of 3 games. Overhit yesterday. I think it hits again. And plus, that Arizona bullpen is really bad, so the Brewers could always tack on a couple late. Let's go over 8. -130. And Chelsea, I will not reiterate the great points you made, but I'm also on the Cubs at -150 or -140, even better price. Yeah, you got Justin Verlander on the mound for the Giants, but he's had a disappointing season. So let's go Cubbies.
Go Cubs, go.
Go Cubs, go.
Go Cubs, go.
Oh.
Have you heard that song? The song that they play at the stadium when they win?
I don't think I think I have, but I haven't paid much attention to it. Would you like to sing it?
Well, I'm not going to sing the whole thing, but I will say it's one of the catchier songs in the big leagues, I think, when a team wins a game. Like, I'm sure that New York has something that's cool as well, but obviously I've been to some Cubs games, so a very cool song. You need to listen to it.
I do. By the way, oh my God. So Denton jumped on the old information superhighway and found that I can go nonstop. Yeah, well, I'm so hip. I am so hip. And, oh, my God. Nonstop to Columbus, $645 at 8:22 in the morning. No thanks.
But you got free tickets.
I got face value tickets. Great. Maybe. I will look.
Face value, okay.
All right. Well, yeah, that could be expensive too now. Okay, we got to talk to Sammy P, but first, let's bring in the Donkster.
I can't believe Justin Herbert is dating Madison Beer. I've been watching her videos for so long.
Sure you have.
That's creepy.
I can't tell you how many days I've spent watching video after video, working myself into a ladder.
Donkster, enough.
But then I turn on Bet Sweats and Sammy P always brings me back.
Oh, I don't know what that means, but I'm glad he's helping. You have a bet?
I do. Squad play. Cubs minus 150 against Barry Bonds and the Giants.
Okay. A lot wrong with that. Everything right happens when we bring in Sammy P, though. And there he is, ready to go on Bet Sweats. Good morning, Sammy P.
Chelsea, how does he feel about Texas? Is he all the way there yet? Does he think they're going to win Saturday?
Who?
Jenks.
Mm-hmm.
Your co-host.
Well, he's right here. You can ask him.
Yeah, but I need your opinion and your situation or your addressing of the situation, because he's a mental pretzel right now around Texas.
That's true. That's very true.
I don't think he's in a mental pretzel at all. I'm pretty sure he's very high on Texas to win the national championship.
Yeah,
Am I wrong, Jenks?
It's a tough
Should
one.
I just
Saturday.
talk for you? Is Jenks splaining?
I will say,
Not
well,
mansplaining.
I think Clemson is a real threat. That's kind of Mike's sneaky favorite for the national title. Do I think Texas can win it? Yes, but I do think they're going to beat Ohio State. I'm taking Texas on the money line.
Let's go.
See?
Let's go.
Go.
I mean,
got there.
Yeah,
He got there.
Listen, they, it was like, oh, it's Arch. Yeah, Arch has played more than Julian saying. Oh, don't even get me started. Thank you, Sammy P. He got me all fired up. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea, I'm Jinx. Have a fantastic Tuesday. We will see you bright and early tomorrow, 6 a.m.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
What are we, 9 days away from the start of the NFL season, down to single digits? Welcome in for the next few hours. It's Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayotovich with you, the BetMGM Network. You've got Bet Sweat, Sam on X at SB Shoot. I'm here at Joe Ostrowski. Sam, how you feeling, man? Inching closer and closer.
So close we can taste it. I'm trying to make plans for Sunday night now because I have a very, very important college football game between Notre Dame and Miami. And you and I haven't really had this conversation yet. I imagine we should have it at some point this week, if not today, maybe tomorrow, maybe Thursday. I am very invested in Miami. I also found out yesterday, Joe, that the boys have Monday off. Woo! So Sunday night, I've got to find my setting. I've got to find my place to watch this game because I will not be watching this game at home. I don't think I'm going to fly to Chicago. I have a feeling you're going to be rooting for the Irish, which is totally fine. But now that we're off Monday and we have that game Sunday night, I don't know what to do with myself.
Man, yeah, I was mixing it up. I mix up my days. I was thinking that was Saturday because like an hour ago, somebody asked me if I had plans for the Notre Dame Miami game. And I was like, no, I don't know. Like, we might have to make it an all-day affair because we've got Texas, Ohio State earlier. And then I forgot, oh, no, that's the Sunday one. The LSU Clemson one is Saturday night, which you also have to make plans for. What are you – wow, who am I talking to? I forgot. I was like, what are you more likely to do? Make big plan for which day, all day on Saturday or Sunday? And the answer is C, both, right?
I don't know. Saturday might be an all-day-at-home thing because you have so many games. But then Sunday, think about this. You only have one Sunday if you're college football to sort of dominate because then the following Sunday, it's the NFL, and the NFL owns Sunday. So I think college football did a great job with the doubleheader on Sunday. You get South Carolina, Virginia Tech at 3, and then you get Miami, Notre Dame at 7:30 Eastern. Now, if this was Major League Baseball, they would play the games on like Wednesday morning. But college football decided, hey, let's capitalize on this open Sunday and play 2 really good games there. So I can't wait. I'll probably be home all day Saturday, but then Sunday I'm out because Monday you won't find Monday. I don't have to be here at 9 a.m.
Right. Yeah. Sundays. I think you're right. Sunday's the night to go out. Like Saturday, it is work. It's a great job to have, but we've got it's difficult when you're out to be up to speed on everything. And to be in a position where you can watch the game or the finish of the games that you want to see. Yeah, you got to give it up to college football. We'll talk about the changes later on when we go over make and miss the playoff markets. It doesn't really impact those betting markets. But the only change I would make is to make that a triple header. But that was smart for the Sunday game instead of people sitting around waiting all day for that one college football primetime game. Let's give them an appetizer. And let's give them a team with a quarterback that has been talked about, I mean, not on the Arch Manning level, but a ton all offseason. And then, let's just give them one of those ACC Monday night games too. Bill Belichick. That's phenomenal scheduling by week 1. They came out with hammer, whether we're talking about Saturday, Sunday, or Monday.
No doubt. And I think we also have to understand, you and I, that this is the last Sunday, Monday we will have off until after the Super Bowl. So it's a party. I might have to bring the dice out Sunday night for Miami, Notre Dame. I have to put the dice out in my pocket and roll them wherever I roll.
Maybe of my life. You never know. Who knows how this football season's going to go. I'm still trying to figure out all the contests and everything that I'm going to end up doing. Are you officially done? Like you did the Vegas ones when you were out there for your trip a couple of weeks ago. A couple that I know you're doing that you do on a regular basis. You mentioned mine. You mentioned the Chicago media one we always do. But are you done, or are you somebody like me that's like, well, maybe one more?
I'd like to be done, but I know I'm going to join your two because you have
Yeah.
the standard one and the rich people one. I'll join Kelly's Crooked Survivor League, no doubt. And then
Yeah, I'm
I
in.
have to do the Chicago Media Contest so David Kaplan can quit in week 3 again this year and stop making picks. There's no way I'm missing that one. No shot.
Well, like I was like, oh, should I sign up now? Because I'm usually a last minute guy. I'm like, and then I look at it, I'm like, oh, Catman's already in. We don't have to beg him for his donation. Okay, I'm in as well. We might have to bump up that number. We'll reach out to some people. Man, the Chicago media landscape is very interesting right now. So I wonder if we'll convince some other people to jump in there. But yeah, figuring out contests. It's a fun time of the year. I mentioned to you that I haven't done any fantasy, but I want to get into a fantasy that is fantasy league that is, or pool, whatever, that is actually worth my time. So we'll see if we can land on that. If you have suggestions, let us know. I'm curious what people are doing, like where they're allocating all their money as far as pools too, because the Survivor thing has exploded, but our listeners, our viewers, doing that as well. Oh, with only 9 days to go with the NFL, we got a ton of news yesterday. Like we got a pretty big story yesterday in like the final segment of our show as we were wrapping up. Didn't have a ton of time to react to the Terry McLaurin stuff, but it's exactly what we were talking about. We were saying, okay, this Aiden O'Connell injury, the Raiders need to get a guy. And it sounds like the Browns were going to keep 4 guys at quarterback, but they were just posturing. They were just trying to build up the value for Kenny Pickett. And then boom, we get a deal. Kenny Pickett is traded once again for the 3rd time in his career. This time he's traded to Vegas. He is set to back up Geno. So it's going to be Flacco, Shador, and Gabriel for the Cleveland Browns since they ended up releasing Tyler Huntley. So in a matter of a day or two, the Browns end up getting rid of 2 of their quarterbacks. We know the 3. And then you can't forget at some point they're going to have to deal with the Deshaun Watson situation once he's healthy.
It's somehow still the worst quarterback room in the league, though, in Cleveland, I think. I mean, that's your depth chart right now. Yeah. I know Goldilocks liked the porridge that was just right. They don't have a porridge that's just right. They have one that's really old and 2 that are really new. And I don't think any of them are a long-term answer. And we've heard some of the stories. Colin Cowherd has talked about this on FS1. He thinks the Browns are in the tank, and he thinks that they are trying to get the number 1 pick so they can go ahead and get Arch Manning from Texas. But then you hear other reports that Arch isn't going to come out. So if that's your grand plan, tank for number 1 to get Arch Manning, and he decides, well, I'm going to go back to Austin for 1 more year, then what do you do? So it's always funny when the Browns have a plan and it doesn't go as planned. Kenny Pickett is a backup quarterback on a good team. He's a starting quarterback on a bad team. So that's really what it was. It doesn't really move my meter. What did really draw my attention late last night was that the Bengals made a deal with Trey Hendrickson, and they're giving him a $14 million raise, not contract, raise. So what does that mean? Well, he will make a $30 million salary next year. This year, this coming year, I guess. 1 season, 30 million bones, and then he'll be an unrestricted free agent at the end of the season. Look, a lot of people talked a lot of smack about Cincinnati. How can they not address the defense? And I'm one of them because it didn't look good. It looked very murky for a long time. But they bring in Stewart, the rookie. He's going to play. And now they sign their best defensive player to a $14 million raise. They got it done. It took a long time, but both guys will be there week number 1.
I know a lot of people are looking at the Bengals and kind of laughing, just like, what are you doing? Why are you kicking the can down the road more? The Bengals didn't cave. Like some people will say that they did because they're giving an extra $14 million to the guy when they had him under contract. And I understand that standpoint. But they didn't cave by giving this guy a multi-year deal. And I'm not saying he doesn't deserve it, but they clearly have their concerns. They decided, let's pay Chase, let's pay Higgins, and then we'll do what we can with Hendrickson, but he's third of the three. Everyone was like, okay, how are you going to handle all these players coming up at the same time? They took care of the offense, and they had a putrid defense last year that Hendrickson was a part of. There's no doubt this was part of the equation about going long-term with the guy. Truly, how valuable is he if we're terrible with him? One player usually doesn't make a defense, and he plays at a premium position, and he put up some outstanding numbers. But how great is he? Do we really want to pay him long-term, the amount of money that he's going to command? And that $30 million for this upcoming season is sixth highest among edge guys. Watt, Garrett, Danielle Hunter, Crosby, Nick Bosa, and then Hendrickson. I think that's about right. This guy's going to turn 31 this season. He's not on the level of a lot of the names that I just mentioned, like Watt and Garrett, even Crosby, who's a couple of years younger, and Nick Bosa. So let's go short term. Let's go all in for this 1 year. And we're not going to risk it and say, like, okay, if we let him go or we trade him somewhere, we're definitely going to be the worst defense in the NFL. We got a new coordinator that we believe in. We bring Al Golden back in the fold. We're going to be better. Hopefully we're somewhere in the middle of the pack, because with Burrow and the rest of that offense, if our defense is in the middle, we're going to be true Super Bowl contenders. I don't hate what they did. I would have hesitated to commit to Hendrickson long-term as well after all the money they've just handed out.
When you think about their ceiling, because everybody talks about their floor, and naturally so, it's a very, very bad defense, or at least it was last year. But what if they're better? And what if they win those one-score games they lost last year? Remember, a handful of years ago, this team made a run of the Super Bowl behind a very young Joe Burrow. It's obvious Joe Burrow is at his best level yet. Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, they're all at their best version of themselves. So if they can shore this defense up, this is a playoff team. That's without a doubt. I remember writing this story a couple months ago where everybody was down on the Bengals, dragging them through the mud, and there was a market, Bengals to lose in the AFC title game. Probably not going to happen, but what's the price? It was 10-1 2 months ago. I looked up this morning, it's plus 750. So, as is always the case, if you can make a position before the market catches on or before the big signings happen, you can get a much better price than what it will be. And that, again, went from 10-1 to plus 750. Don't like it as much, but I know they're happy in Cincinnati. No doubt about it. I wanted to move quick to Paul Skeens. He didn't pitch yesterday, but he got more expensive to win the Cy Young.
What is it?
Minus 1,200, BetMGM.
Jeez.
Sanchez did not look good yesterday. Faced the Mets, big division rival. That fourth inning really got away with him, or from him. 2 outs in that fourth as well, and then disaster. So he goes 5 1/3, 8 hits, 5 earned runs. The 3 walks were not expected. But Sanchez does not have that good outing. We said he could afford one down the stretch. That was the one last night. Sanchez goes all the way out to plus 650 for NL Cy Young.
That may have been too many. I know we said that, but when you have Skeens with the name brand that he already is, and the numbers are clearly better right now, and now we're knocking on a full win better than Sanchez. The market probably isn't going to matter when Skeens is the superstar in this scenario. So I understand the move. I get it. I don't feel good about the Sanchez ticket right now. It's going to be tough. I don't even know that he was that one bad outing was good enough. So now he's so far back that let's say he's lights out the rest of the way. Well, if Skeens is damn good, you also need Skeens to be bad. He has to have some blow up performances. And that's asking a lot based on what we've seen in his career so far. I'm not willing to say over, but, you know, as we go over MVP, Cy Young, Rookie of the Year yesterday, you look at those 6 awards, doesn't it feel like half of them are done?
Well, the books are shelling them like they're done. At least NL MVP, Ohtani's minus 5,000.
Yep.
And in the NL Cy Young market, Skeens minus 1,200. They're
And
willing to take bets on everybody else.
AL rookies over. It's minus
Oh, yeah.
10,000. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So about half of them seem to be done, according to the betting market. So interesting move on that one. Sammy P. Countdown to kickoff continues. We're up high with those Super Bowl contender win totals. Will the Lions be a Super Bowl contender? We'll share our thoughts on the other side. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
it's just not the time, man. It's hard, when you lose these games, man. It's like the players, what they put into it. A lot of people don't know, what they go through. You have to get up. Bodies beat the and, mentally stay locked in and do those things. So, long season.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Is Dan Campbell married?
To the game?
Right? Because I'm just imagining, like, every day, just, can you imagine riding the wave? Has he ever been just like, chill, it's cool, it's fine, trust the process? Like, it's just gotta be every ounce in and every moment. Like, every fight probably means, like, it's over, you're the worst. Oh my God, this guy, he's so much. I know the players play hard for him and they love him and all that stuff, but God, after a while, I would think that'd be enough already. Well, he's going to be tested this year. Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats, BetMGM Network. Countdown to kickoff. It's time for the Detroit Lions. Let's talk about the Detroit Lions here. Now, they've been on quite the run. Let's increase the win number by 3. Let's do it again. That's what they've done the last couple of years. They go from 9 to 12 to 15-2 a season ago. They were the number 1 seed, get bounced in the division round by the Washington Commanders, which we can get into. Regular season, not a problem. They end up sweeping the division. They score the most points in the NFL. They average 33 points per game. The point differential, top notch. Like, there's nothing to criticize offensively. Now, defensively, they had a lot of issues. And some would say, hey, man, that's all about the injuries. Okay. We'll see. I think it's worth discussing. And Sam, as we start to dive into the Lions here, something I already can't wait for is later on today, whether people are listening, watching live, or checking it out via the podcast, the clips that come out, I'm very much looking forward to all the Lions haters mentions that we're going to be getting. I feel like I've been getting that for years, and I don't know that I am. And people were saying, we're wrong. And last year we were like, okay, just wait until the playoffs. And then we wait until the playoffs, and they had a 5-turnover game, and that was a much earlier exit than many Lions fans were expecting.
You could just feel it last year, percolating.
Mm-hmm.
If you watch the Lions as closely as we did, you could tell at some point in an important game, they were going to play with their food and do something catastrophically stupid. It was inevitable. You can't keep hitting on 18 at the blackjack table and landing on 20 and 21. And they did it a bunch last year. Several times. The gambling, the aggressiveness, and the Lions fans ate it up. The problem with Lions fans is they don't know what success looks like for the most part. Think about it. I mean, since I've been alive, how many times have the Lions been very, very good? 2? They don't know how to handle success. And all those mouth breathers that were Lions fans last year that were telling us because they won the regular season that they were going to go to the Super Bowl and they were going to do big things. Anybody with a brain that watched them knew what was going to happen. But they ignored all that because they tasted promise. And hope tastes good. Promise tastes good. But then you start turning the ball over in the playoffs and you turn into mental mashed potatoes. And then Ben Johnson's calling up a wide receiver reverse to the backup left tackle. And then you can't run it in on 1st and goal at the 2. And then they just crumbled. Because adversity oftentimes during a season is good. I remember Bruce Weber. This is a different sport, different time. But remember when Illinois was undefeated in 2005? And they had that late game collapse against Ohio State where Matt Sylvester hit the 3 at the buzzer to beat them. They went nuts in Columbus. It was D. Brown, Luther Head, Darren Williams. They had their first loss. End of the regular season. That happened. And then in the Final Four, or the Elite Eight, when they had Arizona on the ropes and Arizona had that final play at the buzzer, Illinois knew how to defend it. They were ready for it. They were prepared for it because they had already been beaten by it. You sometimes need to go through some adversity so you're ready for it when the playoffs happen. And they come in, number 1 seed, home field. Oh, rookie quarterback. Oh, this layup, dead. Absolutely dead. And not only dead, pounded at home. I thought last year they had a really good triangle. Head coach, coordinator, OC-DC.
Mm-hmm.
You're laughing. I'm still going. I could do this whole segment if you want. You could just sit out. I'll do this whole segment. I thought coordinator and coach-wise, they were outstanding last year. They were an A. This year, we don't know. And that's the real question that I'm trying to answer. How much of that was Ben Johnson on offense, and how much of that was the personnel that they have? We don't know that answer yet, but I imagine we'll find out really, really soon.
Well, what about the other side of the ball, too? Let's not underrate what Aaron Glenn was doing. Almost all of the starters were injured, and that's why some people would say, oh, they're going to be fine now. Aiden Hutchinson's healthy. It wasn't just Aiden Hutchinson. Far and away, the most valuable player on defense, one of the most valuable players on that team. I totally get it, and he's going to be good to go. But a lot of those guys aren't healthy yet. That's the other thing. A lot of key cogs on that team. Well, maybe Thanksgiving. They're probably going to miss the first month of the season coming back from this or that. Got an ACL here. Like, it was remarkable. All the injuries piling up, they might end up hurting them for a couple of years, even though let's talk about regular season success. Okay, I don't think that's what really matters. So it wasn't just the coordinators. It was also a number of other assistants. Did you notice who the passing game coordinator is this year?
No.
David Shaw.
They don't know how to pass with David Shaw.
Well, I'm just saying. I don't know what John Morton is going to be. He's your new OC taking over for Ben Johnson, and you can criticize Johnson with his play calling and his trickery in the playoff game, and I get it. But how's John Morton going to be? He was a special assistant with this team a few years ago. He was a passing game coordinator with Sean Payton in Denver last year. I don't know. They promote Kelvin Shepard from linebackers coach to defensive coordinator. How is that going to go? I'm not quite sure. And let's not forget, this pass defense was putrid. So will a healthy Aiden Hutchinson fix all of that? I don't know. I don't know about that. We're talking about giving up, 224 passing yards per game. That was third worst in the league. So I don't think that secondary is completely fixed. And they are, Rakestraw is already out. It looks like he's done for the year too. Like, these injuries have not stopped. So I have a lot of concerns. Oh, here's another one we almost forgot.
Ragnow.
Yeah, retired. The center, Frank Ragnow, retired. That is a guy, and I know last year, not the same version, of course, but that's a guy over the years with the Lions, when we would see that he was on the injury report, you're looking on Friday. Okay, let's see what Ragnow's status is. He might be worth something, maybe a point to the point spread, something like that. Because after quarterback, in many scenarios, if you got a good one of the most valuable positions on the team. A lot of bad, man. Here's more bad. Road schedule. Last few years, they have been very lucky. They have played in domes most of their games. For some reason, the schedule was soft. It's a tough schedule, and I'm just going to list off the road games, Sam. You start in Green Bay. Week 3, Baltimore Monday night. Week 5 at Cincinnati. The following Sunday in Arrowhead. Weeks 10 and 11 back-to-back at Washington, at Philadelphia. Week 15 at the LA Rams. Last 2 weeks, tough divisional matchups, I think, at Minnesota, at Chicago. Those road games are brutal.
Win total, 10.5. Juice to the under. So I think they're more than content with this position at 10.5. Public's probably going to take the over. Sharps have taken the under. They could win 11, though. I mean, they could go 11-6 easily, but the path is much tougher. Here's what I wanted to talk about. Not win the North, not win the NFC, not win the Super Bowl. How about the playoff market? People probably thinking right now, well, what's the yes price? minus 300, minus 350. Nope. BetMGM has minus 200. Doesn't that look really easy to just lay minus 200 and parlay that with other stuff and just that's your North Star? That's your home base. If you're going to build a parlay, a playoff parlay, I'll put the Lions in. I'll put the Ravens in. I'll put the Bills in. And I'll put in the Chargers. But a lot of those playoff parlays, I believe, are going to start with Lions because they are the best team on paper in the division. But be careful. I think Minnesota's 53-man is better. I've talked enough about that. Green Bay should be better. Chicago should be better. Have they closed the gap enough, though? We'll see. But I have not made a single bet on the Detroit Lions. Here's the one thing I was thinking about. Actually, not thinking about betting, but just thinking about overall. Because I have McCaffrey, offensive player. I talked about this a lot last week. I bet him 25-1 in Vegas, and I've added some 22-1 on McCaffrey. My big fear from my McCaffrey bet is that the new OC, John Morton, just starts streamlining Jahmyr Gibbs. And Jahmyr Gibbs touches the ball 400 times in the regular season. We actually had a guest on about 3 weeks ago that talked about this, who said Morton is thinking about using Gibbs like the Chiefs used to use Priest Holmes, like the Titans used to use Chris Johnson. Just get him the ball and get the bleep out of the way. If that's the case, Jahmyr Gibbs could have a monster season and ruin all my McCaffrey tickets for OPOY.
But are they really going to just take David Montgomery and just cast him aside at this point? That's what's been, as far as props wise, that's what's been going around in my brain. So David Montgomery, the rushing total is 725.5. He's never had under that. His years in Chicago, his last 2 years here with the Detroit Lions. The one that I kind of gravitated towards was David Montgomery rushing touchdowns. That's at 8.5. So Gibbs, we know, used so much in the passing game, but they have a rushing touchdown number on Gibbs at 10.5. And we know Montgomery has been the vulture with Ben Johnson, no longer there. 8.5 for him. His 2 years in Detroit, Montgomery goes 13 rushing touchdowns, then 12 rushing touchdowns. He played in 14 games in each year. Man, even if Gibbs is the main guy, I still think Montgomery goes over that touchdown number.
We'll ask Will Brinson about this, who covers the NFL for CBS. Curious to find out what he thinks about how they're going to split this backfield, because we don't know. There's no sample of what John Morton will do as an offensive coordinator. But I look at Gibbs, his first year as a rookie, 234 touches. Last year, 302. He's 23, dude. He's in the prime of his career. These are usually the years where you get fed. And I tend to think Gibbs is going to have a much bigger year. Call that a gut instinct. But I look at him, OPOY. There's a 13-1 in the market. There's a 12-1 in the market. I see 9-1s in the market. So it's getting bet. No doubt about it. Everybody likes Barkley, although you should have probably bet Barkley last summer, not this summer. But Gibbs is the one guy, I'll just be honest, he scares the hell out of me. He's the guy holding McCaffrey this year.
Sonic and Knuckles is dead. Is that what you're telling me?
I don't
That'd
know.
Be something.
I wouldn't think that it's a layup that Montgomery, A, stays on the field, and B, is used as much. But I could be way off on that.
The playoff market that you pointed out is really interesting because the Lions used to be in that elite group. Like we're laying $4, whatever, to make the playoffs. And now it's cut in half down to $2. And then to miss, like that used to be something that was pretty interesting. But now you look at it, it's plus 165 to miss. I'm not interested in that price. Like, yeah, I'd be willing to have that conversation about the Lions missing the playoffs, but I'm not even getting 2-1 at them in a weaker conference. Like you look after Philadelphia, where's all the big strength, the killer teams? Like Washington, okay, I want to see it again. Yeah, Detroit, they have a ton of talent, but I'm only getting plus 165 to miss with 7 spots. That's not worth a bet. I'm willing to fade the Lions whether it's betting on a different team to take the NFC North. We could talk about the win total. I'm fine doing that. But man, 15 wins last year, and now they set it at 10.5. It's the same as Denver. It's the same as the Rams. The market is not high on, even though it's 10.5, the market is down on the Lions.
I think there's 3 teams that could win the AFC. There might be 6 teams that could win the NFC.
Yep, totally agree. Make or miss the college football playoff. We'll talk about some looks there on the other side. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Second down and short. They'll hand it off. Ellison cuts it back. Touchdown, Indiana. 31 yards. Wow.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you, talking some college football. Of course, get Indiana one more time. I don't know that there will be a ton of Indiana highlights this upcoming season, but that's going to be another fun storyline to make sure that we keep a close eye on it. Bunch of college football coming your way here on the show. We've got our buddy Michael Felder dropping by in 20 minutes. Always a fun conversation. Maybe a calculator will be involved. Solar baby, maybe. Looking forward to that. But now let's talk about some make and miss the playoff numbers. You know, before we jump into that, I'm reminded of something that you sent me yesterday, which I found absolutely hilarious. Why don't you share with the class, because they may have missed it. I didn't see this make headlines yesterday. Maybe it was just something that kind of broke on the internet, and maybe it's going to go elsewhere. The Portnoy story involving.
Oh,
yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I don't know what this is. Honestly, it sort of feels like, what's the term? It feels like it's not real. It feels like it's a hook, an attention getter.
Now, it is a legit reporter. That guy does break a lot of media stuff.
I just think it's about getting eyeballs on the product. I don't know that this is real. I mean, I respect Ryan Glass-Steagall. I do. But I feel like this might be an inside job. So he put the tweet out late last night, 9:42 p.m. Eastern. Ohio State has barred Dave Portnoy from the stadium for his debut on Fox's Big Noon Kickoff. Sources tell Front Office Sports. Portnoy will still appear on the pregame show at the Horseshoe, but Barstool's college football show will not be in Columbus, and Portnoy will not be allowed in the stadium. Are you buying that? Can Ohio State do that? Question mark.
Well, he also put in there, hat tip to Bobby Carpenter, who he's a legit dude in the business, like former Ohio State linebacker, played in the league a little bit. He's got a very popular show in Columbus now. He does a lot of media stuff. He's excellent at it. I think sometimes he's calling games from time to time. You're basically asking me, is Ohio State this petty? Oh, yeah, they are. Are you kidding me? Dude, Ryan Day grabbed a microphone and was screaming about Lou Holtz, how he disrespected his players. They are absolutely this petty. What do they call Michigan? The team up north. This is college football, man. Yeah, I believe it. And I understand where you're coming from and your skepticism and why you're not sure that this is 100% real. I think it is. Now, maybe if there's some blowback, there's reconsiderations that happen. But I think this is real. And you think about Portnoy and how he's laughed and made fun of Ohio State over the years. How about that dynamic, too, with Urban Meyer, right? Like, there's a lot of things in the mix here, but I 100% believe it. And then you would have multiple Michigan people, right, on that set in your house, and how weird they are in Columbus. I don't know. I kind of believe it, and I think it's hilarious.
So I think obviously Fox is trying to drum up interest, and I work for Fox. And let me be very clear. I have no knowledge of the inner workings of this scenario. But if I was trying to compete with College Game Day, what better than a WWE style blockout where you can't let Portnoy in the stadium? But the problem is Ohio State probably is going to host more than one Big Noon Kickoff, because Ohio State's a top 5 team in the country right now. So how do they play this up? Because usually, you have the set outside the stadium. So he doesn't technically need to go in. But is this something that they lean into? And if it is real that he's actually not allowed inside the stadium, think about the digital plays. Think about what Fox Sports Digital can do in the first, second, third, fourth quarter with Portnoy outside the stadium or at a local bar. he famously snuck into, was it Radio Row at the Super Bowl with the mustache and the eyeglasses? Big Cat PFT did it as well. I mean, you could do so much more from a digital footprint standpoint. Think about a video of Dave Portnoy trying to sneak into the horseshoe, what that would do on social media. I think in some weird way, this is a win for Fox. This is a win for Big Noon Kickoff. That's sort of how I see the ball.
It's a good thought. I like that. And you know how Barstool goes, and they're very good at that and get at the engagement. And that's what they're hoping for with this play. November 1st, by the way, Penn State at Ohio State. So that'll be another big one. You think they'll go to Champaign for the Ohio State-Illinois game?
Depends. By that point, Illinois will be what, 3-3? Or 6-0? I lose track. Are they going to be 3-3 or 6-0 by that point?
Right now you're supposed to say 6-0, but yeah, you'll be leaning 3-3 coming up in a couple of weeks from now. I wanted to kind of go reverse because I think what most people do when talk about make and miss the playoff markets, they're thinking of the teams that they think are going to be successful. And I was going back to last year in the first year of the 12-team playoff. And I want to say that, so I looked at the top 10 preseason rankings, and I know that means very little, but just to get an idea of which teams were getting the hype. I want to say that a couple of these teams that were in the top 10 last year, we were pointing out and saying, no, that ain't it. No, you want to fade Michigan. They're probably not going to be in the playoff. No, Florida State, yeah, they're top 10 AP, but no, they're not going to have a great year. It felt like those were kind of easy to identify. I'm not going to sit here and say that we were calling Bama or Ole Miss to miss the playoff, teams that were 5 and 6, but it felt like there were a couple of teams that were pretty easy to identify that they were fade teams, and they ended up being. This year, I wonder, because last year's like the top 4, they all made the playoff. So if I go, Texas, Ohio State, Clemson, Georgia, can you make the argument that any of these teams are missing the playoff?
I can make a case really easily for Ohio State and Georgia. I think Georgia's talent has depreciated a ton since they won the national championship twice. Remember, they won 2. But the players, I mean, when you lose 5 guys to the NFL draft on defense in 3 straight years, it may seem like that's easy to replenish and recycle, but it's not. And I'm sorry, like maybe this is a hot take, but Gunnar Stockton does nothing for me. I think he's just a guy. Now, maybe I'm wrong about that, but to go from Stetson Bennett to Carson Beck to Gunnar Stockton is not progression, it's regression. You're not going to get big numbers, I think, from Gunnar Stockton. And you're also going to get a nice price. So Ohio State to make the playoff, BetMGM has minus 325. The no is plus 250. Don't love that split, but is what it is. Look, they have a true rookie at quarterback, essentially. Now, they're going to call him a redshirt freshman, but this kid's never played, and he's never played against good teams. So now you throw him into the fire week 1 against Texas, a top 10, maybe top 5 defense in the country. They lose that game, potentially. So now you're 0-1. You got to take on Penn State. Penn State's a higher power-rated team for me. And then you got to go to Michigan, who you haven't beaten 4 years. You're 9-3. You're not making the playoff with those 3 losses because you have to win a big game, Joe. So if you lose to Texas, Penn State, Michigan, you're out. It's improbable, and the math clearly favors Ohio State. But of those 4 teams you mentioned, I would be entertaining looks on Ohio State to miss and Georgia to miss. And the reason why, nobody else is saying that. Because everybody just assumes, oh, well, Ohio State will make it. They always make it. And they won the national title last year. They lost 14 guys at the NFL draft. 7 guys in the first 2 rounds. That's a lot. And you don't have this veteran quarterback to help you on early in this season. So I have doubts about those quarterbacks. Of the 4 teams you mentioned, I don't trust Gunnar Stockton. And the hype is real on this Saiyan kid, but we don't know. Until we see it, we don't know.
The positive with Georgia is the Texas and Bama games are at home. So there's that. But yeah, no, that's a pretty strong case. And maybe it's something you do after a couple of games because they start soft, really soft. Marshall, Austin Peay. I'm not buying Tennessee, but they go there in the third week of the season. That could be a time to fade. Okay, I find that interesting. So, like, I was thinking about Notre Dame. The question about the quarterback is fair, but elsewhere, like, they're almost all back, including their all-world running backs. So there's enough wins on the schedule, and they're so popular, they're probably going to end up getting in. I wonder about Oregon, man. If you're high on Penn State and Ohio State, you think they're good enough. Now, you made a decent case for them to miss. I'm expecting Michigan to take a leap. Like, somebody's got to take a step back. And with the replacement at quarterback, a lot of changes with the transfers there. I wonder if Oregon's going to be able to match what they did last regular season.
Think about Penn State, Ohio State, Oregon. I'll just give you facts, not hot takes. Mm-hmm. Penn State brings back 14 starters and their starting quarterback. Okay? Ohio State brings back 7 starters and they're going to start a freshman quarterback, a redshirt freshman. Oregon brings back 6 starters, and they have a new quarterback. One of those things is not like the other. There's stability at Penn State. There's production returning at Penn State. That's a team that is loaded on both sides of the ball. We know Ohio State and Oregon have talent, but the returning production is not there, and you have 2 new quarterbacks. Just be careful.
I mentioned I like Michigan. They're 2-1. To make the playoff. The schedule is so much softer. I think that's a decent bet. You know, we'll probably circle back to this, but is there any team that you quickly want to throw out that you want to make sure you get back to?
Illinois?
Oh, God. No, there isn't. There's no way you're betting them. No way.
No.
Yeah, we'll have to get back to that.
We'll come back to it.
Okay, Joe O, Sammy P. But guess what? The college football conversation continues. Michael Felder next, one of our favorites here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Nussmeier floats this ball. Back shoulder. It is caught. Touchdown, Illinois. Zachary Franklin. What a grab.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
College football conversation continues. One of our favorites checking in. Solar, baby. It's Michael Felder at In the Bleachers over on X, a college football analyst. Check out his Substack as well. Michael, I mean, we got it going a little bit, but man, this is the week that everybody's amping up for. It's going to be phenomenal starting Thursday.
Yeah, starts excuse me. Yeah, starts Thursday. ECU at NC State. Like that one's like near and dear to my heart. Both of my parents went to ECU, so I'm looking to see what they're going to do. What's the number on that one? 12? NC State giving 12, right?
1 second. 14 now.
14. God. I wrote it in my notes and I had 12. That was last night.
Moving markets.
Somebody came in on the pack.
Oh, wow. Oh, my goodness. We got App State, Charlotte. That's another one that I'm very interested in. Obviously, like, these are local games for me, but then Auburn, Baylor, Georgia Tech, Colorado. How do you guys feel about that game?
Over. I like the kid. I like the quarterback that came in for Colorado. I'm higher on him than most. Salter?
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I really like Haynes King, man. Like, I got to talk to him a couple of weeks ago at ACC Kickoff, and I think Haynes is going to do a really good job for Georgia Tech. And they've got it's Haynes and Haynes, right? Haynes King, and then you got Haynes, the running back. And so I think that they're going to be a very interesting team in the ACC. Since the number changed so much for ECU NC State, what's the number on that one? I have 4.
4.5, 52.5.
Okay, 52.5. Ooh. I like the spread more. I think Georgia Tech's going to cover that number. So what's up, guys? How are we doing?
Well, I wanted to ask, I buried the lead here. I see a little orange in your nails, okay? Is that for Illinois or Clemson or what's the orange for?
Caleb.
The
Caleb
orange
Williams.
These are all great choices. Orange is my daughter's favorite color. And I went to do a live show for Hand in the Dirt, a gardening podcast about football. And I went to do a live show and she wanted to be a part of the show, even though she wasn't going. And so she painted my nails in her favorite color. This is OPI. This is orange from OPI. That's what that's for.
Awesome.
Oh yeah,
not cute.
No, not the Cuse, not the Illini, not Clemson. Which, by the way, that game, woo. Who do you like in that game? I'm gonna start with Sam. Who do you like in that game?
I like Clemson big picture, but Joe took the points. He took 4 with LSU.
Yeah.
Okay. And Joe, so
and I know people
why
are going to hate that with LSU and the season opener stuff and Brian Kelly the last few years, how they've had their struggles, but it's just Nussmeier's is too much, and he's going to keep that a 1-score game as far as I'm concerned. But yeah, I like Clemson for the season as well, especially that defense, man.
Yeah, I love the defense. I talked to TJ Parker or TJ Parker and Peter Woods. I talked to both of them at ACC Kickoff as well. Humongous hands, both of them, like unbelievable. Here's you know what's crazy, and I don't think we've thought about. There's 2 things I don't think we've thought about nearly enough going into the season. Garrett Nuss. 3. 1, Kate Klubnik against Garrett Nussmeier. We're looking at, I think, quarterback 2A, 2B, right? I think those are and I think Arch is QB1. I don't have a problem saying it. I do believe that. And so to go backwards, to go forwards, with Garrett Nussmeier, what you have is a guy Who's the best quarterback coach that Garrett Nussmeier has? Come on, man.
Don't know. Aren't we
His
supposed
dad.
to ask you the question? We're supposed to ask you the question.
His dad. His dad.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
He's going to learn more from his dad than he's going to learn from anybody else, at least until he gets to the NFL. So he's got his dad's been a coach in college, coaching the NFL. And so he has that. Then we get to Cade. And I will say this about Cade Klubnik. This is a guy that I've met, I think, twice. Somehow remembered me. Remembered that my neighbor is a Clemson fan. And Cade is like down to earth, super. And he was like, "You want to shoot a video for your neighbor?" And I was like, "Yeah." He would love that. So we took a video together of him just saying, have a good school year, George, which my neighbor is a high school kid. His name's George, which we don't see that very often. So I don't know if you guys have kids or not, but like, it's mostly more like Henley, Madison, and like Jaden, Braden, Caden, Talon, like that. So, but he remembered that, which was really cool. So I think those two guys are quarterbacks 2A, 2B. Any way you want to flip them, I think that's going to be important. And then we get to Arch, and Arch, obviously, huge game. Texas, Ohio State. Texas goes up to Columbus. Arch, for me, and it took me some time to think about it, but Arch has been going to the Manning Passing Academy his entire life. He's been around all different types of quarterbacks. We've seen him be able to run. I know he doesn't have a ton of experience. And my buddy, Bomani Jones, was like, we don't know what we're going to get out of him. And I'm like, no, I think we do know what we're going to get out of him as a good quarterback. So I think Ohio State, where they are in on, what's his name? Sion? Is that right?
Yeah, the Alabama transfer, yeah.
They're in on him like hard. They're pushing social media hard on him. Everybody's like very much in on him. I think we're going to see two quarterbacks who have to prove who they are. And if we're being honest with the new playoff format, they might play each other again. They might play each other again for a national championship. Is that crazy to say?
No, it's not. I'm curious. I'm not going to even tell you the spread or the total in that game. What's the final score between Ohio State and Texas? And I can't wait to react to what you say.
I think Texas wins. I think Texas wins probably 37-35.
Jesus. Okay,
What?
that's the first. That's the first person that said that, because that's sort of I set you up without you knowing it, because everybody is saying under, and the total has been bet from 50.5 to like 47.5, and you're
Really?
talking about a game in the 70s.
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, this is
I'm intrigued by this, like, because you're the first person to say this, and I think you might be onto something.
like, have you seen the wide receivers in this game?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Like, there's nothing and look, I'm a defensive back. Like, there's nothing you can do about it. Like, you can play perfect, but every time, like, you can play here's the thing. If you go, let's say they play 50 plays, right? 50 plays. So each team gets 50 plays. I'm trying to do the math. Again, I got the calculator right here. If 50 plays, you do 50 plays, right? 50 is half of 100. I know that. I'm not that dumb.
Are you sure? Hold on. Let's check that. Let's check that math.
But if four, like let's just say 4 of those plays you make a mistake as a defensive back, those are touchdowns for both teams. 4 of those plays you make a mistake, and I'm not just talking about deep balls. I'm talking about if your defensive line messes up. And remember, Ohio State lost huge pieces of that defensive line, correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And Texas lost massive bodies along their offensive line and along their defensive line in the last 2 years. So if you make it but it all comes down to defensive backs, wide receivers, because if you make a mistake at defensive line, linebackers can clean it up. If you make a mistake at linebacker, safeties clean it up. If you make a mistake at corner or safety, buddy, we call that a touchdown. And I think that the wide receivers are crafty enough to make this happen. So, yeah, I would take the over. I would. And I don't think this is a low-scoring game. I think this is a game where between Sark and Day, their strong suit is, say it with me now,
offense.
Yes, there we go. Now we're all on the same page. So I think I think this is an over game. I think that Texas does win. But I think Ohio State puts it, they're going to be in a football game. This is going to be a game. And the fact that it's at noon? It's a noon game. That's going to be wild. I've also had to, look, hang on. I love doing this to you guys. Let me ask you this. I'm going to flip it around again. I got a friend. We played football together at UNC. He played for the Green Bay Packers for a little while. That's a little he's going to the TCU UNC game. Now his wife, who he has 3 kids with, they have 3 kids. They are married. They love each other dearly. His wife went to TCU. He has to go and do all the UNC stuff. You know what I mean? Like we're going to go to the Carolina family tailgate and we're going to do the Letterman's Lounge and all this. His wife's like, well, I want to wear like this, and I'm going to say this, it's not like aggressive, like Go Frogs or any of that. It's a muted, like lavender, slight purple dress. And he's like, she can't do this. It's disrespectful. What do you guys think about that?
Because you're kind of going behind the scenes, like you've got all this access because of the connection with the Tar Heels. I would be telling my wife, like, no, we can't.
No.
Let's
Sam,
you got to
what
bring a
about you?
shirt and we'll do it late. Just switch afterwards.
Tell Vonnie
College football's
Holiday to tell
different,
his
man.
wife to come correct. Okay.
I think that the play here is she wears the dress and and you go, hey man, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
You know North Carolina people. How do they respond to that? Is it
They'll
going to be
respond
like
to it
you're
fine.
ignored, or is it going to be a good conversation starter?
I think it's a good conversation starter. I also think it's TCU. It's not NC State.
Right.
She's not showing up in red, like in red. It's not ECU. She's not showing up in purple and gold. Like it's TCU. It's a chance for her to see the school she went to. And so we have some fun. We do some light ribbing. And then after that, we're good to go. So let's go do this. She's not going to walk in doing the whole frogs thing. So we're good to go. But that game also is interesting. I think that UNC's got their hands full because of what's the number on that game?
TCU -3.5.
Yeah.
North Carolina was a favorite at one time.
Nobody's betting the Heels. Nobody.
I was going to say that feels insane that UNC would be the favorite. I would take I'd take TCU plus TCU give the 3.5. I would, because watching Josh Hoover, what he's able to do, the way that he's able to basically it's very surgeon like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's like he uses a scalpel to get to the middle of the field. And we talk a lot about, and this is going to go outside to get inside, but we talk about Tennessee speed and space, right? Where they spread you out and throw the ball all the way down the field so your corners are isolated. What TCU does is spread you out, but then get back inside and make your safeties have to make a decision about being scared of somebody going over the top, or do I protect the post? Do I protect the seam? And that's what they're really good at. So I'm looking forward to that. Bama, Florida State, do they have a pulse?
Bama big.
Yeah, same. We're on the same page. Yeah. I don't know if Florida State has a pulse going into this, and that's the part that's going to be really interesting.
Michael Felder at In the Bleachers, one of our favorite college football analysts, joining us. Michael, can't wait for this weekend. Can't wait to talk to you throughout the season. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P, BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Love our visits with Michael Felder. At the end, I don't know if anything was ever accomplished. That's usually how it ends up going with Michael. But fun stuff. We continued the North Carolina conversation during the break. I think it's interesting because he's got that insider perspective. And like throughout the summer, it's like it depends on the week when you ask about North Carolina, about how those connected to the team are feeling, man. And as we get closer and I see that we're down to 7.5 on the win total, I keep staring at that schedule, man. And I'm like, I understand it's going to take a while and there's transfers and how invested is Belichick and all that. I don't see him losing enough to hit the under, but it seems like I'm on the outside of what most people are thinking right now.
Well, you and I are never people that like to be a part of the crowd, and the crowd is definitely on the Carolina under. We've seen the ticket counts all summer. John Ewing, BetMGM, has said that North Carolina under is one of the most popular tickets across the country. So you are in the minority if you think that Carolina is going over. But something to remember, this team, coached by Belichick, probably improves more than most teams in that conference week to week and month to month. Now, okay, you want to counter and say Clemson. Fine. I'll give you Clemson. But give me another coaching staff that is going to improve its team week to week and month to month.
Mm-hmm.
I would fight you on anybody else. You want to give me Miami? Nope. Miami, here's what Miami does. Miami brings the players in and then relies on the players to perform. That's the model there. I think we all know that. Clemson does both. Clemson brings in players and Clemson gets better. That's why we've seen Clemson make runs to the college football playoff, runs to national championship games, things like that. At North Carolina, though, the problem is the players aren't there. So you have to develop players from 2 stars to 3 stars and 3 stars to 4 stars. And the belief there is that Bill can do it. But I think we have to be very careful watching Carolina week 1 and week 2, week 3, whatever. And we have to pay attention to how they look week 1, 2, 3, and what they progress into in week 6, 7, 8. I think the product will look a ton better a month, 6 weeks from now.
Yeah. And how about the in-game adjustments too, which is what Belichick is known for? Like him against the Charlotte coaching staff in week 2, Richmond in week 3. Even, once you get to Cal and boy, I did take a closer look at Syracuse, and yeah, they may have had a good year last year. This year is quite different. Stanford, Wake, Duke. These are teams they're facing late in the season. I think you're right. There are a lot of wins on that schedule. So that number of 7.5, it's pretty interesting, as many people are fading that team. I mean, it's such a great slate. We didn't even get to Notre Dame, Miami coming up on that Sunday night game. So that's going to be fun as well. All right, NFL Week 1. We wanted to take a look at a number of these games, and this is pretty strong, but it's the NFL. You can make good cases for anything, and the number always comes into play. Like I'm looking at a lot of games that are 6, that are 7, people that want no part of those dogs, and where I find myself making a case. Where do you want to start with week number 1 here in the NFL?
I'll save Minnesota because we got plenty of time for this. Minnesota, Chicago.
And I keep staring at it. I'm like, I remember a time this offseason when we were like, whoa, big surprise. It flipped. All that Bears love. Bears are the favorite. And now it's getting out to like 2 Minnesota road favorite.
Well, here's what's happened. Minnesota got to 2.5, but then the Bears preseason happened. So then that has created more of a buy point on the Chicago side. So we did see this initial number many, many months ago. I'm going to pull up the line history here. The Superbook opened this on May 14th at Chicago -1.5. And then Chicago got to -2, 2.5. But then we started to hear that the Bears can't break the huddle. And Caleb Williams isn't ready for the offense. So it started to swing toward Minnesota. So Minnesota gets to -2-ish. I think one offshore got to -2.5. And then you had the suspension to Jordan Addison. And now Justin Jefferson is banged up. And TJ Hawkinson is banged up. And people aren't believing in JJ McCarthy. So it's almost like Vegas doesn't know which team should be favored. So they're just going to let the money decide it. Market price right now, BetMGM and basically everybody else has the Minnesota Vikings at -1.5. There's a couple twos in the market. Pinnacle's Minnesota -2, but a small road favorite for Minnesota. And I remember in the summer, I was saying, give me 3 with Minnesota. Because I thought we were going to blow through 2.5 and get out to Chicago -3. Did not happen. So I am naked on the game. I have not made a single bet on the game, but I assure you I will have money on that game. I just have to figure out what it is and when it is.
Couple of short favorites that I want to throw your way. And these are divisional matchups. It's tough. Like you just mentioned, Minnesota, Chicago, divisional matchup. There's a handful of them. And as I started going over, I'm like, I like all these dogs. Okay, that's normal for me. And then I found a couple of short favorites, but they're divisional short favorites. So that's always dicey. San Francisco is under a field goal. I'm getting the sense that thing's going to hit 3. We're 2.5 everywhere at Seattle, a team that I'm not buying, and I don't like the quarterback change. I expect that to be a downgrade this season. I like the Niners, and I know a lot of people are hot on them. They're the favorite for the division. They're going to be that popular worst to first team, all that stuff. I don't have any season-long bets on San Francisco like you do, but Sam, I don't think we're going to – you want to be inside of 3? You probably have to bet it sooner rather than later if you plan on being on the Niners in week 1.
Agree with you there. We're already on the way. 2.5 at a lot of sharp shops, 2.5 -15 at one place. So you're seeing that build. And I have a feeling, because you have to remember, people don't bet NFL week 1 for the most part until Saturday or Sunday, week of the game. So we haven't even seen the public join in yet. And the open was 1.5. Now we're 2.5. There's a really good chance this gets to San Francisco -3. Now, will it last? I don't know, because you will have some appetite for sharp guys to take Seattle +3. But again, they're not taking a team, they're taking a number. A lot of groups that I know, they don't even look at the teams. They look at the numbers. And they're going to take a home dog inside the division at +3. But anything sub 3, like there's a 1.5 at Circa, there's a 2 at South Point. Everybody else is mostly 2.5. I would lay those cheap numbers if you could, because this was a game a week ago. We were talking 1.5, and now it's 2.5. I don't feel good backing Sam Darnold. It won't happen for me. I even thought about floating San Francisco in Survivor, because San Francisco stock is a little bit low right now. It is. I mean, they're 10-1 to win the conference. They were 5-1 to win the conference last summer. But because of all the injuries and McCaffrey goes down and they make some changes on defense, people aren't sure yet about San Francisco. But if I'm right about San Francisco and they're one of the better teams in the conference, we'll look back and go, wow, that -1.5, 2 was a joke. Week number 1. Could very easily be the case.
Today's countdown to kickoff team, the Detroit Lions. They're a dog. Packers -1. Tough NFC North matchup. Feels like, why are they wasting this in week number 1? Unnecessary. But this is going to be fascinating. With the new coordinators, first game, a very difficult matchup. Man, now you got to go on the road to Lambeau. We talked about how difficult their road schedule is this year. I'll probably be on the Packers.
Yeah?
Yeah. You going to be on Detroit?
I like Detroit. If I could get through 7, I like Detroit in a teaser.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
Well, that makes
I don't know
sense.
about.
Yeah.
I mean, you get that. Look, Detroit is still a very good football team. I could very easily see the Packers winning by 3, 4, or 7, though. But if I'm teasing through 3 and 7, and I'm at 7.5, I'm going to be a winner there. I would love for this to get to 2, 2.5, and then I could tease to 8, 8.5. But I don't know that we're going to get there because there will be an appetite to bet Detroit as a dog. But I'm curious where this closes. Green Bay opened pick, and now we're 1.5 pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, I'm looking at teaser options. Texans are probably a pretty solid one. They're on the road. You can get that to 8.5 at the Rams. I kind of like that one. The other ones are a bit more challenging. Would you take the Bears? Plus,
no.
Let's call it 8. I know you're Minnesota, but I'm saying it a teaser plus 8 at home.
I'm not trying to middle Monday Night Football week 1. No.
I think it would be pretty funny if you did.
So hear me out on this one. Hear me out on this one. Hold on. I know that people say that you shouldn't tease from this number to that number, and fine. But how does Las Vegas plus 9 lose? New England's a 3-point favorite, and I take Vegas from 3 to 9. I know we're supposed to do 1.5 and 2.5 up.
Oh, whatever.
Blow me. Blow me. I'm taking the 3 up to 9. I'm taking plus 9 in a teaser.
Those are also old school rules, and we've learned how important the 8 has become, right? Like that 6, 7, 8, and you're blowing through those numbers. I don't mind that at all. I'm
but
just wondering how many.
Guy, you can't take 3 to 9. You can't,
Sure you can.
Can't take 3
sure
to 9.
Can.
Watch me.
Yeah, and I'm moving it off the keyest of all numbers, the 3, and I'm going up. Like, okay, I don't get double digits, but it's okay. I'm fine with that. I'm just wondering how many ways you're going to have the Raiders. By the time we get there to that Sunday, how many ways are you going to be back in Vegas?
A lot. I think they're going to win. So, yeah. And remember, in the summer, the first line we saw on this game, Superbook hung. No, I'm sorry. It was an offshore shop that hung. Vegas -3. So this has moved quite a bit. Now, maybe the Vegas -3 was never the right number, and it quickly corrected itself. But I think this game should be a pick'em. So you're going to make the Pats 3, and I'm going to get 6 more extra points. Yeah, I'm in.
I'm going to throw 3 dogs your way. Tell me if you like any of them. Jets +3, hosting the Steelers. Giants getting 6 at the Commanders. Falcons getting 2.5 at home against the Bucs, who they swept last year.
Of the 3, I'd go Atlanta before the other 2. Could be convinced to take the Giants.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart.
I mean, that
baby.
defense, but I just, that pass rush that the Giants are going to have, I understand people thinking Daniels isn't going to fall off. Like, I could get behind that, but what I can't get behind is this Commanders defense stopping anybody. And people are going to say, oh, well, look at the quarterback room and Jameis and all that. Okay, fine. I understand, but big picture wise, this Commanders defense did not get better in my mind. It just got older.
I agree with you. We talked about this yesterday. We pay so much attention to the offense and the quarterback that we sort of give the defense a pass. The defense also played a lot of really bad quarterbacks last year. So we'll see. Dable's had the entire summer to get Jackson Dart ready for this game. And I think you have the ability to use Jackson Dart. They're going to use a lot of trickeration, a lot of RPO. They're going to fake the pitch and throw the pass. I'm intrigued by the Giants. I said this yesterday. I think they can win 6 games. Not exactly a hot take because the win total's right around there. But I think the Giants are going to win 1 game this year against either Philly or Washington. I'm very, very clear about that.
Are you surprised, like me, that at the moment you could find some juiced 6.5s on Philadelphia for the season opener against Dallas?
No, not really. I think we'll be
Okay.
7 by next Thursday.
Right.
I think we'll be there.
Uh-huh.
But you're going to see a lot of those 6.5s go away. I mean, the market is mostly 7 everywhere. So those books that are laying 6.5, 120, they need a little bit more Philly money, if you know what I mean. But don't worry, that'll come next week.
Yep. Totally agree there. They're going to end up getting that Philly money. That's for sure. Joe O, Sammy P, top of the hour. Our buddy Will Brinson will be dropping by, getting his NFL thoughts. A lot more to get to, including some more college football that we wanted to circle back to. That's next. Joe O, Sammy P. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
All right, we got our buddy Will Brinson coming by at the top of the hour. Joe O, Sammy P. We'll talk to Jim Costa from the Ticket in Detroit also the next hour, as our countdown to kickoff team has been the Detroit Lions today. Man, going through these slates, whether it's this weekend or next weekend, really get you pumped. we did make it, man. Really excited about it. College football. We started talking about the Portnoy situation with Ohio State, which I'm very curious how that ends up going. So we kind of didn't have enough time to go over our make and miss the playoff markets that we were interested in. I mentioned to you, speaking of Portnoy, that I'm in on Michigan this year. Underwood officially announced the quarterback. We all knew that was going to be the case. Boy, they're missing a lot of the top teams in the Big Ten, whether it be Penn State, Oregon, Illinois, Indiana. They're missing all those teams this year, but I am expecting a big bounce back from Michigan this season. You can get that at 2-1. Were there any make-miss teams that popped to you, Sam?
I like USC. Now, that's been bet a little bit. USC brings back, a ton on offense, and I've got, USC like over 8.5. I think that's a pretty good look. Their schedule is tough, but when you look at the games they're going to be dogs in, they're not big dogs. So they're in a coin flip at Illinois. It'll be a coin flip when they're home against Michigan. At Nebraska is a coin flip, and then they're going to be a substantial dog at Oregon. Brad Powers has them plus 11.3. I'm a little bit cheaper because I'm higher on USC. I think that game's closer to maybe 10, but they're not big dogs. I guess Notre Dame game too. So at Notre Dame, they'll be a double-digit dog for sure. But you could be 10-2. You could be 9-3 with a win over Oregon or a win over, Notre Dame. You could win that game. I think you have to win one of those marquee games, of course. But this was a team that was 5-1 to make the playoff, and that number's basically gone. It's been knocked in a little bit. Current price I see right now, $450, give or take. So there's been a little bit of an appetite to bet the Trojans. Look, I think they're sleeping on Lincoln Riley, and they feel like they have the quarterback. Mm-hmm. The talent is always there at USC. They've spent a little extra money in the portal. MGM's price to make the playoff is can't find it, of course. Got 18-1 to win the Big Ten, but to make the playoff, there we go, 4-1. All right, so that 5-1 is definitely long gone. That was a team that I had thought about a couple of weeks ago. I talked about it on a different show. I like USC. I'm much higher on them than Illinois, and I think a lot of people would put those teams on the same line, USC and Illinois. And
yeah,
I'm not there.
I like that one. I started looking at some of the numbers of the teams that we threw out the possibilities of, okay, what if things can go wrong here, even though they had a great season a year ago in the regular season? What if they fall out? The value just isn't there on the miss. Do you agree with that? Because I'm just looking at the numbers. Like you made a case, okay, Ohio State is not a for sure thing, and here's why. So if you bet to miss, you can get plus 240. Or I threw out there about Oregon. Okay, what if they slip in the conference? These teams are moving up. Like you mentioned, hey, what if USC is really good? I talked about Michigan. And somebody's got to slide back. Okay, Oregon to miss is plus 130. Like, there's not a lot of value in the miss markets. That's why I think another reason that people end up taking some longer shots on the make the playoff market. You're high on Clemson big picture, but we all know the second best team in that conference, they're playing Notre Dame on Sunday night. Miami in that plus 170 range to make. Do you find that appealing?
I already bet 2-1. So I'm already invested there. I'm looking at the range right now. Miami to make the playoff at MGM is still 2-1. So I would wink, I would bet that. The problem with trying to find these big dogs to miss is that you don't really have any $4 or $5 favorites, and that sort of protection built in by the books. I think a couple of years ago when some of those Georgia teams were coming off national titles, you would have seen Georgia minus 500, and then you would have had the no or the miss at plus 375 or plus 385. But you don't have that this year. So the most expensive team at BetMGM to make the playoffs is Ohio State, ironically enough. They've got them minus 325. Then they've got Penn State at minus 300. So you're never going to get that $3 dog in any of these markets on any of these teams. Texas, they have, let's see, Texas to make the playoff is, oh, Jesus. Sometimes these sites are just, they have a mind of their own.
I know.
Can't even Texas to make the playoff. Like, this is absurd. But I mean, Texas can't be much far off. Why can I not bet? Why can I not bet? Why can I not find Texas at this website? Like, it's infuriating sometimes, these websites. But my point is simple. Like, your highest teams are Ohio State, Penn State, Texas. And they're all minus 350 or less, give or take. So you're never going to get that huge, juicy payout. Now, what you can do at some of these books, you can do parlay to miss. You could take this team no with that team no, and then, you can run it up. But even that's becoming tougher and tougher. Like, a lot of the books won't even let you do that. But if you take a team at plus 170 to make and 2-1 to miss, and wheel the plus 170 with the 2-1, that's how you get a nice price. And then maybe you boost it. Maybe you add a little 20% boost on it to ramp it up a little bit more. But you're not going to get a scenario many times where you're betting a little to win a lot in this playoff market.
Okay, I've got one more long shot that I want to throw your way. We're going to the Big 12, the wide open conference. Nobody truly knows what's going to happen there. And I'm getting a plus 450 on a team that I'd say most people view as, even though it's open, they're in the top 2, top 3. Texas Tech to make the playoff, plus 450. Schedule doesn't seem too difficult as far as preseason rankings, preseason teams that are in the top 25. You've got to go to Arizona State, got to go to Kansas State near the middle of the season. But what do you think about Texas Tech plus 450?
I think you should rip it if you like it. I understand it.
Yeah.
I know there's a lot of money in that program too. I mean, they've spent more money than pretty much everybody in NIL. That's certainly something you didn't think was going to happen.
They're spending money every sport. They made a run in women's softball too. Like, they put a ton of money into that. Like, I saw a bunch of stories on that one as well. As far as the top transfers in the conference, I saw an ESPN story. They're like, the Texas Tech, they got the top 3 transfers in the conference too. Like, they were up there, I think first or second, according to most rankings on the portal. So it killed it. It's a matter of doing it on the field. Now that you pay the players, what are they going to do on the field for you? But you would think in a wide open conference that's going to happen. And that might be a team where if they have a hot start, and they should with the soft schedule that they have, like, people might jump on them quickly.
The other team, let's stick in this part of the country. I know it's a different conference now, as weird as that is to say that Texas Tech and Oklahoma are not in the same conference, but they're not. Oklahoma has a big game, man. Huge game, week number 2 against Michigan. And that's a home game for them. It's in Norman. Very, very winnable game, of course. Game's going to be like a pick 'em. Maybe it's Michigan -1 or whatever. But Oklahoma with a 2-0 start is going to move rapidly. That price, if they can beat Michigan, which I actually find myself probably on Michigan in that game, or on Oklahoma rather, you're talking about an easy price that you could get ahead of here. So Oklahoma to make the playoffs, BetMGM has plus 350. And then some competitive books are closer to 4-1. That's a team I kind of price similarly to USC. Now, the market's a little bit higher on Oklahoma than USC, But if Mateer is as good as everybody says he is, I know he's a very, very sexy pick for Heisman. I'm not there. But if Oklahoma beats Michigan, you can kiss that 4-1 playoff bet long gone. So that's sort of the advice. Try and find a team in that 4 to 5-1 range that might have an easy slate early or a relatively controllable slate where you can do some damage and pick that number off before the season starts. Because if Oklahoma beats Michigan, you're going to see 225, 250, and then everybody will come rushing into bet. So you want to be ahead of the curve, not after the curve.
I mean, Mateer already won the Heisman, didn't he? That's what everybody told me all offseason.
That's what I heard. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's going to be an interesting one. Yeah, because I think people don't know what to expect. Oklahoma's schedule is brutal this year. I do remember seeing that. So he may have a pretty good year, but look, I know it didn't happen last season, but I believe that to be the ultimate outlier. I think if you're really going to be a quarterback in that Heisman conversation, you've got to be one of the 12 teams, especially the way they set it up now, where it's truly going to be, according to their rankings, the 4 best teams. They're getting the buys in the playoff. Like, I'm not saying you have to have a bye, but you've got to be in that playoff conversation. But yeah, they around that Michigan game, they have a couple of soft ones, and hell's coming to breakfast mid-October. Texas, South Carolina, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Bama, Missouri, then LSU. Like, that's going to be brutal. I don't mind going under the win total, even though a lot of people are hot on this team just because of the quarterback.
They should start 5-0 though. And then you start 5-0, then maybe you get some injuries to other teams. You start 5-0, it's going to be tough to stop that train.
Yep. Yeah, especially Oklahoma. It's been a while since they've been that strong. Joe Sammy P. We'll get to some NFL, back to some NFL. Oh, it feels good to do this. Bouncing back and forth, NFL, college football. Will Brinson next on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
We'll talk some Lions coming up in about 20 minutes. Will Brinson, our buddy, joining us in just a few minutes. All right, a little background. His video pops up, and then it was him walking out of the room that he was in.
Yes.
So there you go. So
very, very good.
Back in. Yeah,
I love this.
We'll get him
it's
coming
so good.
up in a few minutes.
Sorry,
doing Will Brinson on next. So that's hilarious. The video pops up, and all I do is see you walking outside of the room for a quick moment. How you doing, man? It's been too long. He doesn't hear us. Damn.
All right, there we go.
We good now?
What's up? Sorry.
No, man, all good. So obviously people have been listening to you for years, whether it's on the network or your various podcasts, following you on social media. You're a big better. But in addition to that, have you got everything finalized? Like, what are you doing this year? Contest-wise, are you done with that? Joining all that? Are you doing a bunch of fantasy teams? Like, what are you into now?
I was live coming on coming on with the AirPods. Sorry about that. A little technical difficulties around the house today. I got a Circa Millions contest I'm doing with two friends of mine, a buddy from home, and I don't know if you guys know Link Calhoun, a good friend of mine. We're gonna do a Circa Millions this year. Got a bunch of Survivor stuff. I'll probably be in your Survivor. Are you gonna do your Survivor again, Joe?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, I'll be on that. I usually do that. It's easy. It pops up on my app. So I'm like, yeah, I'll jump in. I'm terrible at a Survivor. Don't pick the Bengals week 1. I think that's the easy lesson. They stink in week 1 under Zach Taylor with Joe Burrow. Got a new one that's popped up for college football that I'm about to do. That is, I've never seen before, and it requires no skill. So I'm not suggesting that anyone do it, but it's like Super Bowl squares. It's squares before the full season, and it's for Saturday Night Football. So every Saturday Night Football game, you get assigned a different set of squares, and the one that we're doing actually, so there's 100 squares, and I think it's like $500 a square or something like that. And it's, but 50 of there's 2 different pools. The one we're going to do, there's 50 squares that are paid for, and then 50 squares that are completely blank. And if it lands on a blank square, so like Clemson LSU week 1, nobody lands on a square that's not bought. That then rolls over to quarter 1 of week 2. And so you can end up with rollover to the point where something cashes really big. So, those are kind of the contests that I'm in right now. Obviously, fantasy and season long picks and everything. I mean, the usual set of contests, adding some rollover lottos and that Circa Millions this year, which I'm excited about.
I told Joe, I don't know why I am the way I am. That's not what I told him, actually. I told him something else. But as I was talking, I don't know why I am the way I am. I'm going to find myself in one of my Survivor pools on the Raiders to beat the Patriots. And I'm well aware the Raiders are a 3-point dog. But if I hear one more person say the Patriots are a sleeping giant, I'm going to bet even more. I'm going to bet Raiders money line. I'm going to do Raiders teasers. I can't get around this Patriots hype.
Okay. I was talking to a buddy of mine, and I just this is probably 3 weeks ago on radio in Raleigh. And he's like, I think I'm going to take the Patriots as a sleeper team to make the playoffs. I was like, all right, that's not, insane. Drake May takes a step forward. Mike Vrabel coaches him up. And I think Vrabel's a really good coach. And I was like, it's probably, and I just hadn't looked at it, right? In a week or so. Just maybe late July or something like that. I was like, I guess the Patriots are probably 3-1 to make the playoffs. I saw -120 to make the playoffs for the Patriots. Is that right? Did I misread that? That is an insane number. That is suggesting that the Patriots are more likely to make the playoffs than not make the playoffs. Drake May is a really good quarterback. He flashed a lot of stuff. He's an incredible athlete. I watch him a ton at Carolina, obviously. I mean, I'll tell you this. I think his performance in the pros already may be more impressive than what we saw from him in college against some of the better teams. Maybe that's a Mac Brown thing. Maybe that's a coaching staff thing from Carolina. I think he has the upside to be, a Pro Bowl caliber quarterback. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that the Patriots are a lot better this year because of a massive coaching upgrade. But you're playing for a wild card out of the gate because you're not good. You're not better than the Bills. You're just not better than the Bills. So you're fighting for 3 spots. And, oh, by the way, I know the Chargers lost their left tackle, but there's 3 really good teams in the AFC West already. You've got two really good teams in the AFC North in the Bengals and the Ravens, adding the Steelers, who are clearly shoving all their chips in the middle of the table this season. I think teams in the South are improved. And so I think it is wildly out of whack to see the Patriots with that number. And let's not forget, Sam, this is a Pete Carroll revenge game. Pete Carroll comes in revenge game. The Patriots fired him. Pete Carroll revenge game out of the gates. He's going to have a healthy Ashton Genty. He's going to have he's going to pound the football on these guys. And if they can't slow, if Genty, that first preseason game, 3 carries, 1 yard or whatever it was, people are oh, well, it might stink. No, he looks awesome. He's going to be great. I think the Raiders offense is going to be way better than people think. And, is there a revenge angle with Chip Kelly and Mike Vrabel, or am I overthinking that? They didn't coach together at OSU, did they? I don't think so. But anyway, I think Chip Kelly, this is a big season for Chip Kelly. Do you want to talk about if the Raiders surprise? I would rather bet on the Raiders to make the playoffs than the Patriots, I think.
I agree.
Woo! All right, good stuff. Today, we're previewing the Detroit Lions. They're a team that, if you look at the betting market, the win total is still very high. But if you look at make the playoffs and miss the playoffs, whoa, betting market's still not as hot on them in recent years for obvious reasons. The coaches certainly to start. Where are you on Detroit this year?
I think Detroit's a really nice buy low, and I'm not sure what our current number at BetMGM is for the. For them to win the division. And it's a really tough division. Don't get me wrong. Packers are a good team. Vikings have Kevin O'Connell, who's one of the 5 best coaches in the league. And J.J. McCarthy could be I don't think he's an MVP sleeper, but I think he's, it wouldn't shock me if, heck, Sam Darnold was 4 weeks into the season. We're talking about Sam Darnold MVP. So, why can't J.J. McCarthy be in that way too early season mix? I think a really nice look. And we got those numbers up now. Thank you, guys. Plus 145 to win the division. I'll take that all day. This is, even with the loss of the 2 coordinators. Now, remember, the coordinators are great. That's awesome. Ben Johnson is an incredible play caller. You still have the guy who hired him in Dan Campbell, the guy who picked the coaches who became good coordinators with the talent that he had. And I realize a little attrition on the offensive line. I get it. But it seems a little similar to me to the Bills and the Chiefs over the past couple of years, where people are kind of you get this brain drain, something's going to happen, it's going to see a fall off. I think there's a pretty good, not only would I bet the Lions to win the division at plus 145, I think that's good value because you're getting a plus number. I think if you parlay the Lions with the Chiefs and the Bills to win their respective divisions, you end up getting a really good number. And I think the Chiefs and the Bills to win the division as a parlay is one of the best bets of the year. For whatever reason, the Chiefs are just not priced like they have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid for the 3rd or 4th straight year. I don't get why we're insisting on this. Yeah, the Chargers could jump up and be awesome because they have Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert. They just lost their left tackle for the year. That's kind of a big deal. One of their top and I love Amari Hampton. I got a future on him to win Offensive Rookie of the Year, but Najee Harris hadn't even practiced with the team, right? So this backbone of this Harbaugh offense, that run game, is already suffering in that regard. Yeah, the Broncos have Sean Payton and Bo Nix, and it's probably the greatest collection of coaches in one division ever. You still have Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid. It's a great price. I think if you pair that with the Lions and the Bills, you're going to get a really nice parlay look and a juiced up number that basically is just asking the Lions to win their division at a number that's better than 145. Or if you want to even just go Bills and Lions, tack that on, you're going to juice up that number a little bit so you're getting a better return. I think the Bills are a slam dunk to win their division.
Over under on touchdowns for Cam Ward is 18.5 touchdown passes. That seems light, doesn't it?
Yeah, that seems a little low. It's 2025 and we have 17 games being played. I mean, that's like, I mean, maybe maybe this is like Will Levis hangover. I don't know. That's weird. Like, I mean, I get that the Titans weren't very good. I do expect the offense to be substantially better. This is a guy that's like you're the number one pick. No matter how it goes, barring injury, you're going to play 17 games. You're going to see that means you just have to basically average like 1.25 for, I mean, even less than that, right? Like 1.1 touchdowns per game. I mean, 1.2 touchdowns per game to get to, and I realize you can't throw 1.2 touchdowns in a game, but like you have to average 1.2 touchdowns per game. You get one bad defense. You got 2 weeks against the Jacksonville Jaguars secondary too, by the way. And I know Travis Hunter's awesome, but like he's going to be playing wide receiver a lot too. I mean, this is I would be looking at the over on that. I think it's a team that could easily be trailing in a lot of games. They'll want to run the football as much as they can because, that's what you do with a young quarterback. But this guy's going to have to throw. He's got some decent weapons. He's got a live arm, loves to scramble around and make plays, isn't afraid to force the ball down the field. Now, that results in some, like in Miami, like you saw some really bad turnovers and really bad spots, but you also saw some electric plays down the field. And you're getting a couple of games against bad secondaries. You're getting a team that's probably going to be trailing because, look at they're almost 8-1 to win a terrible division, not terrible, but like a lower tier division. That's a team that should be throwing a lot more, and Cam Ward should see a lot more looks in that, especially if they're loading up the box and forcing him to throw in the red zone. I like that over a lot. Yeah.
With Will Brinson, BetSweats, Joe O, Sammy P, talking NFL, of course, and Will, a bunch. This happens every year in the league where you get these surprise teams. And last year was Minnesota win total 6.5. They blew through that. Washington was 6.5. Denver was a surprise team. People didn't know that they had the quarterback. Sean Payton got his dude, at least for right now. What is your surprise team for 2025?
I actually liked the Broncos last year, so good on me for being on the Broncos. But I'm a Sean Payton stan. So like, I think when you look at like you get that sort of coaching, and I'm always going to be intrigued by it. I think that the way to look at this is, if you're going to attack quote unquote surprise team, I think you probably want to look at divisions that are a little bit thinner in terms of, let's say the NFC South, excuse me, for instance. No. The Buccaneers are a very good team. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if they won the division, but they keep winning the division with 9 wins. They keep doing that, and they keep doing it in a way where they start slowly. So a team like the Carolina Panthers with a win total, I think you can get like 6.5 minus 130, right? And I'm not saying Carolina's going to be great, just as an example. I think the Falcons are kind of intriguing too, at like 7.5 over minus 140 I see out there. I want talented, highly drafted, highly skilled young quarterbacks who are sort of being undervalued in weaker divisions. So the other team I'd probably look at is the Jacksonville Jaguars. You have a coaching upgrade. You have the addition of Travis Hunter, who in theory is a first round pick on both sides. I realize it's crazy to me that if you stand Trevor Lawrence in 2025, you're kind of it's on an island, but it's like a small little village, right? Like most people root against Trevor Lawrence succeeding. And I think when you have Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter that you're throwing to, and, Michelle Tootin has been good, had some issues and maybe pass pro, but you have Tank Bigsby, who we'll see if he's in there. And then Travis Etienne, who's also undervalued. I think there's a decent chance that this offense is top 10 in the league. And if that's the case and the defense improves at all, thanks to Travis Hunter, then you have a real case where the Jaguars could, and I love the Jaguars' odds to win the division. You have a real chance the Jaguars could be closer to a 10-win team and pop up as sort of, and we saw it, right? You get Urban Meyer, disaster season. Doug Peterson comes in, and I realized they were struggling the first half of that year, but an improvement in coaching led to the Jaguars winning the division and being sort of a team the following year that everybody thought could make another big leap. And of course, it didn't happen. I think 3-1 for the Jaguars to win the division. You're getting plus 310 here at MGM is a great number. Houston Houston can win the division. Wouldn't surprise me. I don't think Houston's going to win the division with 12 wins. I think Jacksonville can go out and win 10 games and would steal that division. And at 3-1, I'm a big fan of that. So I would say the Jaguars, Panthers, and Falcons sort of profile as teams that, were in that middle tier, lower tier that could take a leap up.
Good stuff. Will Brinson at Will Brinson over on X. Will, appreciate it. Can't wait to talk to you throughout the season, all right?
Yeah, guys. Talk to you soon.
Good stuff from Will. And let's continue to talk about the Detroit Lions a little bit. Jim Costa from 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit is going to drop by next. This is Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you weekdays 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time right here on the BetMGM Network. The countdown to kickoff team featured today, the Detroit Lions with a win total of 10.5, a Super Bowl contender. They are the second favorite in the NFC, only behind the Philadelphia Eagles. So to get an insider's perspective, we bring in Jim Costa from 97.1 The Ticket, Jim Costa _ over on X, and he's got the Cash the Ticket podcast and Odyssey sports betting podcast. How you doing, Jim?
Boys, doing great. Cannot wait for football season.
You got your Lions blue on too, baby. You're ready to go.
Right, let's go. let's do it.
So we told you during the break, Joe and I had a little debate, and debate's maybe the wrong word. It wasn't like an argument, but it was a conversation about how John Morton is going to use this backfield. And obviously, Ben Johnson leaves Detroit, goes to Chicago. He used Sonic and Knuckles accordingly, Gibbs and Montgomery.
Yep.
Is that going to be the same case this year, or are they maybe going to lean more on their young stud, 23-year-old back, Jahmyr Gibbs?
Look, at the end of the season last year, Gibbs was running as well as anybody in football. And he's a guy that you could argue should have just all the touches. But this team's playing for a Super Bowl. And I do think they're going to be mindful of managing touches. You know, John Morton has come out and said the 5 best guys are going to play skill positions. So that might mean some looks where both are on the field. But I do think they're going to make sure to get Montgomery in there to spell Gibbs and keep his workload in line, because they know they're not playing for 17 games, right? They're playing for 20 games. And I think you're going to see that in how they manage Gibbs' workload this season. Because if they took the governor off him, all bets would be off. I mean, I think the guy could lead the NFL in all-purpose yards for the season.
The touchdowns is what really intrigued me, because even in limited time, missing a few games the last couple of years in Detroit, like look at David Montgomery and 13 touchdowns, 12 rushing touchdowns. The number's down to 8.5 for this year. Do you still think he's going to be the guy inside the 10?
Well, he's the more physical back of the two, but it's going to be riding a hot hand. And I mean, some of this is, and we can get into it, will the Lions offense be as video game-esque as it was a year ago? I mean, it was on another level, numbers rivaling the greatest show on turf. Do you really project that year over year over year? I think some of that's baked into the regression on the number there.
This road schedule is unbelievable, combined with the fact that you're playing in primetime like every other week. This was a team last year, and Joe and I had talked about this in the summer. We liked the Lions last year over the win total, things like that, because they played 2 games outdoors. That's not the case this year. I mean, the league did them no favors, buddy, on the schedule. That's for sure.
America's Lions, baby. Everybody can't get enough of this football team, so they're cramming them into all the big primetime spots. And to your point, almost all of them are road games. So they'll play all the heavy hitters except Buffalo, and the games are on the road. So it's Kansas City at Arrowhead. You're going to Baltimore early in the season. Philadelphia and the Commanders, who ended their season a year ago. Those are road games on the schedule. Cincinnati in the first half of the season. They're going to play Joe Burrow on the road. So, yeah, I mean, this is a jam-packed, loaded schedule. And I know locally in Detroit, we love it because it's measuring sticks, right? It's a chance to measure up as they try to win a Super Bowl. But from an odds maker standpoint, hard to see 15 wins again. As crazy as last year was with all the injuries, we had those pinch yourself Mondays. They won again. Certainly don't see 15 wins this season with that schedule.
Yeah, you could say that about other teams in Division II. Minnesota, like, there's just no way. We got a 14-win team. We got a 15-win team. It just can't happen again. Before we flip it over to the defensive side, I want to hit on the O-line. Probably not talked about enough that this has been the best offensive line in football. And now Ragnow's gone. And it looks like you're going to have a rookie starting. How are things looking over in camp, and what you're hearing about this offensive line with so many new coaches?
Yeah, as a Lions fan, it is the thing that keeps me up at night, is what's going to happen on the interior of this offensive line, because it is very much the engine of this team. It's what sets up play action pass. I host mornings with John Jansen, former offensive lineman, and he has given the numbers between runs and play action pass. It was 75% of the plays for the Lions. It lets that young line fire out, and it sets up Jared Goff to be that insulated pocket guy and go through his reads. If there's a breakdown up front, Goff's not beating anybody to the outside. The offense would take a big step back. As for what's going to happen, they're going to play Graham Glasgow at center. They made that determination very early in camp. He's a veteran. He's played left guard. He's played right guard. He's played some center. He's going to be the guy at the middle of that line. He'll go through the protections. I think that makes sense. Tate Ratledge, who they took in the second round out of Georgia, is going to play the right guard spot. He's a rookie. And Christian Mahogany, who they really like as a day 3 pick from the previous draft, has one career start, kind of a dirt bag, good offensive line mentality. He's going to play the left guard spot. So that's one total start between the two guards. Hank Fraley, one of the best O-line coaches in the NFL. The goal is they got to be where they need to be when they got to be there. So December, January, and February, that's when you're going to find out if they've got the pieces to do it.
I vividly remember looking at Ourlads last year, which is what Joe and I use for depth chart, ourlads.com. And there was a game last year. Obviously, Hutch was already hurt, but then they had 5 of the starters in red, which is not good.
I know.
Like, Jesus, like everything just fell apart. Is 5 starters in red good? Answer no. I guess the simple question is this defense healthy? Question mark.
Well, it's a lot healthier than it was. And let's start with Aiden Hutchinson, who he said he had a moment in practice and training camp where he had a leg whip around and hit him, kind of like last year when Aleem McNeil's leg ended his season, and he popped right back up. And he goes, I got a steel rod in there now. And the coaching staff, Kelvin Shepard, the new DC, says he looks even better than a year ago. And keep in mind, guys, he had 7.5 sacks in 5 games. And he's a guy with 21 sacks his first 2 seasons, and he was on pace to have one of those historic seasons. He's a problem. He could win Defensive Player of the Year, and they didn't have him at all for the second half of the season last season. They will be without Aleem McNeil for the first half of the year. They're targeting, we're thinking around Thanksgiving. Will he be 100%? Maybe not, but he's a key cog in the middle of their defensive line. But the secondary is probably the strength of this defense. Between Kirby Joseph, who led the league in interceptions a year ago, Brian Branch, who's that Swiss Army knife, right? They can play him in the deep safety center field. They can bring him off the edges of blitzer. He wreaks havoc in the run game, going out into the flats. That's a good safety duo, as good as any in the NFL. And while they lost Carlton Davis, DJ Reed comes in to be the number 1 corner. And they're very bullish on Terrion Arnold, who they took in the first round in Detroit, the draft last year, 2 years ago now. And he got baptized in the fire. He played the most man coverage snaps of any corner in football. The thought now is he will take that leap that they projected. Big corner, likes to talk, got that swagger to him, but he would be the number 2 corner on this team. And Amik Robertson, an underrated nickel. Everybody plays sub packages now. The strength of this team is probably the secondary, but with Aiden Hutchinson being that fire breather, that flamethrower off the edge, the expectation is Detroit's going to be a lot better on defense.
With Jim Costa, 97.1 The Ticket in Detroit. This is Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. A lot of conversation. We already hit on Ben Johnson, swapping him out for John Morton now. What about on that defensive side? Yeah. What's the loss of Aaron Glenn going to mean to this team? And what are we projecting with Kelvin Shepard getting that promotion?
Yeah, he's a high-energy guy, Kelvin Shepard, and he's a promote-from-within guy, so they're not going to change too much of what they do. But I don't want to minimize what losing Aaron Glenn means. I mean, we'd have these debates locally on radio about, people wanted him fired at certain points when the defense was underachieving, but he really held it together last year with duct tape and glue. I mean, when you don't have a pass rush, and they added Zadarius Smith at the deadline as kind of their number 1 pass rusher, they had to get creative with blitz packages. And are you going to beat elite quarterbacks with it? I don't know. But they did what they had to do to week in and week out, put a game plan together and give themselves a chance. And install week in, week out, it's just an unknown with Kelvin Shepard. I think people here are excited about him taking over that role, but it's an unknown.
I think there would be some people that would be very quick to say that teams like the Lions, teams like the Browns, teams like Jacksonville, and we saw this with Bortles against Brady. They got there, but then they never got back. And I think it's fair. You might not want to hear it in Detroit, but it's fair. What's the thought process around the organization of they were the number 1 seed, they had a home game, they had home field, and they lose to a rookie? What's the psyche like right now around the team of just like, we did all these great things, and then it was over like that?
Well, I just first say you're not breaking news to us, because when they lost the NFC title game to the San Francisco 49ers, Dan Campbell was the one who said that might have been our best shot. And that's a tough thing to tell a fan base who thinks we're just getting started, right? That was the surprise rocket ship to the moon. We got a 17-point lead on the road NFC championship game. People were thinking about Super Bowl in Vegas, buying tickets. When you lose that game,
you go back to work, you win 15 games, and you still don't get to the Super Bowl. Not only that, you have 5 turnovers and lose to a rookie quarterback. It does mess with you. And you do wonder, like, how many cracks at this are we going to get? Now, the nucleus is still intact. And if you look at the salary cap sheet, nucleus should be intact this year, and they'll have to restructure Goff, but probably next year as well. But you only get so many cracks at this. And I think the team is keenly aware of that. And I think there is an urgency to get it done. And I know they're motivated by it.
You going over or under 10.5 wins?
You guys help me out with this. 10 feels low, and I feel like they should, even with a step back, win 11, 12 ball games. I'd go over. I mean, I'd take them to win the division. Dan Campbell 17-3 in the division the last 20 games. Even with a tough schedule, I would expect this team to clean up in division. Went 6-0 last year. Pencil them in for 4 or 5 wins in the division. I think they're an 11-12 football team.
So wise guys like the under, but wise guys also like the under last year, and they won 15. Wise guys are not always right. I think people just look at that schedule, Jim, and say, well, they're going to lose this and they're going to lose that. Look, my thoughts on the Lions are sort of – go ahead.
I want to give you a note on the schedule because we've hit the point. We even hit it this morning, and I said, I know you guys have heard us bring it up, but you know the gauntlet. Rest edge. This is a little geeky. You guys may have seen it when the schedule came out. The Lions have the best rest edge in the NFL, and I believe it is the best since 2002. So for a team that plays a grueling brand of football, the idea that I'd get an extra day here, an extra day here, 2 days on a week there, that could make the difference in stealing a game that ordinarily you go, I don't like their chances on the road. So I don't think that part's being discussed enough with this team's ability to navigate the tough schedule is having a better rest advantage than the teams they're going to play.
I have no issue with them facing a tough schedule. That's a playoff team, assuming relative health. I think in some way this schedule prepares them to potentially finally knock some of these dominoes down. I would rather, as weird as this might sound, I would rather bet them to win the NFC at plus 550 than go over the win total, because they could go 10-7 and go to the Super Bowl.
Absolutely. And if you look at the back half of the schedule, it sets up for them to rattle off 6-7, play their best ball, and do what the Eagles did last year, which get red hot late in the season and then take people's heads off in the playoffs.
All right, we got to squeeze in a little bit of Michigan before we let you go, Jim.
Sure.
What are we thinking? Is it a big bounce back season? The win total, it was juiced to the over earlier in the offseason at 8.5. A lot of people seem to be in on them. I'm one of them. Now that gets bumped to 9.5. So are they going to take that jump in conference?
Yeah, it's tough. Like week 2, Norman for a freshman quarterback on the road at night. You think, I don't know if they're going to win that game. And then to hit over, I got to win all but one game the rest of the season. They do have trips to Nebraska, who I think is another one of these teams looking the arrow trending up. USC, it is cross country. I think Michigan's the better team, but we saw last year a lot of these Big Ten teams that had to go all the way across the country. Sometimes squirrely things would happen. And then Ohio State. I know Michigan has the Buckeyes number, but is it going to be every year? I would lean Michigan on the under, maybe a 9-3, even an 8-4. But I think if you're a Wolverine fan, you're excited for Bryce Underwood, and you're maybe a year away. Next year, you're the Florida Gators with DJ Lagway, or you're the South Carolina Gamecocks with Lenoris Sellers, and you kind of have the wind in your sail, and you're ready to make some noise.
I think it was very, very funny the way that people were saying, well, we don't know that Sharon Moore can recruit. And then he goes out and gets Underwood, and then got that 5-star running back. I think they're going to be okay, Jim.
Yeah, and you know what? It's funny. When they got the Underwood commitment late last year, it was right around the time of the Buckeye game, and things started to change in a big way when you beat Ohio State and land the number 1 recruit at the quarterback position from your own state. There's definitely more momentum now than even the first 2 months of last season.
Man, you guys don't lack for things to talk about either with the Tigers as well. Things are going well over there by you.
I love it. What do you guys think? World Series? What would you give my Tigers? AL champs pennant?
They're favored to win the pennant.
We are very excited to see. I think they're in a group of teams. I wouldn't put them head and shoulders above anybody in the American League, but they are giving us a lot to talk about. They're a fun ball club.
Yeah, I mean it's so wide open. I think you can make that argument in both leagues that it's typical baseball. Just got to get in, and they put themselves in a great position. obviously running away with the Central there. Jim Costa, 97.1 The Ticket mornings over there. But make sure you check out the Cash the Ticket podcast as well over on Odyssey. Jim, thank you so much for hopping on the show. Best of luck to you with the Lions, Michigan, Tigers, everything.
Love it. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff. Jim Costa there. I like the insight there as far as what's going to happen. And, man, the more we talk about that offensive line, he's right. I understand why it keeps him up at night as a Lions fan.
Still a good
Joe
team, though, man.
P. Yeah, yeah, damn good. Coming up next, lightning bets as we wrap things up on this Tuesday. Joe O. Sammy P. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P with you, BetMGM Network. I feel like on a daily basis we're complaining about some of the carrier stuff with the streaming networks and all that. And I got an email yesterday afternoon, another one, end of the day. Maybe they're trying to not piss too many people off. It's probably closing business. Maybe didn't want to deal with it in customer service calls. But here's the email. In order to provide you with the best in live sports news and entertainment, YouTube TV enters into partnerships with content providers like Fox. Our current agreement with Fox is approaching its renewal date, and we are in active negotiations to continue carrying their content. Our priority is to reach a deal that's fair for both sides as well as subscribers. The deal's up tomorrow. Basically, this email goes on to say that they're not sure if they're going to have Fox, Fox Sports, Fox News, all those Fox channels as
Big
we are entering the college football season, entering the NFL season. YouTube TV's like, our deal's up on Wednesday. I don't know if we're going to have that channel for you. What? I'm so sick of this. I really am. I'm so sick of this garbage. And they keep going on with these price increases. I'm just like, do I need to go all the way back? Do I need to? I've been seeing a bunch of stuff on social media, and people are just sick and tired of it. Just go back to how everything was. But that's the other difficulty part, because you still have to have the streamers involved, even if you do go back to cable.
Whenever we talk about this, I get an email or a DM from somebody that listens to the show that says, hey, just go buy this stick. It's $170. You get all the games. I'm like, I know. I know I could jailbreak it. I know I could do all that. Well, that too. But I don't want 45 and 60-second delays. I want to be relatively close to the action because I'm following a lot of things, and I know what I could do if I go down that rabbit hole. But I'm happy to pay for what I want. That's the issue. Yeah. And I just got dinged again for YouTube TV at, what was it, $79.99 or is it $89.99 now? I forget. I'm willing to pay.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the reason we're there then?
I don't know. And then the worst part about it is, in that email that I got as well, because you and I are both YouTube TV guys, and I've been very happy with it for the last handful of years. Yeah. Third paragraph, they give you, we know how frustrating it is to lose channels, which is why it's our goal to keep Fox on YouTube TV. And then in all bold print, we're committed to continuing to work with Fox to reach an agreement, but if their content becomes unavailable, we'll offer you a $10 credit, because that'll fix everything. $10.
Get bent.
Yeah. Almost said it, didn't do it. But then you have the Fox side. So Fox yesterday at Fox Sports tweets, football season is coming and YouTube TV customers could be sidelined. Don't let YouTube TV cut Fox Sports. Nobody's taking accountability here. I have no idea whose fault it is. I also don't care. Just give me my football. Texas, Ohio State is Saturday. If I can't watch it in my own house, I'm going to be pissed.
So where's Sunday Ticket? Is it still YouTube TV?
I got dinged for it, so I believe so.
This is so stupid. So when do they go to? So Red Zone is ESPN this year, or whatever? I'm so confused. I can't keep up.
I don't care about Red Zone.
I know.
But Sunday Ticket is still. I just paid about $300. They kicked in the payment when I was in that bachelor party in Wisconsin. I came home and I was like, $300 charge, YouTube TV. I'm pretty sure that was Sunday Ticket. pretty sure.
Okay. I'm sure I paid for it too. I lose track. So yeah, I don't know. I would stay for the Sunday ticket, but I'm really getting pissed. I'm at the edge, and there are a lot of sports channels that I don't get. Right? We don't get MLB Network on YouTube TV. Right? That's one of them.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm pulling up my account now. I don't even want to look. So annoying. And that's the other thing is they got you by the balls because they know you don't want to go through the hassle and change everything over too. And then change your settings. And if you had stuff in your library, you got to do that. And okay, which channels you do get, which ones you don't. You know, it's a pain in your ass. So most people are not going to end up making the move. They just deal with it. But if you lose Fox and Fox Sports and all these games, I'll be pissed. Baseball playoffs too, right? Most of them are on FS1, most of those rounds? Yeah.
Well, you get some of them now on TBS or TNT, but as we get closer to the big thing at the end, the World Series, it's Fox. We'll see what happens. I hope there's a solution, but as you said, the deal ends tomorrow. And the big games start Saturday. Tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, I know. Very, very annoying. All right. Joe O, Sammy P. We've got lightning bets for today. Where you going, man? We're at the part of the calendar for me, Sam. I'm looking ahead more so than on the daily basis than today's MLB card because it's going to be impossible to squeeze them all in once we get to this coming Friday and next week with the NFL.
Sure. I'd also, tomorrow or maybe Thursday, I'd like to talk about one of our listeners with the $500 free bets, AJ. We don't have time today, but I'd like to do that maybe tomorrow or Thursday. He got a handful of free bets for $500 a pop, and he's asking, what do I do with these? I'd love to answer that tomorrow or Thursday. The only bet I'm going to give today is Georgia Tech, Colorado over. This is one of Corby's bets, and he's insinuating that line is going to go back up. This opened 57. Wise Guys came in under. Now it's 52.5, and there's a good chance that by the time we get to Friday and Saturday, the 52.5 is closer to 54. So just because Wise Guys came under the big numbers doesn't mean it can't go back. I'm going to tail Corby and go over 52.5, Georgia Tech, Colorado.
Okay. Very good. Here's what I'm thinking. That Niners Seahawks number is going north, and we're going to get to 3. And I'm going to be mad if we get to 3, or who knows, even if it passes that. So I'm going to lay it right now. I'm going to take San Francisco minus 2.5, week number 1 in the NFL, going up against Seattle in a divisional matchup. So I want to do that. We talked about the Lions today. I'm going over 8.5 rushing touchdowns for David Montgomery. A lot of noise about Gibbs. I still think there's going to be enough room for Montgomery to gobble up those touchdowns inside that 10-yard line, 5 to 10-yard line. So over 8.5, yes, I'm going to do that with Montgomery. And I will say Texas Tech plus 450 to make the college football playoff is something that I like as well. All right, let's go to Paul and Jake as well. What do you guys have for today?
I've got a college bet for the weekend. Also placed a couple futures, but I know we're doing futures tomorrow, conference futures, so I'll save those for tomorrow. But sorry, Brian Gertz, but Old Dominion catching 23.5 in the opener at Indiana. ODU's got 11 starters back, including their quarterback, the core of their offensive line. They play up to the competition. Last year, they took South Carolina down to the wire in their opener, number of close losses. And we've talked about the Indiana hype. So, and Signetti kind of strikes me as a guy that's going to be reading his newspaper clippings all this whole offseason, patting himself on the back after last year's run. So, I just think it's a lot of respect for an Indiana playoff team. So I'll fade that a little bit with Old Dominion plus 23.5.
All right, Jake Hassan, what do you got today?
So last night was a lot of fun, huh?
Having a great one.
Sanchez, yeah, you were just like, this is all, I'm not betting anything, but this is all I want to have happen. And the universe said, no, forget that. Forget that, Jake.
Yeah, not what you want. But we get back on the horse, I guess. Hurston Waldrop goes for the Braves. They're still lining his strikeouts at 4.5. I think that's completely wrong because he's flown over this number in just about every one of his starts. So I will take that against a bad Marlins team, and I'll back the hot pitcher there. 9 in Mackenzie Gore on the road and Luis Gil. Yes, please. I will take that over all day, every day. That is a ridiculous number to me because I want to fade both of those guys. And Jacob Mizorowski's been terrible in his last 5 starts. Brandon Pfaadt's actually been decent. I'm going to take the Diamondbacks on the first 5 money line. I'll take a shot.
All right. Thank you, Jake. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. So it sounded like we weren't sure that it was a real story, but apparently it was a real story. Avery Johnson and his dad fighting after the game the other day because an apology was issued.
Wailing on each other outside the stadium in Dublin. Avery Johnson's brother and dad. There was an apology. Paul sent that out. On3 posted it. They released a joint statement in which they said senseless bickering escalated into an unnecessary fight. We have resolved our differences and take full responsibility. Whatever, don't care. They were throwing haymakers at each other.
The old man strength. Does it look like he still has the old man strength?
The dad was never going to go down without a fight. He was going to bite some ankles if he had to.
I'm going to take a wild guess. That's not the only time that's happened between them.
Nope. Definitely not.
No doubt about that. For Sam, I'm Joe. This has been Bet Sweats. We'll be back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Time. Check us out as we inch closer and closer. And we've got a big college football card. We'll continue to talk about that right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates. Because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us. Here we go. It is the final hour of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. Coming up, it is finally over. Terry McLaurin signs with the Washington Commanders, and Trey Hendrickson agrees to a deal with the Bengals. So now we're just waiting on Micah Parsons and the Cowboys. We will talk about that in mere moments. And then coming up in 20 minutes, more on the Terry McLaurin contract situation with Kevin Sheehan from the Kevin Sheehan Show here in D.C. at the Team 980. Donkster Best Bets coming your way in just 40 minutes. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. You can check us out on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Oh, man. I am so glad this story is done because we cover the Commanders here in D.C. Denton does all the time. I'm doing it all the time. We've talked about it here on this show. And then yesterday, I was chatting with Joe O and Sammy P on Bet Sweats, and we thought this has got to get done soon, right? And then right after that, it does. Terry McLaurin signing with the Commanders. 3-year deal worth $96 million, according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Tom Pelissero from the NFL Network says Terry is getting a signing bonus of $30 million. So at first this was a holdout, then it was a hold in, and Terry was kind of lurking around the practice field in his hoodie. You knew he wanted to be out there, and we don't have these specific details yet, but it looks like both sides finally decided it was time to come to an agreement.
Yeah, and they kept their sanity in the process. Like, see, it can be done, Dallas Cowboys. You don't have to come to personal blows between the owner and the player that you're negotiating with. So I feel like this is a great way where both sides kind of had some things go their way. With Terry McLaurin, obviously he got his deal, and, you know, they went over the details where you were talking about this, where the ownership didn't want to just be like, hey, okay, we'll give you whatever you want. You've been a great player for us. We know you've been here through the bad times and the good. You still have to look at the books over the next 5 years. And you can't just be handing out money because that's how you give out bad contracts. And Terry McLaurin is not a young pup like he used to be. So who do you think the winner is of this? Like, is there a winner and loser, or do you think both sides like came out of this looking pretty good?
Yeah, that's kind of the way I look at it, where, I mean, we don't have the details as far as guaranteed money goes. I feel like if Terry was trying to get more than DK Metcalf, I don't think that's something the Commanders were going to do, and that's been reported numerous times. I feel like he didn't get to that level. But ultimately, this was enough for him to re-sign. So I feel like ultimately, once we look at where this ends up being, when we take all the factors into account, my guess it would be around $28 million per. But I think this is just a win for both sides. This is just part of doing business in the NFL. I think the strange thing here is that it hasn't been a part of doing business with the Commanders in such a long time. Like, this is just a new era for this team and this franchise, be it with the ownership or Dan Quinn or Jaden Daniels. And because of that, because things are run in a way in which we're not accustomed to, that, you know, things like this, which weren't really a part of the franchise's recent history, or something that we're having to grow accustomed to. Like, yeah, this is business in the NFL. You have a star player. He wants to get paid, and so this is part of it. It makes you nervous. You get worried about it. Maybe it plays out longer than you want it to, but in the end, it usually comes together. And it's also what happens when you have a front office that knows what it's doing. Like, I always wanted Terry to get paid. There's no question. But I did not want it to be at the sacrifice of building something, because Terry deserved his money, no question. But also to a point, because you're looking at a team now with a franchise quarterback that is trying to win championships, as opposed to being a team that, maybe they'll make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's kind of champagne problems. The fact that, like, the time is now. Like,
Yes.
that's why he had some leverage, and that's why there were negotiations in this, because the Commanders know that this is their window to win championships. I know Jaden Daniels is still very young, but the fact that he is still on a rookie deal is so helpful to balance the books for the rest of the team. We've seen it with other teams that go, to pretty great lengths, to maybe playing in a Super Bowl with younger quarterbacks, because you get to pay other people around the quarterback. So that's why Terry McLaurin had some sort of leverage in this. And also the fact that we have used the word security blanket. Maybe that's like a little too strong in this situation. But when your number one receiver for your young quarterback, there are question marks surrounding if he's going to stay with the team. That's not great for your quarterback who is hoping to take the next step in his progression this year, and especially with the Commanders team that doesn't have a ton of depth at receiver. This was a big deal for the offense. This was a big deal for the city. This was a big deal for Jaden Daniels as well.
And they don't have a receiver like him, Like you say, okay, you got Deebo Samuel, but Deebo is not a guy who is going to catch a ton of deep balls. That is what Terry McLaurin does. Deebo Samuel is a guy who obviously can run the ball. He's a guy who can catch passes, but he's more of a jack of all trades. He's a Swiss Army knife. And then you have Noah Brown, who's still coming back from injury. And that was a bigger problem, too, which started to sort of rear its head during training camp, and maybe a little bit during the preseason. But then again, Jaden Daniels didn't throw a pass during this preseason. Like when he actually played, it was just a few running plays. They scored, and they got him out of there. And he looked great. But you could see at times during practice where that lack of depth was a real problem, where you just don't. And even now it's a problem. That's the thing, because behind those top three guys, they're still kind of jockeying for someone who's going to step up in that receiver room. So that made it even more pertinent for these two sides to come to an agreement. And also, when you talk about chemistry, there's no doubt that Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin developed a chemistry, and that's a real thing, where you don't necessarily have to communicate everything because you know each other so well via just small looks. It could be a wink, it could be a look, it could be a word or two. It's really amazing. Yeah, like, how you doing? But I swear to God, I've talked with Smoot about this when we do our podcast together, and how he and Sean Springs used to play together, and they would talk about how sometimes it was just a look. I was like, tell me about really knowing. So he goes, it got to the point where if we saw a certain alignment or we recognized something on film, I knew it was happening. He knew it was happening. We both knew the adjustments that we needed to make, and we would lock eyes, and we both knew, okay, this is what we're doing here. And that goes for the offensive side as well, where sometimes okay, you know what this is, right? And you don't even have to say anything. So there's a real chemistry there that develops between players that is something it's not really tangible. Like, it's hard to sort of, well, what does that look like? Sometimes you just know, when you're around someone. And so that's something that is, you can't really put a price on that. I mean, you can and you need to, but that's a big part of another reason why the Commanders really needed to sign Terry here. So I'm glad they did.
Yeah, it's like me at Starbucks. They already know my order, because there's continuity there, and they know exactly what I like. So although we will never relate to quarterback receiver, continuity, like we see this in every walk of life.
Sure.
Like here on the show, like me and you have been working together so long that I feel like I can read your facial cues and be like, okay, he's almost done talking, or he's done talking, whatever. So I think you can apply this to anywhere in life, and it's big. So now that it feels like, correct me if I'm wrong, this feels like this was the biggest question mark for the Commanders, and now that it is now a period instead of a question mark, are we ready to put down some money on the Commanders? So, Jenks, let me tell you, let me spin some at you. The Commanders to win the NFC, 9-1. And you know how my brain works is that I think if you can even get to the NFC Championship game, you got one side of the coin at 9-1, and you've got great hedging opportunities. So what is the ceiling for you when it comes to the Commanders? Are you willing to put some money down on them to win the NFC? Are you willing to put some money on them to win the Super Bowl?
I honestly think they're maybe a year or two away, if we're being honest. The schedule's going to get tougher this year, and they're not going to surprise anybody, because that's a different thing too. Playing Washington in the past, it wasn't an easy dub, but they didn't exactly stand out on the schedule, right? Now it's different, because now they know, other teams know, okay, well, now we have a legitimate team that we're going to have to deal with, a team that's going to be a problem for a long time with their quarterback alone and their coaching alone. I do have some concerns on the defensive side of the football. They got to learn to stop the run, and we didn't see it last year, particularly late in games. Didn't see it really in the preseason. Yeah, I know it's the preseason, but I think it's a real problem. So maybe that works itself out during the season. And also the NFC is really tough, right? I mean, Eagles, you're talking about the defending champions. The Lions were almost there. The Niners, I'm not necessarily sure I believe in the Niners, but there's no question they have talent. I think the Rams are going to be undervalued a little bit. So with the NFC being so very competitive, I'm not going to be so quick as to say they made the NFC Championship, now they're going to make the Super Bowl. Is it a possibility? Sure. But also, they're going to face more hurdles than they did in the past. And also, even though you make your own luck, and not the end of every game was luck, everything that could have gone right at the end of games last year went right for this team. And isn't always something that is the case. I think they're going to be very good. A bet I like better is, since we're talking about Terry McLaurin, if you look at his regular season touchdown total, it's set at 6.5. And I just think that's criminally low. I understand Debo is there now, so maybe he takes away some of the touchdowns, and Cliff Kingsbury wants to spread around the football. But Terry had 13 last year. Again, he's the deep threat in this offense, and I can see him getting over 6.5 pretty easily. So that's the bet I really like. I wouldn't mind a sprinkle on the Commanders to win the NFC, but I need to see a little bit more as opposed to a one-season sample size.
Well, if you can't stop the run, that's not great when, like, the returning biggest threat is the Eagles.
Yes.
You know, like, if you can't stop the run, that's not great.
It's a problem.
It's
it just is.
That offensive line. Let me ask you this. There's an interesting bet over at BetMGM. You can pick the winning division of the Super Bowl. So the NFC East is 4-1. You get the Eagles and the Commanders. Obviously, there's some other, great options where you look at the AFC West, where you've got the Chiefs, the Broncos, the Chargers, hell, even the Raiders. I know some people are high on that.
Yeah.
But I think the NFC East has two great contenders. Like, maybe look at the NFC North. Like, the more I look at these bets, the more that I am, thinking about some other ones. But do you think the NFC East reigns supreme once again?
It's going to be isn't it going to be the NFC East and the AFC West? Isn't that going to be the competition between the best two divisions in football? It feels that way. A lot of people are high on the Raiders, which is kind of crazy to me. I don't really see that. I will say this. If you're looking at the East, the Eagles are the Eagles. The Commanders are obviously better. I think Jaden Daniels at 7-1 to win MVP might be worth a look, honestly, because he's going to take the next step, especially because he has more tools in that toolbox. And also, I think the Giants are kind of trending in the right direction. They're not going to stun anybody. What I'm saying is this. They built themselves an incredible defensive line, and I think they have something in Jackson Dart. So at least for the first time, they're not going to be an easy out. Let me put it that way. And plus, the Giants always play the Commanders well. They have for years. It's just a tough division. The Cowboys are, what's going to happen with the Cowboys? They're going to be very middle of the road. But I think I don't think the Cowboys are going to do anything in the playoffs. But if you're talking about competitive divisions, I think the NFC East might be it. So at 4-1, when you're talking about Eagles Commanders right there, yeah.
I think especially because, I'm not looking at the depth of the division. I'm looking at, who can truly win a Super Bowl? What top-end talent is there? Because as much as I'm looking at the AFC West, the only team that I really can envision winning a Super Bowl is the Chiefs. I still think the Broncos are maybe a year away. Do you think Bo Nix wins the Super Bowl this year?
No.
I don't know.
Not yet.
I think
they're getting there,
maybe
though.
The AFC North, because you get the Ravens. I don't think the Steelers can win a Super Bowl. I don't think the Bengals can win a Super Bowl. So maybe
that's what I mean.
You just bet on the Ravens.
Yeah. Exactly. Because I feel like the Bengals they've got to do something with that defense, and they just haven't. And Hendrickson helps. There's no question about that. But even with them last year, they weren't great. So, if you're going to, why grab the AFC North when you can just grab the Ravens instead? Whereas with the NFC East, I think you could make a case for the Eagles. You could make a case for the Commanders. The NFC North, what am I missing there? You know what I feel like? I feel like when it comes to the NFC North, See a lot of people on the Vikings. J.J. McCarthy has not played a regular season snap in the National Football League. And I feel like, and I know their defense has been exceptional. They've also been fortunate not to have suffered any injuries over the past couple of years, but I'm not banking on a division ball.
God, some people would like burn you at the stake for that take. People love J.J. McCarthy.
I know.
Like, Vikings fans love him. So we'll see. I'm like you. I'm still a little skeptical.
Yeah, and look, he may be great, but that's a heavy load to carry. Like, you're immediately going to be great, and you haven't even seen the field yet outside of the preseason. Coming up next, we've given you the nuts and bolts, but now let's bring in someone who is a radio legend here in D.C., Kevin Sheehan, to talk about the Terry McLaurin deal. That is next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.